Yes. By the time of this video coming out, it's Christmas time. And you guys know what that means.
Have mercy. Please, please.
There is no mercy.
But it also means presents. And what better present to give on Christmas to an anime that's now 10 years old than a 10-hour video. Or a twist. This is a story I'm gonna tell, because this took way longer to make than planned, and also ended up being way longer than I initially thought. Like, I was like, yeah, 1 hour max. Yeah. So yeah, the stars just happened to align this way. There's no deeper meaning, it was just a coincidence. But, talking of deeper meaning, sup guys, today I'll be explaining why Horigairu is actually that deep. You see,
Man, shut your ass up. Can I ask you a ass thing? You better shut the fuck up.
nah. I'm kidding. I'm not doing this video to prove that Horigairu is a deep show or something like that. Because, to be honest, basically the anime can be summed up to Ikigaya, who is kinda of a Squidward guy. Will be there just minding his own goddamn business, and then, out of nowhere, but well, let's just keep it brief, since the video is already quite long. This video ain't gonna be a recommending video of sorts, nor me explaining the themes of the anime, but rather just me talking about what's happening, trying to explain why the character said something or what he meant by it, and all that, because that's what I like and draw me to the series to begin with. But before we get to that, if you are a mentally deranged individual just like me, a retard, a shit poster, all this talk about emotions, love, and now that is kinda, So, just for this video, instead of killing the part of you that is cringe, kill the part of you that cringes, pick up all of that and just dump it, bro, just bow. So yeah, let's get to it. And if you wanna hop around between parts of the video, or pause and come back later on, there's timestamps. And also, in the description there's a document with all the music and wallpapers that I used in the video. So, without further ado, our story begins with a presentation of the essay that Ikigaya wrote for an assignment, in which the topic was reflecting on my life in high school. In this text is presented a thing that made this series popular, which is a statement that Ikigaya does containing some truth, which is distorted by his logic to adjust his principles. And we are going to see a lot of more of these quotes throughout this story. But why am I bringing this up? Because the intent of said quotes is a lot of times misunderstood. It does not say that to be the Batman of anime, but rather, as Ikigaya explained himself in the same text, their assertions are nothing more but an excuse. Their principles are based entirely on their own convenience, and the convenience to him is they justify his principles, the situation that he finds himself in. He is the enlightened one, and they are the fools. Everything is good as it is. He is fine being completely alone. That's what he wants. He doesn't want to have friends. Or, at least, that's what he tells himself, almost as a mechanism of self-defense, to keep himself together. Like his self-deprecating jokes which make fun of his situation in order to normalize it. So, when others do them, he doesn't get affected. Does this mean that he doesn't enjoy being alone? Not at all. I think a lot of people associate liking to be alone to disliking interactions with others, but one does not imply the other. You may like to talk with people when you are at work, school, university, wherever, and when the day is finished, you just go home and do your own things without talking with anyone till the next day. And when there's a day off, vacations, or it's weekend, the same thing happens. You may not even message or see anyone. So yeah, you can enjoy being by yourself, but from time to time, you also want to share or talk to someone about something, like an anime that you just watch, and Ikigai is not different. Even some simple interactions with Zaimakusa were already enough to make him not hate those gym classes that we heard him complain the entire first volume. Despite of this, he wonders what's the point of those conversations, without realizing that unconsciously he already figured out what it was. There was no point, they were just pleasant to have, and this unawareness of this simple fact will be one of the factors that will lead to the conflict, where he criticizes Haime's group for being based upon these superficial interactions, even though the same will happen in his group. But we'll talk more about that later. There are also instances in which he wishes to talk to someone, but being unable to, which leads him to trying less because of the fear of being hurt, which in return makes him not being able to interact, and so on and so forth, creating this snowball effect which led him to the present days. Continuous misfortunes, like this one, him playing baseball alone because he has no one to play with, him proving that the worst thing that a girl can say is indeed not no, and other instances that we'll see are what shaped Ikigai as we know. But in what form did they shape him? For example, when Yui calls him by Iki, which is probably just a nickname, like Yukinon, that she likes to give people, Ikigai assumes it to be an abbreviation for Ikikomori that his classmates came up with, and thus an insult. This assumption of the worst is a thing that makes sense and is the most probable one based upon his past experiences. So who can blame him for making that assumption? Another similar behavior is his preconception that his presence is undesirable, and so him leaving the room to not bother the others, or him not walking with his classmates to the class, are things that tend to happen. And again, this behavior is a derivative of his past experiences. Another thing that emerged from this is his twisted pride of his entire life doing things without the need of anyone, enduring it all by himself, facing his own problems straight without running away, himself, him and only him, without depending on the others, and this is a thing to take pride in and not pity upon. But this pride is twisted because making friends, socializing, would go against it. It would negate all those years that he spent on his own, how his effort and struggle would lose their meaning. And so, he is unwilling to change. How his past influenced him and its consequences is a thing that will be explored further. But I want to make one thing clear, which is that in opposition of what we typically see portrayed in media, he is not in this situation because he's ugly. Aside from his rotten eyes and him not keeping his mouth shut, he has a good appearance. Nor it's because he is not athletic, which, because of him going to school every day by bike, he is reasonably athletic and is even able to keep up in a game of tennis against Haime and Miura, and neither is because he's dumb, since he's actually smart and cultured, knowing a lot of shit that most people never even heard about. So yeah, he's alone because it just happens. there's really no reason, and we'll see an example of this later on. Now, coming back to where we began, after he wrote that essay, he was persuaded to rewrite it, and he starts to think in a normal essay. And thus, I ask, why didn't he do that from the beginning? If he really wants to be alone, why would he risk that loneliness writing something like this that would bring undesired attention? Is he trying to prove something to someone? Because if he really was contented with the situation, he wouldn't feel the need to do so. He wouldn't feel the urge to prove something, to have someone acknowledge his views. And it's this contradiction, this hypocrisy, this lies, which he tells not to sound cool, but to persuade himself to believe in his principles that will come to haunt him later on. But currently, he's unaware of this, and would continue to be so, if not by Iruzuka Sensei that forces him to join the service club, which will hopefully help him to realize his own hypocrisy and confront it. What Iruzuka Sensei said here isn't without foundation, because if Ikigai has been truly alone his entire life, that means that he never experienced the things that he is against, which makes the will upon which he holds his convictions a lot less firm than from someone who has had those experiences and holds the same convictions. Hence why, later on, cracks start to appear on his will as he experiences how he is to be around people that he cares about and care about him. And this first volume ends with Ikigai rewriting his essay, which I think is worth reading because it summarizes what I said. Youth. The word is a mere 5 letters, but it fiercely moves the hearts of men. For adults out in society, it elicits a sweet pain and nostalgia. For young women, it elicits eternal longing. And for people like me, it elicits strong jealousy and dark hatred. My life in high school was nothing like the technicolored mental image described above. It was an ashen, gloomy, monochrome world. It was somber from the very beginning, when I got into a traffic accident on the day of the entrance ceremony. After that, I commuted between my house and school, going to the library on the weekends, and generally spending my days in a manner quite dissimilar from your average student. It was far removed from any sort of romantic comedy, but I had fun, diligently going to the library to finish brick-sized fantasy novels, listening rapaciously to radio personality speaking when I happened to switch on the radio in the middle of the night, fishing for heartwarming articles within the wide electronic ocean ruled by text. I found all of that, encountered all of those things, precisely because I spent my days alone. I was grateful and moved by every single one of those experiences, and though they brought me to tears, they weren't tears of lamentation. I will never deny the validity of the time I spent. Those days of my youth, known as the first year of high school, I will vigorously affirm it. I doubt my stance on the matter will ever change. Nevertheless, I do want to point out that my position is not to deny the validity of the experiences of others currently celebrating their youths. In the midst of the teen experience as they are, they manage to turn even failure into wonderful memories. They look at their squabbles and fights as a time of youthful worry. Through their youth filter, their world changes. And that being the case, perhaps my teen years may be seen through those rose-tinted rom-com glasses as well. And maybe it isn't wrong. Maybe the place I'm in now may one day appear to glitter. Even my rotten, dead fish eyes may one day sparkle. To the degree that I have those hopes, I feel that something is gradually growing inside me. Indeed, in the days I have spent in the service club, I have learned one thing. Yukino Yukinoshita is presented to us as some sort of Kaguya Hime, a princess of untouchable and untamable beauty, residing on the moon, always above everyone else, not shining like the sun, but rather like the quiet moon, being there for us to contemplate and fantasize about, seen by everyone, yet reached by no one, completely isolated in her melancholic existence. But from time to time, there will be people who cannot stand her brightness and will try to bring her down, to prove their worth as some sort of self-validation. Instead of attempting to improve themselves, they do that because it's easier. They already forced their ideals onto her, so the idea of beating her was inconceivable. Although this sounds like some tragic story of a fairy tale, Yukino never asked to be part of it. She never asked to be put on a pedestal or to be loved by everyone, to have this constant pressure and judgment, these expectations. She just wanted someone to look at her as she is, and not as they wanted her to be. Someone who wouldn't force his ideals onto her, judge her based on superficial metrics such as grades and looks. Even though she could just hide her abilities and melt into the crowd, she chose not to. Ikigai says it's because she never lies to herself. And although that's true, I would say it's also because she doesn't want to give in, to conform, to comply with those people. And this lack of conformity, even if it's harmful to herself, could be seen as a flaw if she wanted to integrate in society in the future. And thus, perhaps why Iruzuka Sensei put her in the club. Still in this topic of the expectations forced upon her, maybe that's the reason she's so competitive, to the point that she doesn't even want to lose in a game of rock, paper, scissors, because she knows that at the slightest demonstration of weakness, there would be someone ready to bring her down. Though we can see how these expectations have a foundation, since, according to her, aside from her beauty, overly modest chest and good grades, she can master any sport and musical instrument within 3 days. But even so, that's not an excuse to give up on trying and saying that you don't have talent in comparison. Furthermore, these expectations may not only come from people on her school. She might also have expectations forced upon her because of her family. She might feel forced to prove herself capable due to comparison between her and another family member. That's why she always accepts challenges, even though she's aware of the provocations and intentions behind it. We get hints that the relation with her family is not that good, such as her living alone, her losing control for a bit when her father was mentioned, and her looking with envy to the relation of Ikigaya and Komachi, indicating that she probably also has a sibling, and their relation contrasts the one that Ikigaya has with his little sister. Finally, in her confrontation with Ikigaya, she alludes to the fact that she wants to change. But why so? What does she mean by no one could be saved. With the information that we were given until now, we don't know, but I think it's worth keeping these two things in mind, and also the purpose of the service club, which, according to Yukino's words, is to encourage self-reliance. Yui Igahama is your typical portrayal of a high school girl. Good looking, good communication skills, a bland personality with nothing remarkable, and an IQ equivalent to the room temperature of Alaska. And is this girl who does her first request to the service club to Ikigaya and Yukino resolve, and afterwards joins the club. At the first glance, the combination of her with Ikigaya and Yukino may not look like a good one, since they both appreciate solitude, and they neither have a good experience with people like Yui, neither they hold a high opinion of them. And yet, as time passes, we start realizing that is not the case. Not because the previous two statements were false, but rather because we may have misjudged Yui when we labeled her as your typical high school girl. Yes, she still fits all of those descriptions. However, she had something more. The first thing that she thought when seeing Ikigaya and Yukino discussing was that they seemed really natural with each other. Instead of assuming that they hate each other, she saw them as being honest, natural and saying what they think, not trying to fit in with the crowd, but rather being themselves, and, despite of this, still having fun. Even if they are always saying terrible things to each other, they were actually talking, unlike her who always goes along with what everyone else is doing. And that sight of those two made something inside her shake. Her spent her life until then adapting to the people around her, reading the room and suppressing her wills, who she is, in order to avoid causing trouble to the people around her, to not have people staring at her in a weird way. And then she sees Ikigaya and Yukino, who are always true to their own convictions, always being stared at people around them like they're an outcast, like they're sick of them, and still not wavering, enjoying their lives nevertheless. It's not that she doesn't like to be with her group of friends, or she doesn't have fun with them, but seeing those two made her attempts to fit in feel kinda wrong, and thus she considers that maybe she should stop trying to fit in and do what she wants. And so, when she's confronted by Yukino about her trying to conform to her surroundings, instead of saying "you are so mean," which will be the normal, she says "you are so cool, because she admires that in Yukino. When she sees that she's on the wrong, instead of making excuses or being pissed off, she makes sincere apologies. This made Yukino starting to be more receptive of Yui's presence, because Yui recognized her shortcomings and apologized, unlike the many girls she met until then. Thus, she sees his attitude in high regard and respects it. His honesty is what allows Yui not only to join in the group, but also to hold it together, because Ikigaya and Yukino are both quiet, so if she wasn't there, nothing would have happened. It couldn't be any person either, because they are not out of people who wouldn't react negatively to what Yukino says, and Yui is the one who continuously approaches Yukino even after being pushed away, and she does this until they become friends, and Yukino eventually starts liking her company. Of course, we couldn't talk about Yui without mentioning her catchphrase, Yahano, which kinda sounds like the kind of shit you would yell at a mountain like Yahano, 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 At first, I thought it was just Yui being Yui and mispronouncing hello and adding ya at the beginning, since she likes to do things like this, like Yukino. But then, I realized that she may not be mispronouncing. Maybe that was intended to be how hello is said, but in German, not in English. Because yes, Hallo means hello in German, and the author, in the afterword of the volume 4, does a reference to the German language, so he's at least aware of the language. Furthermore, in one occasion, when Yui did the "Ja hello" greeting, Totsuka responded with
Hip hip! Hip hip! Sieg!
Oh hell nah, bruh. Your Honor, I rest my case. I think the evidence shown is sufficient to prove my thesis. Have a great day. And that's it. Ryutsuka Sensei is a horrid little girl on the inside, giant boobs on the outside woman child. Giant boobs on the outside woman child because, oh boy, even Totsuka cannot resist this woman's thickness. And little girl on the inside because she's into dramatic action manga, like Scry It, which I watched because she kept referring it, and it was okay. And this wasn't the only reference, because she continuously makes reference whenever she has opportunity to. Like, a lot of translation notes is just reference that she keeps making. Like, for fuck's sake, is she a JoJo fan or what? And this behavior makes, from all people, Ikigai himself call her cringe. Bro, imagine being called cringe by Ikigai of all people, like... But, I mean, not being ashamed of doing all those references with her
撃滅のセカンドブリッドを食らいたくなかったらそれ以上は口にしないことだ。
抹殺のラストブリッドも勘弁してください。
引きがやは理解が早くて助かる。
Anyways, despite of this personality of her, she's still a teacher and a guidance counselor, and that shows off when she can see right through Ikigaya. Second year head swell is just what it sounds like. It's a frame of mind common among high school students. They think that being twisted is cool and have a tendency to parrot ideas popularized on the internet, like get a job and you lose and the like. They claim they were fans of popular authors before they got famous. They despair things everyone else loves and applaud the obscure. What's more, they look down on fellow nerds. They yield twisted logic while simultaneously projecting an aura of having achieved some sort of enlightenment. In a word, they are dicks. Hearing her description of him, Ikea says that he can't deny it, which means that yeah, he is at least self-aware. It's because she understands Ikigaya that she sees the problems that could arise in his future if he continues like this, and so he guides him to the service club, which she hopes that it will change him for the better. And the same goes for Yukino, because she guides students there who she believes are in the need of change. Irutsuka Sensei was serious about her job as a guidance counselor. She was always sending off kids to the service club with their problems, but she could only do that because she was in constant contact with her students and spent a lot of time watching them.
まさかこんなところで出会うとは。待ちわびたぞ、引きがや8番。
Zaimukuza suffers from M2 syndrome, a common affliction that affects middle schoolers. Basically, the person acts as if they have some kind of hidden power, or they were the chosen one, create a premise for their fantasy and act based upon it. Kind of like a isekai but budget version, or a roleplay Discord server. Zaimukuza particularly acts like he's the reincarnation of a shogun, which happens to have the same name as him, and includes Hachiman in his fantasies, because the clan of that shogun worshipped Bodhisattva Hachiman as a god of war, and according to Ikigaya, his fantasies are not as bad as they could be, because at least they are historically accurate. Anyways, Zaimakuza is this guy who lives in his own fantasies and a loner. Thus, him and Ikigaya understand each other really well, although Ikigaya doesn't want to admit it. Both have emotional landmines from the past, they both share interests, talk and argue with each other like they are good old friends, and even Totsuka thinks they are best friends, which in a sense they are, since they are the only friends that they have. Aside from that, he's also an aspiring light novel writer, since he's really passionate about writing in general, and thus, he still wants to keep writing, even after receiving harsh critiques about the story that he wrote, and gave to the service club to reviewing.
ハチマン、お前なら理解できるよな。
あれって何のパクリ？
あなた容赦ないわね。
Yukino also gave her fair share of critiques as usual, and we know how harsh they can be. He kept writing even after this, because, according to his own words, but even so, it made me happy. I wrote that because I wanted to, and I'm glad I could have someone read it and give me their opinion. I cannot say as of yet what I should call this feeling I have right now, but having someone read my draft does please me.
8万よ。また読んでくれるか。
わかった。また読むよ。
Ikigaya respects this aspect of Zaimakuza, of being unwavering and open about who he is, not lying to himself, and doing what he wants to do, even after being treated like a sequel, being frowned upon and laughed at. He never yielded and never surrendered. This is why Ikigaya, who we will hear trash talk about Zaimakuza the entirety of the series, says that Zaimakuza is fine as he is, aside from the creep parts. Because, even if it's twisted, childish or wrong, if you can commit to it, it has to be right. If having someone deny your ability is enough to make you change, then it isn't your dream and it isn't you. Saika Totsuka, the mannerisms and voice of a woman. No, more feminine than any woman. But he's a guy. As tall as Yui, but so very thin. But he's a guy. Looks great in a maid outfit. But he's a guy. It's still morning, and yet it's so hot. The cicadas are crying. But he's a guy. Totsuka is arguably the cutest character in this series, and thus, a lot of times ends up being mistaken by a girl. And, even after the misunderstanding is cleared, people still treat him in a more feminine way, like girls seeing him as one of them, Ikigaya constantly being on the verge of declaring to him, and having questionable fantasies about him, and consequently making the audience feeling the same because, oh boy. However, Totsuka himself doesn't like this kind of girlish treatment, and we can see that when Zaimakuza and Ikigaya attempted to make him wear a maid costume and he got mad, because unless you are that kind of person, like your average Slovenian man, it's not that nice to have people questioning your masculinity. Well, aside from this, he's also a considerate and gentle person, astute, realizing when something isn't okay, and now he's being there to help if someone is in need, like a real bro, as we'll see. Running late as usual, Ikigai is faced with Irutsuka sensei at the end of the class to try to give an excuse for his delay, which he does, saying that he was fashionably late like the superheroes and police that only arrive after a crime took place, and fails miserably, receiving a punch in the liver from Irutsuka sensei, and goes into the ground because ah man, she has no mercy, like dog, punch in the liver like oh. While he's on the ground, Kawasaki enters the room, and while she's passing, Ikigai is able to take a look at Kawasaki's underwear, and she looks at him, and what does she do? Stays embarrassed and says Baka, looks at him, disgusted, and tells him to die, does something violent to him, says that she will report him for harassment. I know, it's a hard question, it could be any of these. Oh, what's that, you want to call a friend? Oh, you chose me. Oh, so the answer is neither of this fucking anime bullshit. She just looks at him and says, what an idiot. And goes on with her day because she simply doesn't give a shit. What a woman. I'm already loving her and I just started. So, later on, her brother and Komachi come to Ikigai and consequently the service club asking for help because Kawasaki is coming at home late and is not staying until 1 AM partying, but I am arriving at home every day at 5 AM kind of situation, which is alarming, and thus the service club accepts to help. After a first failed attempt, the next one was to make Irutsuka sensei talking with her, since there are things that you cannot tell your parents, precisely because they are your parents, thus talking with another responsible adult that cares should help. But, just to be sure, Ikigai asked Irutsuka sensei to not use violence, which she assured him that she wouldn't because she only does that with him. Aww, isn't that cute? And, well, it went...
Duel 1. Let's rock!
川崎
なんか用ですか？
最近家に帰るのが遅いらしいな。どこで何してるの？
誰から聞いたんですか？
クライアントの秘密を明かすわけにはいかないな。それより質問に答えたまえ。
別にどこでもいいじゃないですか。誰かに迷惑かけたわけじゃないし。
これからかけるかもしれないだろう。君は高校生だ。ご両親の気持ちを考えたことはないのか？
っていうか、先生親の気持ちなんてなったことないから分かんないはずでしょ？
え？
独身だし。先生、私の将来より自分が将来心配した方がいいって。
Rest in peace, pal.
死のう。死にたいので帰ります。
今日もかい？
もう誰かもらってやれよ。本当。
No! Irutsuka sensei! What a savage! She put the girl adult into tears. Ah! Don't worry, Irutsuka sensei. Someday someone will realize the luck that they have that you ain't married and thus available. The next idea came from Yui, and so of course she thought that the problem that Kawasaki had was love, and so she made Hayama talk with her when the school was over. And well...
And the battle continues! Fight!
お疲れ。眠そうだね。バイトかなんか？あんまり根詰めない方がいいよ。
お気遣いどんな？
あのさ、 そんなに強がらなくてもいいんじゃないかな。
あ、そういうのいらないんで。
ご苦労。
なんか俺振られちゃったみたい。
笑っちゃ悪いよ。
I was reading this in a public space and I could barely hold my laugh, and what made it hilarious wasn't even Aima, the most popular guy, being rejected by Kawasaki, but rather Zaimakuza and Ikigai losing their shit laughing and make fun of Aima like okay. Now, with the body count of Kawasaki rising, they thought that it would be a better idea to find out what she was doing at night. And, after some investigation, they found out that she was working as some bartender in some fancy hotel. They go to the place, and there she was, and god damn does she look good on that outfit. So, they have a little heart-to-heart talk and
This is the last round. Fight.
お、川崎。
申し訳ございません。どちら様でしたでしょうか。
同じクラスなのに顔も覚えられてないとはさすが引ヶ谷くんね。
雪の下。
どうも。
由比ヶ浜。で、何しに来たわけ？まさかそんなのとデートってわけじゃないんでしょ？
まさかね。横のこれを見て言っているなら冗談にしたって趣味が悪いわ。
お前ら二人の口論なのにむやみに俺を傷つけるのはやめてくんない？
シンデレラの魔法が解けるのは午前0時だけれど、あなたの魔法はここで解けてしまうわね。
魔法が解けたならあとはハッピーエンドが待ってるだけなんじゃないの？
それはどうかしら、人魚姫さん。あなたに待ち構えているのはバッドエンドだと思うけれど。
ねえ、この二人何言ってんの？
俺らの年じゃ深夜働けねえだろ。つまり雪の下は川崎が年ごまかしてるんじゃないかって言ってんだ。
ならそう言えばいいのに。
人生なめすぎ。こっちは別に遊ぶ金欲しさに働いてるわけじゃない。そこらのバカと一緒にしないで。あんたらもさ、偉そうなこと言ってるけど、私のためにお金用意できる？うちの親が用意できないものをあんたたちが肩代わりしてくれるんだ。
それは。
そのあたりでやめなさい。それ以上吠えるなら。ね
え、あんたの父親さ、県議会議員なんでしょ？そんな余裕のあるやつに私のこと分かるはずないじゃん。
Finish him.
oh, what happened? You have gone awfully silent for someone who was barking a lot. Oh wait, don't tell me that someone here has some daddy issues.
Fatality.
Chee! Even one against Yukino. Ikai, realizing that he would have no chance in a direct confrontation against Kawasaki, as her body count proves, instead searched for the problem and a solution for it. And so, he calls her to meet him in a McDonald's at 5 in the morning in the next day to talk. It turns out that she was saving money in order to pay for her own expenses in university which she intends to go, and thus not be a burden to her parents and her little brother that was attending a prep school. The solution that Ikigai found to this was a scholarship which would pay for her expenses. So yeah, I really like Kawasaki. She knows what she wants and who she is, and so she doesn't give a damn about what the others might say and does her own thing. She cares about her family and strives for her own objectives while trying not to be a burden. Knows how to stand for herself, and god damn is she beautiful, with an harmonious body, not too much, not too less, just the right amount. With the problem solved, they start going home, and then Komachi says the following to Ikigaya.
ほら、お菓子の人。いや、よかったね。骨折ったおかげでゆいさんみたいな可愛い人と知り合えて。
In the beginning of the school year, while Ikigai was riding his bike early in the morning to attend school, in the vicinity of his vision he saw a dog running on the road, whom was about to run over, and instinctively Ikigai went to save him, suffering an accident which would result in him missing the first 2 weeks of school for being hospitalized. The owner of the dog, which till this point remained a mystery, was revealed to be Yui, and this revelation didn't sink well to Ikigai. But why though? After continuous misfortunes, at some point Ikigai started to get used to them, but not only that, he also started to find comfort on them, as you do when you find yourself in a situation for a long time. He started to do self-deprecating jokes, presenting narrative to justify the reason he was fine with his situation, that he was fine with who he was. No, rather, he liked who he was. He took pride of being a loner. He held a superiority complex about being inferior, about being in a shitty situation, and so he was fine. He didn't need help or anything similar. Then, when he finds that Yui was the owner of the dog, something didn't feel right. There was a certain discomfort, because the kindness that he once thought originated from Yui's personality now seemed to be a derivative of a feeling of sympathy, of pity, of guilt, of obligation, and thus he tells Yui that she doesn't need to worry about him. Saving a dog was a coincidence. He was the reason he was a loner, and the accident had nothing to do with it. He did not need compassion from other people. He was fine being the miserable one, and so he did not want people to go out of their way because of him. Therefore, he tells Yui to stop being nice to him, if those feelings were the reason, and tells her this in a irritated manner, which he doesn't even comprehend why he was so worked out about the situation. Maybe he was mad with himself for holding some expectations, because he didn't want to doubt if things were really fine as they were. He wanted to cast aside any kind of doubts or hopes that the situation could change for the better. Regarding his perspective, she's at loss of words, because although she can't deny that she got interested in him because of the accident, the feelings that she has towards him are not what they think. They're not pity, guilt, sympathy, but instead something different. Something that she or still doesn't know what it is, or is aware but doesn't want to say it for the time being. And so, after this confusion on want to respond, she's just, you jerk, and runs off. But once she was a few meters away, her steps became heavier, like she was trudging along, like she was waiting Ikigai to stop her, which didn't happen. From that day on, Yui stopped coming to the service club, and nor Ikigai nor Yukino tried to bring her back, because Ikigai thought that their relationship was as it should be, and he didn't even acknowledge that they had a dispute. And Yukino knew that if she said to Yui to come back, she would, even if she didn't want to, because that was the kind of girl Yui Kahama was. She prioritized everything else over her own feelings, and so they arrived at this stalemate. Regardless of what Ikigai might have said, Ikwiri was shaken up by what happened. Right after Yui's request and she joined the club, Ikigai ends up crossing her name off the notebook of people that he hates, perhaps because of her kindness, and thus why this hits him hard. Totsuki even realized something wasn't right with him, and invited him to hang out to cheer him up. Since Totsuki prefers when Ikigai is his normal self. Hearing this, Ikigai thinks to himself that, yeah, Totsuki is right. Brooding and stressing isn't very like Achuma Ikigai. Changing our attitude only when something has happened is insincere and wrong. So, after this, Ikigai starts again greeting Yui at the entrance of the school as if nothing has happened. He did this because what he was doing before wasn't very like Achuma Ikigai, so he adjusted himself to behave like what he expected of him, or, more precisely, of the image of Achuma Ikigai that he created, an image of a loner. However, as I already stated in his introduction, he often acts and thinks in ways that do not align with his persona, be it in a more subtle way, like him thinking that he would be invited to go out with Yukino and Yui to study, thoughts this that emerge because of some unconscious hopes, or in more obvious ways, like asking Yukino if she wants to be his friend, and he is well aware of this. Thus, why he said in the tennis match that the only liars here are me and them. He calls himself a liar because he acts differently as soon as the situation changed, and, as he explained, changing your attitude only when something has happened is insincere and wrong. Talking of hopes, his whole speech of hating nice girls is related to that. As he explained, always having these expectations, always getting the wrong idea. At some point, I gave up on such hopes. That's why I will always hate nice girls, because they give him the hopes that he swore to never again have. Moving on, Iruzuka Sensei, who more originally planned to let them resolve their own problems, after seeing the state of the situation, decided to give them a little push, saying that they had 1 week to bring the number of school members to 3, and Yukino realized that bringing Yui back should satisfy the request, and she realized this because she wanted Yui to be back, since in the last 2 months she had grown fond of her, and we shall also want Yui to be back, or else nothing would change in Ikigai or Yukino. None of the personal development that Iruzuka Sensei expected of them would happen. They would engage in idle chat or discuss a given subject, but would never talk about something personal, always keeping that distance, never trespassing, never taking that step, like 2 master swordsmen, gouging the distance between themselves. And Yui was the one who served as a bridge to this distance. And we can see that in the way they are seated. Ikigai and Yukino in opposite sides of a long table, never looking at each other, because Ikigai is always looking away, unlike Yukino who is always looking at him straight, and Yui, close to Yukino and face towards both of them. Some time passes, and while Ikigai and Komachi were attending the Tokyo Cat and Dog Show, they find Yukino, who joins them, and after a bit they also find Yui. However, because Komachi wasn't with them at the time, Yui ends up seeing only Ikigai and Yukino, which results in Yui thinking that they were in a relationship, and before the misunderstanding is cleared up, they part ways. After that, Yukino asks Ikigai and Komachi to go with her to the shopping mall to help her to buy a present for Yui's anniversary. Then, after Yukino asks Yui to come to the service club because there was something that she wants to talk with her, there's Yui and Yukino trying to talk. Yui still with her misunderstandings, and Yukino still with difficulty to express herself. And before they are able to finish, Zaimiko just bursts into the room, breaking the awkward and tense vibe there was. And Ikigai is grateful that he did that. And you should also be grateful, because I will proceed to talk about my boy's arc, since the anime did him dirty by not including it, since this arc is not only essential to understand our boy, but also vital to the plot.
Pathetic. Let's settle this.
Damn bro, thanks for sure, we almost got demotivated here. Guys, focus on the story. So, long story short, Zaimakuza was full of shit and trash talked some guys. The guys responded with, "That's a nice argument, Zaimakuza, why don't you back it up with a duel?" And now he has to play against them. However, he knows he ain't winning in a fighting game duel because of his skill issue. So he comes asking for help, which Yukino initially rejected, but after Zaimakuza played the "Ho, so you can do it" card, she accepted. Ah, yes. Zaimakuza truly is a gamer true and true. When he knows he ain't winning, he asks a friend to play for him or tries to change the game. And when it starts losing an argument, he
Hi. I'm about to get racist. It's okay, guys. Just kidding. I'm even more racist now.
yeah. At the entrance of the club of the guys he would play against, because of a remark that Zaimakuza did, Yui asks Ikigai if he has a girlfriend, which he obviously says no. And then he and Yukino clear the misunderstanding that she had due to seeing them going out together, because some things are enough to anger even Yukino. Finally, after Yui finds out that Ikigai is available, as he has been for the last fucking 16 years of his life, they enter the United Gamers Club. Yes, I am not joking, that is the name. Gamers Rise. Damn it, I cannot even say this with a fucking straight face. Anyways, the game they will be playing is the card game President, and this was actually good for them, since as the game went on, they were finally able to interact with each other without that feeling of awkwardness and discomfort. So yeah, who would guess that Zaimakuza is capable of doing something decent? And talking of Zaimakuza, I wanna talk a little bit about something that happened in this game. Well, aside from him spitting in disgust and calling Yui a fucking filthy casual, and the guy showing off his ripped body, during the game the two guys that they were playing against started inquiring Zaimakuza about him wanting to write scripts for games. They criticized him for being shallow, not for him wanting to write scripts because he likes games, but rather the fact that he never goes past that point. He just gazes the surface, giggling to himself all the while. He's just an obvious guy who doesn't even try to understand the essence of entertainment. How the entertainment he knows is related to anime. He doesn't even try to study the other forms of entertainment like movies or books, to have a deeper understanding in order to improve his writing. And yeah, they are right. But that's not... That alone isn't necessarily right. I believe extolling the right way to do things is what's truly lazy. Following the textbooks, completing the curriculum, fulfilling the quota, isn't that just playing by the book and sticking to traditions? Isn't that merely leaning on the achievements of the ones who came before you, relying on their authority and betting over your own identity before you even made something of yourself? What's so praiseworthy about entrusting your sense of what's right to someone else? And yeah, there's no problem in studying and taking inspirations from the others, like Berserk and JoJo in their beginnings were heavily inspired in the series Fist of the North Star. But I hope that we can now agree that nowadays JoJo and Berserk are quite different, because the authors gave their own twist to something already existent. And no, I'm not talking about a reskin, but something that was unique on its own way, something that reflected what they wanted to do. And this is how great series are born, from an inspiration, a passion, and from this, they're also able to persevere. If I have to give an analogy, the knowledge and skill are the car, and the passion is the gasoline. If you have an amazing car, but the gasoline is lacking, you won't go far. Like Berserk wouldn't be what it is without Miura's dedication. And it doesn't matter if you have a ton of gasoline if you don't have a car to begin with, like Zaimakuza who has the passion but lacks the knowledge. In this world, the pursuit of dreams leads to a life so painful and frustrating, the mere thought of it is enough to merit the scythe. Passion alone wasn't enough. That was why these guys compensated. They educated themselves, compared themselves to the dreamers, comforted themselves by saying, no, we are different. However, another factor that people often don't want to accept is luck. Even if you have the gasoline and the car, if there's no road and something to guide you, you won't go anywhere. Think back how many times did you find yourself in a situation because you talked to someone, which led you to somewhere where you get to know X thing, and so on and so forth. If that first thing didn't happen, nothing that followed it would. You need to be at the right place at the right time, as they say. And as the guy said, life is a game of chance. And Zaimakuza acknowledged all of this, saying that yeah, they are right, he doesn't have anything that he can be proud of. So he's taking it all on this. Thus, he asks them, what's so weird about that? Aren't you guys the same? They in response say that he's ignorant of real life. As I already explained, that's not how things work. Passion alone isn't enough. But then, Zaimakuza says to them that I've always known about real life. My friend from the arcade who always posted about how he was going to become a writer got a regular of his job. Another guy who bragged that he got second stage applications is now a NEET. When I talk about becoming a light novel writer, I know that everyone is thinking, quite dreaming about that crap as they sneak around inside. I know how about the real world. I'm certain now, even if I can become an author or a game writer, I'm still going to keep writing. I don't love writing because I want to be a writer. I love writing, so I'm going to become a writer. Hearing this, the guy says that he honestly envied him. He envied the simple, foolish honesty in being able to decide his path based on the words, because I love it. Because he had taken the strength and purity required to say that sort of thing so honestly and stuff it away. And yeah, this tends to happen as you grow. The passion is replaced with the search for security. Thus, you clinch what is perceived as the right thing to do for bringing you happiness, stability, and security on your life. you say that you will just endure it for a few years, that you are doing it for your future you. But when those few years passed, even if you have the means to do what you wanted, you no longer have the passion nor the strength to take the risks and let go of what you have built until now. Anyways, in Ikeya's case, he's talking about his skepticism that let him run away from what you didn't want to face and make him as twisted as he is today. So yeah, I think this chapter was just the author expressing himself in the lens of Zaimakuza, and that's why there's no afterword in this volume of the light novel. The man who stands at my back will surely deny his losses until the bitter end. That means he is closer to victory than anyone, even if every avenue is cut off from him, and his hopes come to nothing. If he can stay on his feet, relying on no one, with nothing to win on but his own pure will, then he will do so, and call that his dream. Because in the end, despite it all, Yoshiteru Zaimakuza dwells alone in the wasteland. From this chapter, we also get a line from Yui that resumes her feelings. Even if you didn't start out right, and even if you didn't do everything you could, if you are sincere and not fake about it, I don't think it's wrong to have that kind of affection. After the end of the game, on their way back to the service club room, Yukino is able to tell Yui what she wanted to say to her properly, since, even though she's not the kind of person who says things like this easily, because she didn't have friends till now, she wanted to convey this properly. The absence of Yui from the club made her realize just how much she had grown fond of Yui. They would talk on a regular basis, with Yui messaging Yukino every day, which Yukino said that it was bothersome but not unwanted. It's true that Yugiyama is thoughtless, immodest, brainlessly says whatever comes to mind, rudely invades personal space, and is kind of wolf. But she's not a bad girl, so much so that she would get genuinely angry because of Yukino. Yui will always tries to fit in and not cause conflict. Thus, on their way back to the service club, Yukino tells Yui that she is happy to have her around. After arriving to the service club, Yukino and Hikaya give their presents to Yui, and when Yui and Hikaya were about to repeat that scene, Yukino intervenes, exposing that Hikaya doesn't remember saving you, Yugahama, and you don't remember ever feeling sorry for him. You were both wrong from the start, and so they should end this whole situation and just make a new start. And they accepted, and after that they went to a karaoke to celebrate Yui's anniversary. Of course, things weren't back to normal in a snap, and it took a time for Ikigai to know how to act around Yui from now on. But it was a beginning that Yukino provided, since, if it wasn't for her, Ikigai and Yui would still be in their misconceptions. Even though Yukino didn't have to do all of this, she did, and so, even that distance Yukino started to cherish the service club, and so, after this incident, Yukino and Yui got friendlier. And just a quick note that I forgot to mention, but why the fuck did Yui still not have a fucking collar for her dog? What the fuck is wrong with her? She fucking caused an accident because of that. Is she retarded or what? Don't answer that, you jerk. Honestly, jeez. I know that, okay? So going back in time to the shopping mall meetup, after Yukino greets Ikigai with the usual
"Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now. What are you here for? To worship me? Kill yourself."
While they were going around the shopping mall to buy a present to Yui, they got separated for Komachi, and thus they decide to go to a certain place to meet up, and in their way there, we witness something that throughout all these years of watching Oregaru I did not realize. Something that we witnessed not long ago when they went to the Cats and Dogs event. Yeah, Yukino has a bad sense of direction.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us.
Well, even though Yukino wasn't able to find a way, we were able to find out more about her interests, which, aside from her loving cats to the point of even trying to communicate with them, and that she's afraid of dogs. While there, Yukino gets interested on a crime game, not because of the game itself, but because of the plushie price. Because, you know. However, to put it nicely, she has a skill issue and starts to get a little, just a little bit frustrated, and thus Ikigai decides to help her out and get the plushie for her. Although he does this in the Ikigai way, which is time is key here. Owning all 5 senses. I bet it all on this one swim hole. Not yet. Not yet. Now! Excuse me. You work here, right? I would like to get this one. This one, right? Okay, here we go. Here we are. Thanks, man.
Hola ese gordo filo de una prostituta de Augusta! ¡Filo de puta! ¡Caballo inmundo do caralho!
What? No, nothing, no. I was just wondering if you are ashamed to be alive. I never said I was going to win it myself. I just said I would get it for you. A very Ikigai method indeed. But Yukino also just cared about the end result, so whatever methods he used to obtain that, she had to recognize his achievement, and this would remain true till the beginning of a certain field trip. At the end of the day, Yukino asks Ikigai to go out with her to buy a present for Yui. There, the bro code just kicks in, and Komichi just vanishes. And we see that Yukino bought another of those plushies because...
Damn, what is that, bro?
She's obsessed with Ginny the Gru, or Panda Panda, a plushie, which is based on Winnie the Pooh. No, not that one. This one. Buying any merch related to him and consuming every media that is involved in. Even if it's one of those boopers that she's not familiar with. It's refreshing to see that cold Yukino, always with short responses, talking with such a passion about something. As Ikigai said, oh, but I know the feeling. I get like that when I'm talking about topics I like. Back in middle school, I weirded out a potential friend when I rambled on and on about some manga I liked for half an hour. But I believe it's beneficial to chatter about the things you like to your art's content, no matter if it's bizarre or unacceptable to the general public. If I have to choose between abandoning something I love or abandoning people who don't even necessarily like me, it's not even a decision. Although, there's a reason that she's so attached to the plushie, which is that it was a birthday present. Anyways, she, aside from the obligatory purchase of the plushie of Ginny the Gru, also bought an apron after Ikigai said that she looked good on it. So there's that. After all this shopping, they decided to sit for a bit and wait for Komichi when... Finally! What the... Why am I hearing the boss music? No, it cannot be. Don't tell me she's here.
あれ？ゆきのちゃん？
彼氏じゃないですけど。
君もムキになっちゃって、ゆきのちゃんを泣かせたりしたらお姉ちゃん許さないぞ。
Alhamdulillah, I shall not succumb to lustful desires. Get away from me, you witch! Well, he didn't say that, but finally, the legend himself appeared. Haruno Yukinoshita, the older sister of Yukino Yukinoshita. Haruno, in contrast to Yukino, has more than a modest chest. He's always smiling and energetic and does have problems entering the personal space of other people. Ikigai, learning this by first hand, gets uncomfortable around her because he realizes that her behavior is just a facade. Which, yeah, normally people who act like this either 1. Want to get something, 2. Want to hide something, 3. Don't want problems or people getting into their lives. Or that's just her personality, but my cynical side doesn't agree with that. And Yukino is impressed that Ikigai was able to see through Haruno and compliments him for it. Yeah, I guess he scored high in Yukino points. Haruno, while there, tells Yukino that her mother is still angry about Yukino living on her own, which Yukino responds that's nothing of her business. However, she tells her this not looking at her, but looking down, as she is not sure if that was the right thing to do. Arno just says that indeed, that's nothing of her business, and as long as she's aware, that's enough. If she's aware of the problem, and that it isn't Arno that will resolve it for her, that was already good. After Arno leaves, Ikigaya tells Yukino how he was able to see through Arno's facade, which said though Yukino and her are superficially similar, the way each one of them smile is totally different. He's implicitly saying that Yukino's smile is better than Arno's, which again scores high on Yukino points, since it's not often that she's seen as better than Arno. What Ikigaya did not say though was about Yukino's family situation. He didn't ask her anything about it, he just chose to maintain boundaries, their usual distance. With this said, before they part ways, Yukino looks at Ikigaya and says to him that she had fun today. After all of this, and before the camping arc, there was a request from the judo club. I'm not going into details, but the important thing to take note of this is that 1. Yukino was managing the judo tournament that occurred because of the request, so she was already involving herself in this kind of thing, and 2. That after the request is solved, because the problem had to do with a senpai from the judo club that was already in university, but since he was failing to achieve things there, he saw his old judo club in high school as a place he wanted to go back to. It was nostalgic, comfortable, and made him happy. It made him instinctively run back there. Thus, after all of this, Ikigaya wonders that if one day he too would have a place that he wanted to go back to. Nobody in this world fits the classic mold of the villain. Normally, everyone is good or at least ordinary, but in the right circumstances, they may change suddenly, and this is what makes them so frightening. One must always be on one's guard, Sensei, on the book Kokoro from Natsume Sosuke. It's from this quote that Ikigaya would get the solution to the situation given at hand, but how did we get here? Iritsuka Sensei was given the task to help supervise an elementary school camping trip, and to do so, she asked for help to the service club, and put a poster for anyone who may also wanted to join in. In the end, aside from the service club, Komachi, Ayato, Miura, Hebina, and Tobe also ended up joining in. However, of course Ikigaya did not join this according to his own volition. After ignoring Iritsuka Sensei messages for a time, then turning off his phone because she was getting scary to say the least, Komachi ends up dragging him up till he was on Iritsuka Sensei range. Needless to say, he wasn't aware of what Komachi was doing, but that matters little, because once he was on Iritsuka Sensei range, he wasn't going anywhere. But hey, Tosuka also came, so I think that was more than worth it for Ikigaya. On they were there, him and Iritsuka Sensei sit on the front of the car, and we found out that Iritsuka Sensei actually enjoys talking with Ikigaya, probably because he is the only one who gets her references, and with whom she can talk about her hobbies on her Ikigaya, you better keep my age out of your fucking mouth! We also found out that Iritsuka Sensei is quite the driver.
Road work ahead? I sure hope it does.
This teacher, she can do it. After they safely arrive at the mountains where the camping would be taking place, initially Ikigaya was really apprehensive to be friends with Ayama's group, but Iritsuka Sensei explained that they didn't need to be friends, but rather just needed to know how to deal with them. She says this because she knows that he needs the skills necessary to get along with another social circle and conform to society. She believes that he's capable of that. The activities for the kids started, and although they were to be done in groups of 5, Ikigai and the others noticed that in one of the groups, one girl was walking behind the other girls, who were talking and occasionally looking behind towards the girl and giggling. After talking with Iruzuka Sensei, they decided that they would try to help the girl, as this fell under the volunteer and service club activities. The name of the girl in question is Rumi, and she explains that she is in this situation because, yes, it had already happened a few times to other girls. Basically, someone would be the target and the others would just stop talking with her till it eventually ended, and they would just talk again. It was just a phase. Someone would start it, and then everyone would be doing it. There was no reason, and no defined justification, just an odd sense that this was how it had to be. Then, it happened to one of Rumi's friends, which she talked about, and Rumi just stayed away from her from that time period. And then, surprise surprise, it was Rumi's turn, and now a friend that was the previous victim told everyone everything that Rumi said to her. Ikigaya, hearing this, remembers of the quote from Sosuke Natsume, and explains that people change sides once something that they benefit from is threatened. They'll change their perspective on people and things in order to justify their actions and avoid cognitive dissonance. However, they can't validate their change, their perspective on their own, and thus they gather other people, forming a group, and before they realize, they are caught on their own bubble, trembling in anxiety, thinking it might be their turn next, and so they seek for a new sacrifice before it happens to them, and thus the cycle continues. This is what happened to Rumi's friend. Once she no longer was the target, in the first instance she might have felt relief for the situation being over, but right after, a fear of being caught in that situation again ran through her body, and thus she searched for some kind of security, which was Rumi's secrets, since as long as Rumi was the target, she was safe. And this is what Ikigai is skeptical about. Is it really worth indulging in this cycle in order to maintain those friendships? And is with this skepticism in mind that Ikigai goes to the discussion in how to handle Rumi's situation. Firstly, he begins clarifying that the problem isn't that Rumi is alone, but rather that she was forced into this situation, and then proposals of how to solve the problem start being thrown around, and rejected right away till Miura gets annoyed at Yukino, and I mean, although she was a bitch, she has some reason, because yes, Rumi was being a little condescending in the sense that she thought that she was different from them, and so she doesn't mind staying alone. And Yukino is also condescending as fuck, and she responds to aggressive remarks with even more aggressive remarks, which only leads to escalation and people resenting her even more. So yeah, it's because she says crap like that she ends up isolated. Like, I love her and all, but removing your biases. Just imagine, you are having a discussion with your friend and all of a sudden arrives this girl that you never met on your life saying that your pretense is as fucky as your makeup. Like, you can have all the reason in the world, but who the fuck are you talking to me like this? But anyway, Haima tells Miura to stop, which she does. However, later on, she goes argue with Yukino again, and after half an hour, she left, crying as usual. Hush. Next day, on the night, they can't ponder what to do, and I mean, it's not an easy task, they could just... They could just beat the shit out of the kids till they stopped. But I mean, although I'm always down to that good old solution, that wasn't really an option. So, seriously, there's no general solution to this kind of situation. In case of Yukino, she asserts herself when people come to her and ignore them in other cases. Yui laughed with them and waited till they stopped. However, these were particular solutions, and the solution of Yukino wouldn't work on the case of Yui, and vice versa. Yukino was able to assert herself because she indeed had good grades, good appearance, good status, and people envied her for that. And in Yui's case, she had a good appearance, good social skills, and knows how to read the room. So, as long as she didn't do anything too drastic and played along, they should stop. Furthermore, these weren't really solutions. They just made the situation easier to be dealt with to Yui and Yukino. And they wouldn't work on Rumi's case, because she neither had those qualities, neither she's in a similar situation. In their case, the girls are doing it because fuck you, that's why. What I'm trying to say is that it's complicated, and there's no general solution, and Ikigai and the others also have a time constraint, and so Ikigai presents an idea, which will not solve the problem, but will make it disappear. His plan is to break the group apart, since if they're all alone, there would no longer exist a specific target and a group to gang up on said targets. He is going to achieve this by making the girls betraying and showing their ugly sides to each other, and for this purpose he'll make Aima, Miura and Tobe scare them, make them feel endangered, resulting in them betraying each other to save themselves. And again, this plan comes from that quote from Sosuke Natsume, from his skepticism, that points out that what would be truly scary on this courage test wouldn't be the monsters, and it doesn't matter if they were high schoolers or elementary schoolers. Nothing changes, cause they're all humans. But that's just one side of the coin, because Hayama, Miura and Tobe did their thing and wow! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
You scared the shit out of some kids. No wonder so many people love Ikigaya. However, to the surprise of Ikigaya, Rumi was able to gather the courage to help the others escape. Thinking back on that quote, when you think about it, it also means no one fits the classic mold of the saint either, and, under the right circumstances, you might suddenly change into a saint sometimes. But even that didn't stop the fragmentation of the group as Ikigai envisioned. Afterwards, we get to know what the others think of what Ikigai did. Firstly, Yukino says that although he used people to threaten some kids and destroy their friendships, it did make things easier for Rumi, since she no longer had a whole group to gang up on her, and besides, she reached her conclusion of her own free will. Although his actions weren't commendable, he was the one who set the stage for Rumi's actions, and at least that was a good thing. Then he talks to Yui, who says that maybe what happened was a relief to the girls, since they no longer were pressured into doing all that stuff. They no longer had to sacrifice someone else in order to save themselves. They no longer had to worry if they were the next, and why to convince themselves that they were the good people. They could finally break away from that toxic cycle. Finally, he talks with Iruzuka Sensei, who says that only a horrible person would think of a plan like that. But maybe it's precisely because you are so low that you can approach someone else at the rock bottom. That's a valuable talent. And yeah, unless you experience something similar, you won't understand what the other person is going through. You may be able to convey it by words, but unless you experience it yourself, it will be just an half-assed understanding. That may be good enough for you, since you can feel good with yourself saying that you get what they are going through, but it won't be if you want to help said people. Talking of people who are through something similar, we also see that Yukino is still harsh to Hayama, and she ends up explaining the reason to Ikigaya. Hayama and Yukino already knew each other because of their parents, and also because they went to the same elementary school. However, when Yukino was being isolated and bullied by the others, Hayama didn't do a thing to help her, and when you are in such a situation as a kid, and you see someone you know ignoring you, it's like... it hurts. Like, I bet this was the point that she shut herself in and started distancing herself from the others. So yeah, no shit, she still holds resentment against Hayama. But we can infer what Yukino might have felt more concretely if we look at her reflection, Rumi. When Yui says that Rumi is having a hard time, she responds saying that, a hard time? More like, it just sort of sucks. I feel pathetic. When everyone ignores me, it's like I'm below all of them. It sucks, but there's nothing I can do about it now, cause they abandoned me. I can't be friends with them anymore. Even if we did make up, I don't know when it might happen again, and if it's just gonna be all the same over again. Maybe things are fine as they are. It stinks to feel so pathetic. She already turned her back on herself and on everyone else. This is why Ikigai went about things as he did. Unlike Hayama, who believed that he just needed to make everyone friends again, Ikigai saw the underlying problem, and although he didn't solve it, he at least made it disappear. On the other hand, Hayama regrets what he did in the past, or should I say, what he didn't do. That's why he's always defending Yukino, like on it in his match, when she was exhausted, he tried to call the game a draw, or here, in the camping trip, when Miura was about to start yelling at Yukino, he tells her to stop it. This is also why Hayama was so keen to help Rumi, since he could not forgive himself if the same thing happened twice in front of him, without him being able to do anything. Just as Hayama, Yukino also wants to help Rumi, because of what happened in the past, since Rumi remembers Yukino of her past self. As Ikigai said, during this trip, there were certain people who were projecting and bringing their own parts into this. Yukino criticized Hayama's methods during this incident because, most likely, he went about things as he did in their situation in the past, and, as she told him, that won't work. Even if he says that he would like to do what he can for her, if possible, that's impossible for him, since that's how things were before, and even if he says that this time it will be different, it won't, because he still hasn't changed. He still is Hayama that is friends with everyone, who treats everyone equally, and thus, who can choose one person over the other. That being shown in the chain message incident, where we realized that even though he always felt that he should be friends with everyone, it could also be the cause of conflict, and he was frustrated, because, once again, he was forced to accept the limitations of this everyone Hayama, which, in the past, couldn't help Yukino, and now was even the cause of conflict around this circle of friends. That's why he understands the reason why Yukino looks out for Ikigai. Even if his methods aren't the best, he at least does something and achieves some results. Unlike Hayama, who is restrained by what his everyone Hayama allows him to do while staying in character, which is very little, Ikigai isn't restrained by anything. That's why Hayama says that things would have been different if Ikigai went to their school, since he would be able to do what he couldn't. However, despite this, Hayama says that he couldn't be friends with Ikigai. Why? Perhaps because he would be constantly remembered of his limitations, his flaws, when looking at Ikigai. Furthermore, although he says to Ikigai that he didn't mind doing what he did to Rumi's group, his expression, right after doing it, says otherwise. He clearly isn't a fan of Ikigai's methods, even if they achieve some results. In return to Hayama saying that he couldn't be his friend, Ikigai responds that he also couldn't be Hayama's friend. Again, same thing as Hayama. When looking at such a perfect guy as Hayama, he too is forced to look at his own flaws. But, beyond that, he also hates Hayama's way of conforming to the will of everyone. If this incident was a projection of what happened on the past, then clearly Rumi represents Yukino. Like, come on, she looks exactly like Yukino but younger. And the girls group represents Hayama. As Ikigai explained, nobody can fight peer pressure. Even if you know it's hurting someone, it's futile to resist, because everyone is saying it, and everyone is doing it. If you don't join in, you can't be part of everyone. But there's no everyone. Everyone doesn't say anything or hit anyone. Everyone is an illusion, created by the magic of the group. In the past, it has made both him and her his victims. That's why I hate it. I hate the world that forces this everyone on you. The vulgar harmony based on using someone as a scapegoat. You can change the past and you can change the world. But that doesn't mean you have to subordinate yourself to it. That's why, even if Hayama was a victim on that situation on the past, he is not free of guilt, because he was the one who chose to remain a victim when he had the option to no longer be so. That's also why Hayama and Ikigai couldn't be friends, because one chose to subordinate himself to everyone, while the other chose to reject it even at the cost of isolation. In regard to Yui, she probably also went through something similar to what happened to Rumi, and thus her consciousness of class politics and understanding of how the girls felt. Talking of Yui, she again tried to invite Ikigaya, to which he responded, "Yeah, whatever, sometime," which just means no. Oh yeah, we also get a hint on why Yukino studied abroad in middle school. When Rumi says that once she gets into middle school, she can just make friends with the kids who come from other schools, Yukino tells her that, sadly, that is not going to happen. The children in the elementary school will all go on to the same middle school, won't they? So, it will be no different. Those kids from other schools will be with them. Now, I skipped some other things that happened in this camping trip, like Ikigaya imitating Yukino. But like, you were born in summer, you don't like it? How did you know I was born in summer? Are you stalking me? What? It's an impression of Yukino. It actually kinda sounded like her. Which I mean, it's a really good impression of Yukino, as she indeed said something like this when Ikigaya extrapolated on how she acted on Quest, to which she responded, "How would you know how I act on Quest? Are you stalking me? Are you aware of anti-harassment laws? Would you like to have your life ruined? And if you really believe this bullshit, that means that the regular practice of Ikigaya in front of the mirror before every bath is working, because the roles were reversed." We also get to see that Ikigaya is kinda getting sus. Like, what do you mean your guy bulk would go on and off, one thing would lead to another, and you would have to remove the bulk part? And why the fuck is Totsuka looking at you like this and blushing? And why the fuck are you getting embarrassed? But I'm starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, in the fantasies weren't a delusion after all, like... Okay, moving on to something cute. Ikigaya sees Komachi talking with Irutsuka sensei and asks them what they were talking about. And Komachi responds in an ironic way, but then Irutsuka sensei says that, "Come on, that's enough of that. We're actually mostly gushing about how much we love you. She told me so many things, like the memories of when you were young." Hey, you are not allowed to tell him that. That gets a pretty low Komachi score. Kidding, that reaction just now is worth a lot of Komachi points, don't you think? Yes. Who would guess that Komachi points is just a way to hide the embarrassment that she feels when doing some remarks? And talking of embarrassment, they went full on with this arc. Like, there was even one scene where they were really asking for it.
鬱陶しいぞこのアーマー。
ビッチってなんだし、私はまだしょ。
Devil may cry.
Devil? Let me guess, kid. Demons. Indeed? Jackpot. Coming right up to kick some ass, kid. There's more. There's more? Yeah, this demon. He's using a quite revealing outfit. I think she's trying to demotivate me. Oh, is that so? Then I have the perfect man for the job. Thanks, Virgil. A child, huh? I already told Dante I ain't paying for child support. And oh yeah, Yukino what Gostelak. Yukino got lost again. She eventually found her way back after an hour though. After the camping trip ended and they were coming back, Haruno comes to get her adorable with a sister. And there she sees Yui. Yui tells Haruno that she's Yukino's friend, and Haruno is relieved to know that Yukino has friends since, you know, the whole bullying thing that happened on the past, and her studying abroad. But yeah, he's not the only one who sees something. Ikigaya takes a look at the car she came in and it resembles a lot a car that he saw in the past. But he denies it, saying that they all look the same. And unfortunately, they don't look like a truck, so there was no isekai for him, even though he met all the requirements. Arno then tells Yukino-chan to come, that her mom is waiting, and it's evident that she didn't want to go, but she went regardless. Afterwards, Ikigaya didn't saw Yukino for the rest of the summer holidays. She also wouldn't answer Yui's calls, would take a long time to reply to texts, and her messages were lifeless compared to the usual ones. Like she was indifferent. Yui would try to invite her to hang out, but she would always have plans. Even though Ikigaya wouldn't encounter Yukino, during the rest of the summer's holiday, would encounter some other people like Kawa... It's on the tip of my mouth, Kawa something at the cram school, since it turns out that she chose the current school because it is a good choice if you want to aim for a public university with low tuition fees. Again, Kaosuke thinking on her family, because nothing is more important than family. Although Ikigaya wasn't very keen to hang out with Yui, he certainly was with Otsuka, and thus they made plans. They wandered around for a bit, watched a horror movie in a cinema, since Otsuka likes horror movies, and then they meet Samukusa, or should I say, they finally perceive his presence. They start talking about how they played with 4WDs when they were kids, which, oh my god, how many years has it been since I heard someone mention those. But yeah, let's go, because that shit was hype as fuck, and for whatever reason, I still have one of those at home. But yeah, Otsuka says that he also loved to play with them, which surprised Samukusa and Ikigaya, but as Otsuka said, he's also a boy, so of course he also liked those kinds of things, just as he also liked horror movies, video games, sports, because he's a guy. Okay guys? A guy. One of the boys. One of the bros, okay? Otsuka already stated how he doesn't like being treated like a girl, and this interaction just further confirms that he sees himself and acts as a boy, so fuck off, you horny fucks, goddammit. But yeah, of course, a conversation between Samukusa and Ikigaya inevitably leads up to them defying each other to a 1v1. Like, seriously, these guys should just play weak, like. Next up, one day, in the way to going to a ramen restaurant, he passes through a wedding. Where he sees something working in the shadows. What the fuck? It will be your turn next. She's a champ. And forward. I hope you get married soon too. Die. Dead. I hope you are. Die in fire. Oh shit. I'm sure I know that person. Let's pretend I didn't see that. Ikigaya. Dad over there. He's one of my problem kids. This is work.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Seriously, someone just married this woman for the love of God. But Iruzuka Sensei drags Ikigaya to a ramen shop, and while there, she talks about Haruno because Ikigaya asked about her, since Haruno used to be one of Iruzuka Sensei's students, a student like Ikigaya and Yukino. Iruzuka Sensei explains that although she had top grades, excelled at everything she tried, and had the looks, she was loud in class, would hike up her skirt and unbutton the top of her blouse, and was always running from place to place looking for fun, which means she had a lot of friends, but that itself wasn't a problem. The problem was that all of that was just a mask, and not because if people found out she would be in trouble, since some people found out, but they just started to like her schemes and stubbornness. It just became part of the appeal. So, despite of me saying that she was like Yukino and Ikigayo, her problem was quite the opposite from theirs. Her problem wasn't that she would have trouble integrating in society, but rather the issue was within herself. The better you are at integrating, the higher the risk of losing your sense of self. Slowly but surely, questions will start arising in her mind. Did I really find that funny? Did I really enjoy doing that? Was I really irritated in that moment? Do I really like that person? Do I really want to do this? She'll start to become skeptical towards things and people, losing interest in them, and so she begins to search for something truly, genuinely interesting. But along the way, she'll realize that there was something in her head, a voice, telling her how to act, how to feel. I should be laughing now, I should be irritated, I should be happy about this. Realizing this, she says to herself, yeah, I'm gonna be myself now. No more pretending, because if I'm not genuine with myself, how can I find something genuine? However, the moment she tries to act more seriously, to act naturally, how she would normally, deep down she hears a voice. Okay, now I'm serious. This is who I am, and thus I should. And then it sinks in. The mask, the pretending, the voice, it already become part of who she is. It's part of her nature, of how she normally acts. She became too self-conscious, but this realization doesn't help, and so, again, she strives for something interesting, something that will stuff that voice, because there has to be something, right? But even if she finds that something, what after? Well, the search for the next thing continues, and continues, and continues, although I think that she'll never find that something. Iruzuka Sensei acknowledges this, and that's why she tries to guide Arno. However, Iruzuka Sensei doesn't guide her students by giving any concrete answer, but rather by acknowledging their struggles and doubts, who they are and where they come from, not trying to change them or solve their problems for them, but giving them a little push. Be that little push meeting certain people or put them in a certain environment. After that, it's on the person to find the answers she's looking for. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I fucking love this woman, like, she's holding this society on her back. Like, seriously, why the fuck nobody has married her? What are the disadvantages? So yeah guys, no disadvantages at all, and later on I will talk about all the advantages. But for now, let's move on, and since we mentioned one of the sisters, let's talk about the other. In one of the interactions with Komachin, she tells him that it's a happy thing to have someone there to welcome you home, and we see that she's worried if her brother will leave home. But he reassures her that he'll be there as long as he can, which just makes her worry about his future instead. But because she has these worries, she asks if Yukino is okay, since she lives alone, and explains to Ikigaya that the ones who leave are not the only ones who feel lonely, but also the ones who get left behind. Finally, Ikigaya meets up with Yui, and they go to a Fire's Work festival, because Komachi insisted that Ikigaya went with Yui, since do you really think Higaya would hang out with Yui on his own free will? Come on. But yeah, while there, they encounter Haruno, who invites them to join her in the VIP area, which she had access to because she was a representative of her father. Yukino wasn't there due to her mother policy of only Haruno could attend social events like this one, to make clear that she is her father's successor. Speaking of their mother, Haruno describes her as someone with a strong personality and scary, even scarier than Yukino and Haruno. She's the type of person who will decide everything for you, and then try to make you fall in line. So Yukino and Haruno had no choice but try to compromise with her, which Yukino kinda lacks in that regard. Maybe that's one of the reasons that led her to decide to live alone. As previously stated by Yukino herself, her mother only sees her as Haruno's substitute. She wants to exercise her authority and control Yukino like she's some kind of puppet, or at least this is what Yukino thinks. If that's actually true, we don't know. Their mother may also be the reason that Haruno acted all flashy at school. She did it to forget the burden of not being able to escape from her mother's palm. The flashier, the more she could forget about it. In school, she didn't need to be the perfect one. She could do and go where she wanted. That's why Irutsuka Sensei was the one exhausted instead. Haruno used the time at school to cope with all the expectations placed on her to act as a successor of her father. It served as a pressure valve, letting some of her stress out so that she could withstand all the pressure placed on her. Later on, this valve became her beloved alcohol. Moving on, Yui mentions that Yukino wants to go to a national science university, to which Haruno responds, "It hasn't changed all this time. We always match," and she gets the hands me down. And although she says this with a nostalgic look and a kind tone, the way she said was kinda unsettling, and so Yui ends up asking if Haruno didn't get along with Yukino, to which she responds that, "Oh, of course we get along. I love Yukino-chan. She's my little sister. She always been chasing after me. How could she not be cute?" Which yeah, although it doesn't seem so, she loves Yukino, and thinks that it's kinda cute seeing her little sister following her. She's pleased to know that her little sister sees her as a model, as someone she admires and would like to be. However, you know when a kid starts imitating how you do, like, after a time it starts to get annoying, and so you try to make the kid stop, because the kid is making you aware of your every action, and you get this pressure to act perfectly and just can't relax. But more than all of this, precisely because she loves the sister, she worries about her. Even if it would be lonely after, when Yukino asked her father to live alone, Haruno was also relieved, since she thought that this meant that Yukino was trying to become independent and no longer chase after her. And perhaps it was also that, but it may also been to escape from the mother that she hated. When Haruno hears Yui's info that her sister is aiming for the science university, she realizes that Yukino still hasn't changed. This is what Haruno is worried about, since they always match and she gets her hands me down. If Yukino always copies Haruno, she won't get any credit for it. If she fails, she'll be regarded as a disappointment and inferior, and even if she manages to achieve what her older sister did, it will only be regarded by the others as, "That's what we expected from Haruno's sister." Yukino didn't have any chances to gain credit for her accomplishments to begin with. That's why Haruno wants Yukino to not follow her, and who thinks that she didn't, since then she could take the credit for it and be recognized as Yukino Shita, and not Haruno's sister. She knows that it's not good for Yukino to blindly follow someone else's steps, and so she tries to make her stop, even to the expense of Yukino not liking her, as we'll see. And now that I'm thinking, Yukino is kinda contradicting herself. She doesn't want her mother to dictate her life, but she lets Haruno's past actions dictate what she'll do. Anyway, Haruno also worries that Yui will end up like the others, saying good things about Yukino at first, but ending up being jealous of Yukino, rejecting and ostracizing her, although she hopes that's not the case, and that Yui is different. She also worries that Ikigaya and Yui will see Yukino in a different way now that they found out that she was in a car that ran over Ikigaya, assuring them that Yukino had nothing to do with it, and it wasn't her fault. Which yeah, it's kinda obvious that it wasn't her fault, but the problem is that she didn't say anything about it. But like, how would she say it? Like, yeah, so I was in a car that ran over you, so sorry I guess, even though it wasn't my fault, like, how would she say it? And it's also hard to find a moment to say it, as you explain, since, because of being through something similar, she understands the struggle. After the fireworks, they go home, and, in their way, Yui and Ikigaya talk for a bit. They talk about what they should do in regard to the revelation that Yukino was in the car that ran over Ikigaya. Ikigaya says that they should pretend they don't know anything about the incident or her family, that indifference is welcome in this case, since Yukino didn't want to touch those subjects. To which, Yui wonders if it's really the best to just not know. And again, Ikigaya says that ignorance is not necessarily a bad thing. The more you know, the more trouble comes along with it. Then, Yui's response to this really shows that she's essential to the group, that she's the one striving to deepen their bonds, the one taking their relationship seriously, the one not running away. She says that she would like to learn more about Yukino. She wants them, Yukino, Yui, Ikigaya, to learn more about each other and get closer. If Yukino is in trouble, she wants to help her out, and she also wants Ikigaya to help Yukino. To which, Ikigaya says that he doesn't think that's gonna happen. Yukino was not going to get in trouble, she wouldn't want help from him, and he wouldn't intrude on her wife. Yui tries to convince Ikigaya that despite what he's saying, in the end, he would help her. But, before they can finish talking, Yui has to go home, and so they part ways. After the camping trip, for the rest of the summer vacation, Ikigaya always had Yukino on his mind, even though he did not meet or talk to her once in that period. He realized that he didn't know Yukino Yukinoshita. Of course, he knew about her superficially, her name, her face, that she has good grades, etc. But that's about it. You can't claim you know someone based off so little. So then, he wondered, what does it take to be able to say that you know someone? During the vacation, he heard the opinions of the people he met about Yukino, and realized how everyone perceives her in different ways. Kawasaki sees Yukino as someone difficult to approach, her little brother sees Yukino as someone beautiful but scary, Zaimakusa thinks of Yukino as someone with no reservations about hurting him. Totsuka believes that she's dignified and a serious person. Iruzuka Sensei believes that she's a kind person and often righteous, but because the world is neither kind nor right, it must be a difficult place for her to live. Kamachi feels that she's a lonely person. Haruno feels sorry about her little sister. Yui liked her and wanted to overcome the distance that there was between them. And, as for Hachiman and Ikigaya, when he first met Yukino, he was impressed by her beauty. Furthermore, after just a few changes of words, he was already forcing his ideals onto her, and proclaiming that they had something in common. He, for example, saw in her lack of reservation when talking to others a confirmation of her absolute honesty, and when she asks him to act as her boyfriend for a day, he believes that she meant exactly what she said. He, who's always skeptical about everything, which just shows the trust that he has on her honesty. When he talked about Yui in the middle of her request, saying that she lacks the courage to risk loneliness in order to be herself. However, when she saw Yukino acting as if she was proud of being alone, she was moved, which means that Yui also has some doubts about her wife. Yes, he said also, which implies that he also has doubts about his current wife. That's why he's constantly acting on ways that contradict the image of Hachiman Ikigaya that he created for himself, since, in the end, that's just a defense mechanism that he created to maintain himself together. That's why he was moved when he saw Yukino, since in his eyes, she was what he was pretending to be all this time. But this was just his selfish and self-centered perception of her. As he said, "Sometimes I could indeed get a vague grasp of her actions and psychology underlying them, but that didn't mean I understood how she feels. It's just that we were in similar positions in similar environments, so that led me to make analogies. Those analogies are nothing more than offhand approximations. People only ever see what they want to see. I think I was owning on something familiar to me within her, the way she persists in her aloofness, in her own sense of justice, and doesn't lament about how misunderstood she is, or how she's given up on understanding others. She unquestionably had that perfect superhuman nature I was attempting to master. I don't feel any desire to know more about her. The Yukino Yukinoshita I have seen is always beautiful and honest, and never wise. Her brusque statements often say more than necessary. She has no one to rely on, and yet she continues to stand on her own 2 feet. The way she stood there, beautiful like frozen blue flames, so ephemeral, even tragic. That Yukino Yukinoshita was the one I admired. Summer holidays end and school starts. While going upstairs in his way to class, he encounters Yukino above him. She looks down to greet him, and he mentions that he's already used to have her look down on him, as if he always perceived Yukino to be above him, a crystallization of his admiration for her. Yukino asks if he met his sister, which he says yes, and, as she was trying to say something, Igai changes the subject, as if he didn't want to hear what she had to say, as if he didn't want to break the image that he had of Yukino. That's why he didn't desire to know more about her, as if he realized that once again, he got expectations, pushed his ideals on someone, watched on the idea that he understood someone, and then got disappointed all by himself. Even Yukino Yukinoshita wise, how could he not realize something so obvious? And so, to put to rest his ideals before he starts hating himself, he passes straight through Yukino, with an indifferent look on his face, while Yukino had a melancholic and frustrated look. As Ikigai said himself, an ideal is just an ideal, it's not reality, so it reeks falsehood. You can't fit people into a mold. Gods are the only ones you are allowed to expect perfection from. You can't expect anyone to meet your ideals. It's a spoiled and naive thing to do, both to yourself and to others. The only person you are ever allowed to be disappointed in is yourself. The only person you are ever allowed to hurt is yourself. Just hate yourself for failing to meet your ideals. The only one you can't forgive should be you. It's such an obvious thing, but he still can't accept it, and he hates himself for it. Yukino Yukinoshita is not always righteous. She decided to help Rumi for her own selfish reasons, since she saw herself in Rumi, and in the cultural festival, she will accept the request made to the service club, again, for a selfish reason, and that is shown in the way she goes about the request, not what might think was the right way to go about things. Yukino Yukinoshita is not always beautiful, dignified, able to stand on her own 2 feet. She holds resentment towards Haima, hate towards her mom. She has insecurities that girls on her age would have. She's not sure if she's doing the right thing, that's why she looks down when Haruno reminds her about her mom. She's unsure about what path to follow, what she should do with her own wife. That's why she relies on Haruno's past accomplishments as a compass, since, as shown, she doesn't have a sense of direction. She can't do everything on her own, as shown in the cultural festival when she gets sick. Yukino Yukinoshita is not always sincere and honest, as shown in the last interaction. Yukino can be those things at times, but she's also so much more. She can be clumsy, graceful, dumb, intelligent, cute, arrogant, revengeful, ironic, sarcastic, competitive, funny, kind, cold, perceptive, fearful, afraid, insecure, embarrassed, She has her own interests and things she's passionate about, her own struggles, problems, values. She acts differently and shows other sides of herself depending on who she's interacting with. She's just a normal girl you can find everywhere. Not a deity, but a human with her own set of flaws, emotions and beliefs. Moving on, once again there's an awkward atmosphere in the club, although this time it's because of the two persons that barely talk to each other, and when they do, it's to say mean stuff. This continues till they decide to suspend the club activities since the cultural festival is approaching, and Yui will have to help her quest, which will do a musical of Le Petit Prince, focused on comedy thanks to Tobe, instead of the original proposal of Hebina, which was straight up a BL parody. Like, putain, pourquoi je suis en train de dire BL et que tu prends sur la même phrase? Putain, comment j'aime les animations thaïlandaises, sérieusement. Aïe aïe aïe, putain de japonais. Anyways, Yukino will represent her class in the Cultural Festival Committee, which are the people who organize the event. And Ikigaya will also be part of that committee, because of the good old democracy of Irutsuka Sensei. However, she may have done this because she knows that Ikigaya found out about Yukino's involvement with the car accident, and that there's now a rift between them. So, she forced him to be on the planning committee as well, hoping that this may help them to make up. Since there's two representatives from each class, a boy and a girl, another person will join Ikigaya. The person in question is, of course, the best character of the series, loved by all fans, and the most interesting one, having really peculiar and wild hobbies. She says nothing in particular, and being blessed with top special skills that will make everyone jealous of her, such as nothing in particular. And just so that you know, even napping counts as a hobby and special skill. Yes, I know you're already jumping off your chair from excitement. Finally, she appears, the one and only one. What was her name again? Oh yeah, Minami Sagami. But yeah, seriously, she would be amazing in the current job market. She would just have to brand herself a little bit differently, like, instead of nothing in particular, putting just some soft skills like hardworking, good communication skills, teamworking, and anyways. Arriving at the committee, they have to elect the president. Yukino was asked to be, but she was hesitating, and when she was about to accept, Sagami volunteers, saying that this would help her personal growth. However, afterwards, she goes to a service club asking for help, because it turns out that she just wanted the title of Chair of the Cultural Festival, not the experience and knowledge that would come along with it. The strange thing is that Yukino accepts the request, that Yukino always believed in making people resolve their own problems, and just giving them a little push is accepting this request, in which the best would be to let Sagami resolve this on her own. Maybe it's because her sister was the president of the committee and she wanted to compete with her to prove herself, though she didn't want to be the president as not to give the impression that she was still following the steps of her sister. And so, the request of Sagami gave the perfect excuse to be directly involved in the head of the committee without being the president. It also may be because things have gotten awkward at the club. Yui asks if they wouldn't put on hold the club activities, and Yukino says that yes, and that's why she will be taking this request herself, and not as a club, since it's the most efficient way. Yui then gets angry and retorts, saying that maybe it's the most efficient way, but she doesn't think it's the right one. Yui is angry because 1. This isn't how Yukino would normally act, 2. Because she neither likes Sagami nor what she's doing, though she didn't want to tell Ikigaya this since she didn't want him to see her nasty side. However, she ends up doing so and explaining that they used to be on the same popular group in the first year, but in the second year, Miura showed up and Sagami wasn't included, and so she was demoted to the B group, and since then she resents Yui. Which yeah, I'm just gonna say it, girl, and I hate to say it, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just gonna put it blunt. Yeah, you fell off, plus literally, plus you're useless, plus you are a background character, plus you asked, plus you are a literal animal profile picture, plus Minami sent me on these nets, plus nothing in particular, plus don't care, plus didn't ask, plus you are a worthless bitch ass D plus GG, plus caught in 4K, plus Cole, plus Sid, plus at the committee, due to the amazing skill set of Sagami, Yukino is the one who ends up in charge of doing everything. Although even despite of the usefulness of Sagami, Yukino could just tell her what she needed to do and things would probably be okay, but she doesn't. In consequence to this, Sagami starts fucking off, saying that there's no problem, since Yukino is super reliable and she would just get in the way. And then, the menace herself arrives, role-playing as a shepherd and controlling Sagami like the sheep she is, making things even worse, and resulting in people skipping meetings, which leads to more people thinking that it's okay to skip meetings, creating this snowball effect. Now, with just a handful of members left, everyone has a bigger workload to compensate, especially Yukino. Hayama, seeing this, advises Yukino to change the way she's doing things, because sooner or later, things will start to fall apart, and with the amount of work she's doing, she would eventually burn out, which is true, she will burn out, and so she should rely more on others, since what matters is to have the work done. Thus, he volunteers to give Yukino a hand. Here is he again helping her. And yeah, this is a completely reasonable argument, but as Hikaya said, something doesn't feel right, because some people of the committee are not relying, but rather using people so that they can strike off, and this Hikaya can't stand. He can't stand when people who are putting in a diligent effort get the short end of the stick, when these people who are seriously tackling the matters at hand are stuck doing the dirty work. And this is one of the reasons for his later actions, and no, wanting to help Sagami was not one of them. Why would he want to save that bitch? Like, do you think he's some kind of Batman to save even the people he hates? Like, don't answer that and stop being cringe and step back to reality, because the reality that Hayama described became true and Yukino is sick, probably a burnout, since lately she was looking pale, most likely due to her lack of endurance. Hikaya tells Hayama that he should be the one visiting her, since it's best for her to get someone useful and considerate. Hayama responded that, going by Hikaya's rationale, if it shouldn't be the useful and considerate one to stay there. Then Hayama looked at him straight in the eye and said that, furthermore, he doesn't think he's incompetent. He has been doing the jobs of the entire miscellaneous section. Nobody can call him useless. With this, Hikaya ends up agreeing to be the one visiting Yukino, and tells Hayama that everyone needs him here. And Hayama says that he doesn't feel bad hearing that if he's being serious. He doesn't feel bad hearing that for someone you feel inferior to. He complimented Hikaya for his own sake, since he doesn't want to feel inferior to someone useless, without any redeeming qualities, because then, what would that say about himself? Thus, he elevates Hikaya in order to elevate himself. Moving on, Yui also end up coming along with Hikaya, and arriving at Yukino's apartment, they confirm that Yukino is already feeling better. Nevertheless, Yui is still mad about this because 1. Hikaya didn't help Yukino when she was in trouble as she told him to, and 2. Yukino put herself in this predicament and didn't seek help from them. Yui wasn't saying that Yukino should seek help and rely on others, on everyone, but in her and Hikaya, Yukino could and should ask for help to them in these kind of situations. Yukino doesn't reply immediately, but after a bit, she tells Yui that right now it might be difficult, but eventually she'll do that. Hearing what Yui just said, and seeing what happened to Yukino, Hikaya decides to do something about the situation in the committee. When he told Yukino that she's going about things the wrong way, she asked him if he knows the right way. And he responded that no, but the way she has been doing things, it is wrong. And we can see the frustration, the anguish, on Yukino's eyes when asking this. Again, she's not perfect, nor she's able to do everything on her own. However, even if Hikaya doesn't know the right way, he will at least show her his way. His opportunity arrived when they had to decide the slogan of the festival, and he proposes one and then proceeds to explain how it fits the current committee, where there are people who push their work on the others like him. Arno finds his proposal hilarious, but the others didn't like it at all, since this pretty much was an indirect to them. However, Arno also understood why Ikigai did this, since it made the rest of the committee hate him, and thus he became a clear enemy to unify the committee, and made them work to refute what he said. According to Arno, without the presence of a proper enemy, he will never grow. Conflict stimulates growth. Hearing this, Ikigai adds one thing with the other and arrives at the conclusion that maybe that's the reason she acts the way she does towards Yukino. And I agree with this. Arno acts like this because she worries about Yukino and wants what's best for her. Arno is constantly remembering Yukino of her mother's situation to make sure that she doesn't try to run away completely, with the hopes that eventually she'll face her mom. Arno is also always messing with her sister to make sure that Yukino doesn't blindly follow what she did, and actually thinks for herself and struggles along the way, tries to find her own answers. In this instance, if Arno didn't intervene, Yukino would just end up doing the work of the chair of the committee without much happening, as her sister did. But because she did intervene, other things till now happened, which allowed Yukino to open herself a little bit more to Yui and Ikigai. Arno saw the type of person that Sagami was, and the chance to generate some intrigue. She didn't know what would happen, but she envisioned the possibility of growth in Yukino, since she would have to deal with someone on which her idealistic methods wouldn't work on. It would also be a good chance to alleviate the awkward mood on the service club, which she was aware of. So, even if this could turn out bad, Irusuke-sensei has already provided a stage, so it was Arno's turn to give the play to our protagonists. But anyways, Ikigai did not do all of this for Arno, but for Yukino. He stood for her when nobody else had. As he said, he has shown her his way. And Yukino's reaction?
Hikigaya-kun. Kyakka.
Afterwards, Meguri, the school president who was also participating in this event, tells Ikigai with a disappointed look that she thought he was a more serious type, and Ikigai doesn't say a thing in response. Yukino asks him if he's okay with this, if he doesn't want to clear the misunderstanding. But he refuses to do so, since to him, it seems that the truth has come out. Hearing this, she says that he always makes excuses when it doesn't matter, but not when it does. She thinks that that's a little unfair, since it makes it so that no one else can make excuses either. However, to him, excuses are pointless. The more important something is, the more selfish people are with their decisions. Once you have come up with an answer, there's no reversing it. What's done, it's done. A broken egg can be unbroken. No matter what you say, you can't scrub out a bad impression. Even though the reverse is so simple. A single word from someone can ruin your perception of them, and a single act from you can create a bad impression. That's why excuses are meaningless. Even the excuse will damage your image. Yukino ends up agreeing that, yes, maybe that's true. Excuses are meaningless. So then, there's nothing for it but to ask the question again. This time, it's Ikigai who agrees, thinking with himself that there are no takebacks in life. When you get the wrong answer, you are bound to be stuck with it. If you are going to turn it around, you have to come up with a new answer. So, I would ask the question one more time. I would learn the right answers. After what Ikigai did, things started going smoothly, and Arno actually helped Yukino by doing some of the work of the committee and even criticized the cans who slacked off. She did this because even if she knew things could turn out bad, she still felt guilty, since Yukino's predicament was a direct consequence of her actions. So, because continuing her act would be pointless, since she saw that someone else was willing to help Yukino, and that things already turned out as she hoped, as to compensate for what she did, she decides to seriously help Yukino. Finally, the day of the festival arrived, and Yui and Ikigaya had a little time to talk. Yui says that after Ikigaya left Yukino's apartment, she stayed there. Ikigaya then asks if Yukino told her something, and Yui answers that no. She didn't tell her anything about what he and her wanted to know. But that's okay, because she decided to wait for her, because Yukino will probably try to talk and get closer. Although, she says that if waiting is never going to work on someone, then she's not going to wait. She'll be the one to make the first move. Oh, yep. Let's fucking go! As I'm talking about this woman. And she even was finally able to get Ikigaya to agree to go out with her somewhere, although Ikigaya is worried that she was able to do that, because, yet again, he was unable to distance himself from Yui. He's not as tense as your typical protagonist. He already realized what's happening. He's aware that he and Yui got closer, and is not so immature to deny that. He knows that he started to rely more on Yui. He started to ask her things that he could ask anyone, but he deliberately seeks out for her, and that's what makes him worry. He tries to restrain himself while distancing himself from Yui, because he knows that uncontrolled, unguided trust is dependence. This dependence for someone like him, who, his whole life was on his own, and had to deal with his problems all by himself, is uncomfortable. Moreover, he's also well aware that Yui's behavior wasn't out of kindness or thoughtfulness, but some other feeling, and that's why he couldn't clinch to Yui, or else he would be taking advantage of another person's weakness, another person's feelings. After this interaction with Yui, Ikigaya comes across Komachi, which is unable to process the information that his brother, Hachiman Ikigaya, is actually working like, what? No. And he also comes across Yukino, and they end up hanging out for a bit and checking if everything is alright with the other crisis events. We also got to see some cute moments from Yukino, like her going on a little ride with Ikigaya or oh my god, exactly how many is she gonna make me take? God! Oh my god, look at her, she's so cute, oh my god. God, look at sorry gentlemen, it appears that I may have lost my composure for a brief instance. But as they say, the human thinks with his minds. The medicine for the lower one is Admetides. For the upper one is the incessant search for knowledge. And for the middle one is... What is this? The concert of the band that Haruno volunteered to be in starts, and Yukino and Ikigaya are watching it. And then Yukino praises Haruno's performance, which surprised Ikigaya. But as Yukino explained, she thinks highly of her sister, since she once felt like she wanted to be like her. She uses the past tense, implying that it's no longer the case. Perhaps it was because of her recent interactions with Ikigaya and Yui. Or perhaps it was because she simply gave up and conformed to never being able to surpass her sister. Ikigaya, hearing this, simply says to Yukino that you don't have to, just stay like you are. Just like he said when they went to buy Yui a present, Yukino is as good as Haruno in a lot of regards, and even better in some other. But more than that, he is saying that she can stay the way she is, and not conform to what the others want her to be, what he wanted her to be. All was going smoothly till they realized that Sagami is missing, and needed her since she's the one who has the results of some pool they did that will be revealed in the ending ceremony.
被害。
さすがにそれは。
So again, Sagami is causing problems. The only thing she's competent at is being incompetent. Or, as an Asian parent would say, the only thing you are good at is being a disappointment. To deal with the situation at hand, Yukino proposes that Ikigaya go search for Sagami, while the rest gains time. More specifically, she asks Hayama's group to perform again, and also Haruno to do another performance. Although, she doesn't really ask Haruno, but rather orders her, saying that she should obey her since she's the one at the command of the committee. Haruno just laughs at it, saying that, oh yeah, what you gonna do? What you gonna do if I refuse, huh? What you gonna do if I refuse, huh? Little bitch, huh? Is there some kind of punishment, huh? She was ridiculing Yukinoshita's righteousness, calling it a childish morality that never works in the real world. Haruno was being completely realistic, which was exactly why you couldn't argue with her. Yukinoshita was talking about how things should be, based on principles, a best case scenario. It was fair to describe her argument as idealistic. When it came right down to it, that wouldn't mesh with Haruno's realistic approach. Thus, Ikigaya, having realized this, was about to help Yukino, but she sensed this and quietly restrained him with her hand. Then she turned her head slightly and smiled gently. With that one expression, she told him that it was okay. She could be strong. She turned back to Haruno and spoke again, with more force. No, there will be no penalty, but if you accept, I will owe you a favor. Bitch. And Haruno is a little bit happy about this response, because it shows that Yukino is growing, trying to take matters onto her own hands, and abandoning a idealistic view on how things should be, and instead be more realistic. With this, Haruno agrees to help out, and alongside her, Yukino, Meguri, and Hirusuke Seisei will also play in the band, and Yukino also asks Yui to play with them, which makes her happy, since Yukino is relying on her, and Yukino also says to Yui that if she's in trouble, she can also rely on her. With this, it's now up to Ikigaya to find Sagami. He dissects her motives like a Cherokee Holmes, but basically, it can be boiled down to her wanting attention. That's all. Anyways, to narrow down the places he calls for help, and kinda ironic that the person he doesn't want to be associated with and is constantly shitting on is the owner of the most recent number in his call history. That person is of course Zaimekusa, and they narrow down to two possible places, and each one goes for one place. In his way, he finds Kawasaki, which gets a little scared of him, because she thinks he's mad, but then when he explains that he's just in a hurry, she tells him how to get to the place he wants to go. Ikigaya thanks her by saying, "Thanks, love ya Kawasaki," and then we just hear Arriving at the rooftop, there she is. Which yeah, for someone who wanted to hide and stay low, she's quite in a high place, huh? Ikigaya tries to convince her to come back and do her fucking job, but she's not cooperating, and although he knows what someone like her, craving for attention, wants to hear in a situation like this, he is meticulously avoiding saying it. However, the fact that she knows that the ending ceremony already started, and her obnoxious responses are pissing him off, till Sagami says that he should just take the results, if that was the problem, which is similar to what Ikigaya suggested to Yukino initially, but Ikigaya decides to not accept Sagami's suggestion. The reason behind that is the request that Yukinoshita and the service club had accepted was to support Sagami in her job as a committee chair. In other words, it was to ensure that Miname Sagami fulfilled her obligations. If not for that request, I wouldn't be there right now, and Yukinoshita wouldn't have become the vice chair either. To abandon the request would be to deny all that Yukinoshita had done. Thus, he starts to think on how he could bring Sagami to the stage, but then Haima and two friends of Sagami arrive. In contrary to what Ikigaya did, they say what Sagami wanted to hear, that everyone is waiting for her, that they are worried about her, that she is needed, but even this isn't enough. Now that Sagami heard that, she also wanted to feel better with herself and remove the guilt that she had, and so she starts to insult herself in order to them to say, oh no, you and yada 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 of all that bullshit. But before that can happen, Ikai just says, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, yes! You really are. You are doing all of this for attention, aren't you? You just want someone to tell you, oh no, that's not true, don't you? No wonder no one treats you, someone like you, as a committee chair. You really are garbage. What are you talking about? I'm sure they all figured out. Since I don't even know you and I can tell. Don't act like I'm anything like you. You are just like me, Frufru. You are the scum of the scum. If scum had a profile picture, it would be you. We live together in the lowest tier. Think, Sagami, think. I don't give a slightest damn about you, and yet I am the one who found you first. Which means nobody was really looking for you in earnest. You get it, don't you? You really are a worthless
bitch ass nigga. Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant. I'm just gonna stump you. You're gonna keep coming back. I'm gonna seal up all my cracks. You're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup. You worthless bitch ass nigga. You're gonna stay on my dick until you die. Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now and give somebody else a piece of that oxygen and ozone layer that's covered up so that we can breathe inside this blue trap bubble. Because what are you here for? To worship me? Kill yourself. I mean that 100%, 1,000%. I've never seen somebody so worthless in my life. I dead ass. I've not seen such a more worthless nigga. Nigga, let's do you a favor. Let's go to the 99-cent store. Let's pick out a rope together. I'm gonna give you an assisted suicide. Let's pick out a rope together, right?
Haima knows what Ikigai is doing, and is mad because, unlike him, Ikigai isn't afraid to do things like this in order to solve a problem. He's angry with himself for not being able to do something before it arrived at this point, and angry with Ikigai for doing things like this. But, once again, Ikigai arrived at the desired result through his methods, because as long as the job gets done, that's what matters. Now that he did this, the attention would be shifted from what Sagami did to what Ikigai said, and to console Sagami. And so she would get her attention and get to be the victim, and thus she was okay to go to do what she was supposed to. Just like Yukino, Ikigai may also have begun to realize new things and slightly shift his perspective due to his recent experiences, but he hasn't fundamentally changed, and doesn't want to, because I hate it when people call something growth when it's just a minor shift or compromise to end the discussion. I hate it when at the end of the road people give up and then pass that off as becoming an adult. No one's going to change dramatically overnight or in just a few months. People aren't transformers. If you could just become the kind of person you wanted to be, I wouldn't be like this. Changing yourself and changing others, having change and having to change. It's all lies. How could you so easily accept the way you are now is wrong? Why would you reject the person you used to be? How come you can just accept who you are now? How can you believe in someone you haven't even become yet? If I can't be okay with the disgusting person I used to be, and the person I am now at the rock bottom, then when the hell can I accept anyone? Can you even accept the person you are going to be when you have both rejected who you are now and who you have been all your life? Don't expect to mature just by throwing your past away and overwriting everything about yourself. Don't you dare call it growth when you just make it all about the title, crowing over a little recognition, getting drunk on your status, crying about how important you are within the shackles of rules you created yourself, all the while oblivious to the world until someone teaches you about it. Why can't you just say that you don't have to change, that you are fine as you are? Look, it's easy. A world where no one gets hurt is complete. Haima was probably right, and his way of doing things was wrong. But right now, this is all I can do. but I think that even I will change someday. I'm sure it's inevitable. Something will change me, no matter what I want. The way others see me, and understand, and appraise me is sure to change. If everything is in constant flux, and the world is always changing, then the world around me, my environment, the standards of judgment themselves will distort in something with it, changing the way I am along with it. So that's why I don't change. He stays on a rooftop for a bit and then goes towards the gym to know how things had gone. He enters the gym and sees a and thinks to himself, I am not on that radiant stage. I can't join in without the jumping. I'm alone at the very back, just watching, but I know I won't forget. He's used to, comfortable to, fine with contemplating things by the sidelines. That's good enough for him. This vision is a crystallization of all that happened till this point was for, and he won't be able to forget it, even if he's not in it. After all is over, Yukino comes to Ikigaya and says that he saved Sagami, since she wouldn't have gotten away with abandoning her responsibilities and running off like that if it wasn't for what he did. Ikigaya says that he didn't do what he did with the intention of saving her, and even if things ended up that way, he doesn't think his actions should be approved or admired, but rather decried and denounced. As it was already seen in Rumi's case, he's not doing things to be approved or gain sympathy from others. That's why he was glad that Haima stopped him on a rooftop in disapproval of what he was doing. Then Hiroshika Sensei arrives, and although she acknowledges the importance that his actions had, she can't commend himself for it. She explains that helping someone is not an excuse for him to hurt himself. Even if he's used to it, he has to realize that now there are some people who will find painful to watch him get hurt. Ikigaya himself doesn't mind, since it always has been like that, and so it's not that he doesn't get hurt, but rather that he learned how to deal with it. Like when Yukino later on asked how it is to have those co-waiting him, and he jokingly responds that it's good to finally having people recognizing him. Again, these self-deprecating jokes are just a way to normalize the situation and make the problem no longer be a problem. They are a mechanism of self-defense in order to prevent his spirit to break. But even if he doesn't mind, there are people who are close to him who don't like seeing him like that. It hurts seeing a person you care about being in such situations. As he last job, Ikigaya has to do a final report, and to do so he searches for a quiet place where he can concentrate, which leads him to the service club. There he finds Yukino, who had a similar line of thought to where she should do her career path survey. However, as Ikigaya remarks, even though he and Yukino had a similar line of thought, even though they were both alone, they were nothing alike, or else the anime would look more like This, according to him, is the reason that their conversations always felt so refreshing and comfortable. And yeah, sometimes it's good to have someone similar to you to talk to, but there are also times that it's good to talk to someone that is not like you at all. In case of Yukino, talking to someone in a similar environment either leads to formalities and barriers or to a worship of her, and talking to someone with a similar personality like Miura leads to conflict and salt. In Ikigaya's case, he makes sure to let everyone know how much he loves to talk to Saimakusa. So yeah, this, combined with all the emotion of the festival, makes him derive a new answers to the question he has been asking over and over again. That he and Yukino could be friends. I'm sorry, it's impossible. I didn't even finish saying it. Didn't I say it before? You and I are never going to be friends. Is that right? It is. I never lie. And this is where Ikigaya sees his opportunity. Finally, he could make up for forcing his ideals onto Yukino. Finally, he could resolve what happened right before the festival. He tells Yukino that she too could lie if she wanted, that it was no big deal, saying that you don't know something when you actually do. What's weird is forcing it out of you. Ikigaya let go of his ideals, or at least stopped forcing them on Yukino and told her that. But even so, she was not the only one he was forcing expectations in, expecting them to behave according to a role such as a kind girl or a good guy. Yukino answered Ikigaya by simply saying that she didn't lie, she didn't know him, but now she does. In the comic, there's an extra little dialogue on Ikigaya and Yukino's first interaction, in which Ikigaya tells Yukino that the motive he has no friends is because he has been in an accident, being run over by a limo to save a dog. And hearing this, Yukino mutters, "A limo?" Here she's asking, which means she, till this point, didn't know Ikigaya, which makes sense, since she probably stayed in the car the entire time till the ambulance came. And even if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to take a good look at his face, and after that, her parents took care of everything. Though she was probably able to see the idiot on pajamas who let their dog run away. What I'm trying to say is that, till this point, she didn't know him, but after hearing his story, it became obvious to her that he was the person who suffered that accident. When Yukino is able to recognize Yui, he asks her if she knows everyone in this school, which she says that no, she didn't know him. But yeah, technically speaking, she didn't know him. As Yukino said, it was only after interacting with him for 6 months that she can say that she knows him, not recognizing, but knowing him. Not a stranger that she recognizes the face of, but someone closer than that. Perhaps that's why she was able to immediately decline Ikigai's question, without him even having to finish the sentence, since she may have been thinking on the same thing. Suddenly, the words of the fox crossed my mind. Words are the source of misunderstandings. That's exactly right. Misunderstandings can't be undone. There are no takebacks in life, and when you get the answers wrong, you are stuck with the consequences. So that's why you tirelessly ask the questions over again, so you can discover newer, more correct answers. Yukinoshita and I hadn't known each other. What does it take to be able to say that you know someone? I hadn't understood that. Even though, if I had just looked at us both, I would have gotten it. What's essential is invisible to the eye, because without even realizing it, your eyes have shifted. We had finally come to know each other over the course of nearly 6 months. Our characters' portraits were just names and fragments of impressions, pieced together into a mosaic of false perceptions. I'm sure our impressions didn't reflect the truth, but, well, for now, that was fine. Even though The Little Prince may have seemed just some simple reference at first, it actually has relevance for this series and can be related to it. Every piece of literature that has directly appeared on the series gives a useful insight to understand it, and the one from The Little Prince is particularly important since it will be a core theme from now on, which is that on ne voit bien que avec le cœur, l'essentiel est invisible pour les yeux. We only see well with the heart, the essential is invisible to the eye. Ladies and gentlemen of the Service Club, your new club activity will consist of consulting problems through mail. We'll dub it the Chiba Prefecture Problem E-Consultation. not a good name. I would like all of you to make an effort to solve any problem that presents itself. Service Club Advisor, Hirusuka Shizuka. Yes, now the Service Club will also be solving problems through emails. Yui and Yukino are quite surprised by how eloquently and formal Hirusuka Sensei's email is, in contrast to how she normally speaks. But Ikigaya explains that she's usually like this through email. To which Yukino and Yui are like, what? You have been exchanging long emails with Hirusuka Sensei? Which I mean, my my guy has just been making his moves, like why put your eggs into multiple baskets when you can just put all of them into this huge cake, like anyways, they start to receiving emails, and normally you put a made up name or something to maintain anonymity, but then they receive an email from Yumiko, which simply states, Sagami is like annoying. It's not even a curveball, just thrown a 150 kilometers per hour fastball right on the middle of the strike zone, just like straight to the points. I swear to God, the more I read, the more I'm starting to love Miura, and she complements it by writing, it's like she's depressed, or like she's so gloomy that the mood gets crappy. Annoying. Miura doesn't like this fucking yari melodrama. She doesn't like actions that are unclear, uncertain. Like if you have anything to say, just say it right away. Say it directly to my face, bitch. It's fucking annoying when people are grumping all day and decide to ruin everyone else's days. So yeah, no shit Miura is pissed off. And something similar happened in the past, when Yui went to talk to Miura and wasn't being able to talk, just and Miura was getting more and more pissed off, like, just say it, goddammit, I won't gonna beat your ass, damn! Hello? When Yui was able to express her desires properly, Miura let her do what she wanted, and still stayed friends with her, and let her be in the group, which normally wouldn't happen in this kind of groups, or with people in Miura's position, which would say, oh, so you think it's better to be with them? So yeah, although it doesn't seem, Miura is kind of a good person. Moving on, they receive another email, which is about the sports festival, and Meguri mentions that they still don't have someone to be the chair of the committee of the sports festival. Yukino, hearing this, has an idea, which will not kill two, but three birds in one stone. She has the brilliant idea to indicate Sagami, because 1. She could compensate for what happened last time and actually let Sagami be the chair of the committee. 2. It would resolve Meguri's request. 3. It would resolve Miura's request, since if this went well, it would boost Sagami's confidence and she would stop acting all depressed. But there may be another motive. When the topic of the gossips that have been circulating around about Ikigai is brought up, Yukino says that to solve this, but before she can finish, Ikigai says that she doesn't have to worry about that, since it will stop eventually, that it's harmless. But Yukino disagrees, saying that it's not harmless. Later on, when Meguri arrives, tells her request, and then Yukino explains her reason to accept the request, Ikigai asks her if she would go that far for Class F, and Yukino answers that yes, she would, but is it for Class F or for one person in specific? The other motive of Yukino, and most likely the main one, is to stop the rumors circulating about Ikigai. Why? As Irusuke Sensei said, there are people who are hurt by seeing him being hurt. Why does Yukino care? As she said, in the past 6 months, she got to know Ikigai and he also stood for her and defended her, so she also wants to help him. But hey, this is a talk for later on. Getting back on track, to the surprise of Yukino, Ikigai expresses his worries about this, since if he are said it will end up like last time, and she'll work to exhaustion again. To put rest to Ikigai's worries, Yui says that she will be with Yukino, which indeed puts Ikigai at ease, since with Yui there, Yukino wouldn't be able to overwork herself. Well, in regards to how things went, with Hayama's help, they were able to make Sagami accept the role, and although Sagami is like Sagami, as Ikigai explained, no matter how many hopeless people there were, as long as they desired to be helped, we would extend our hands towards them. That was Yukino's thoughts on the principle behind the service club. As long as they so desired to be helped, we would have to find a way to help them. So, despite Sagami being Sagami, this time Yukino actually helped her, and let her be the one in charge and resolve the problems that arise, or in giving a helping hand when needed. Things didn't go smoothly per se. There were people who directly opposed the direction of the sports festival committee, and Sagami, such as her two friends, and even though she was actually trying to do her job this time, she wouldn't be taken seriously because of her performance in the cultural festival. Sagami also started being ignored by people and having gossips about her behind her back. Because of this, she became demoralized, and when she was about to give up, Yukino tried to convince her with her idealistic methods. However, Hikage realized that this wouldn't work, and thus used his to make Sagami not give up. However, in the end, Yukino has read Hikage's end from the very beginning, since at this point, she knows him well enough, and only went about things as she did because she knew Hikage would stop her and do his thing. Nevertheless, things still weren't going well, and despite Sagami's best efforts and Hikage and Yukino's plan, she was still ostracized by the others, and as things arrived at a breaking point, Hikage attempted to resolve things by using rational arguments, but then... Shut up. Just stop talking. You are always like this, just who the hell do you think you are? Yukino also tries to intervene, but again, shut up! You guys are deciding everything by yourselves, and no one is listening to what I'm trying to say. Just who the hell do you think you are? Acting like you understand everything. I'm doing a proper job, okay? I have been trying to do my best this time. Why don't you get that? I have apologized. I have thought over what I did. That's why I wanted to do it right this time. That's why... She was a mess, and thus, Irusuke-sensei asks Meguri to take her out to calm down. After this, the opposition capitulated and the rest of the event went smoothly. It was so simple, and Hikage never realized. This problem originated with an emotion-based argument in the first place. So then only an emotional argument could turn it around. It's so trivial and so dumb. He wonders if that's why he never figured out something so simple. He always considered the rational part of people's behavior, in terms of gain and loss, using analogies with his own experiences to derive an answer, used logical thinking to think logically. However, people's behavior most of the time doesn't have a logical basis, but an emotional one, and is that emotions that he fails to consider in the equation and will continue to do so. That's why he failed to consider what Irusuke-sensei told him, and why Yukino and Yui will oppose his methods from now on. Things went smoothly afterwards. Sagami even swallowed her pride and asked for Miura's help, and after the sports festival was over, when announcing that the last game where Hikage cheated didn't count, she didn't put the blame on him, which she totally could since he was at fault, but instead said that both teams engaged in dangerous plays. Oh, and if you wondered why the fuck they were using those fake cosplays, to get ideas for the sports festival, they had to outsource the worst duo possible. So, Hikage, let me get this straight. What you are saying is that I get to choose what we're gonna do, right? But now that I'm thinking, there are more scary duels, like when Haruno and Yukino of all people teamed up. For what reason? To make fun of Hikage, of course. But an even more scary duel is Haruno and Komachi. Hikage and Yukino sweat up a bit hearing this, like whew. Anyways, what didn't go smoothly at all was Hikage's situation after what he did during the cultural festival, which resulted in him being hated and even people trying to bully him by putting trash in his shoe rack. Though, he quickly resolved the situation by putting the trash in Tobi's shoe rack, which made Tobi make a fuss about it, and so whoever did that wouldn't try to do it again. In class, aside from the looks and giggles, people started making jokes about him, but after a time, Haima said that they were overusing the joke, and they stopped. Things were also a lot less intense because the creators of the rumors stopped spreading them, since Sagami's situation was resolved in the sports festival, which only happened because of Yukino accepting Meguri's request. But even so, it's not easy for Hikage.
Hello. I just wanted to tell you that you're doing...
You had to motivate yourself now, or else it would break a little. He even cried a little in bed at night. So yeah, even though he has a resistance of a diamond, diamond is not unbreakable. even went to the point of writing an essay on how the hatred directed towards him makes him a god. Things stayed like this for a while till the date of the field trip to Kyoto was close. While in the club, Yukino, Yui and Ikigaya were talking about what they will do in said trip to Kyoto, and then Ikigaya reminds me why he's such a good character. He just straight up says that if you were to watch the Rock Garden, which is a place for relaxation and contemplations, with a crowd of wild high school kids in the background, you might as well blow some kids' minds with your sick rock tricks, if you know what I mean. While in such a lively conversation, they were interrupted by Haima's group, which has a request for them. More specifically, Toby has a request for them. However, he doesn't know what to talk about it with Ikigaya in the room, to which Ikigaya says, "Understandable, have a nice day." But, as he was leaving, Yukino just says to Haima's group that they could fuck off, because she wasn't willing to listen to such disrespectful people. That right there, that's my girl, that's what I'm talking about. Toby decides to comply and says his request with Ikigaya in the room, since Ikigaya already knew it about it anyways. His request was that he decided to confess to Ebina on the upcoming field trip, and wanted the service club to help him in that regard. At first, neither Yukino nor Ikigaya wanted to help, since there wasn't much they could do, aside from being chandeliers. Chandeliers, what a fucking fancy word. But anyways, Yui was excited about this, and after she implored to Yukino, she capitulated, which let Ikigaya alone, and so he also agreed to help, which just shows how soft Yukino became on Yui, and softer in general, probably because of Yui, since now Yukino had someone she could talk to without needing her sharp tongue to act as a self-defense mechanism. So this change wasn't a bad thing. Matter of fact, it was a good sign. Finally, Yukino has someone she could open to and talk, which evidenced in her being softer than before. Although, Ikigaya would prefer that the gentle moments that Yukino started to show now would be more predictable, or else his heart won't resist. Besides, after so long, he has been conditioned to hear Yukino's sharp tongue, so he wouldn't mind if she used it from time to time. Wait a minute, oh my god, Yukino turned Ikigaya into a fucking masochist.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man, what the fuck?
Another person that helped in this was Iruzuka Sensei, since she was the one who put her in a service club, is always keeping an eye on her, and is willing to scold her when necessary. And Yukino doesn't mind that she does so, since no one ever took the time to scold her or anything like that, which is kind of a sad reason. Iruzuka Sensei hearing this says that a lecture isn't a bad thing. It means that someone is paying attention to you, so she tells Yukino that she could make all the mistakes that she liked, because she was paying attention to her. Really heartwarming. Though Iruzuka Sensei's actions before saying that were questionable to say the least. Basically, she was caught sneaking out to eat some ramen, and bribed Yukino and Ikigaya's silence by paying them a meal. But who cares about that when she's bawling this much? Like, Your Honor, bribery? Who would resist this woman's wrist? But I digress. The field trip began, and they were in Kyoto, a place with a rich history, full of beautiful scenery, and a shit ton of tourists, like a disgusting amount of them. But hey, at least the majority of them are Chinese. Because oh my god, imagine if they were British.
British?
Like the place would be filled with middle-aged men without shirts on, sunburned, with a beer on their hand, completely shit-faced, like thank god. But anyways, the service club assisted Toby in their capacity, putting him close to Ebina and giving him advices when needed. However, they found opposition to Toby's confession from the people who feared that the group's relationship wouldn't be the same after. One of these people was Ebina herself, that already figured out what was happening, and even before the trip began, asked Ikigaya to help her out. Besides the reason already stated, she also didn't want to date someone, not because she didn't like them, but rather because She doesn't think she deserves to be in a relationship because of being rotten on the inside. We get some hints on why she thinks this when her and Ikigai were walking in the crowd, and Ikigai notes that just like him, Hebina also has the habit to automatically avoid people, indicating that at some point she was also a loner. Furthermore, when taking group pictures, he also notes that Hebina has the exact same expression in all of them, probably because she was forcing the expression, and to be the exact same in all of them means that she already got used to wearing a facade. Finally, from Hebina herself, she states that if she knew that the relationship would break eventually, she would just break it herself with her own hands. Probably in the past, perhaps because of her, a group she was in broke, leaving her alone. Most likely, it also didn't break in the most beautiful way. That's why, in the camping trip, she warns Haima that girls are way scarier than it thinks. For that not to happen again, she built a facade, not letting anyone get too close to her. That's why, for example, she advertises her interests so openly, since that serves to push guys away. By doing this, she was able to be in the group she is today, and you know, I'm happy with the way I am now, and how things are going in my life. It's been a long time since things have been like this, so I don't really want to lose it. I enjoy where I am, and who I am with. And it's because of this, despite her being rotten on the inside, and still having all of this, because of her not wanting to lose this. But if things went to a critical point, she knows that she would choose to break it herself instead. She would give up on it and throw it away, rather than making the many sacrifices needed to protect it. Because, despite of her playing pretending, things aren't much different from the past. And it's because of all this that that's why I hate myself. Basically, imposter syndrome. Her current relations were built upon lies, about deceiving others with her facade of self, by showing herself as someone she is not. Thus, she feels unworthy of what she has. Thus, she hates herself. Another person that opposed Tobi's confession was Miura. Even though she didn't know exactly what they were doing, she knew that they were up to something, and it had to do with Hebina. It doesn't seem so, but Miura is quite insightful when it comes to these kind of things. She describes Hebina as the opposite of Yui. While Yui can tell how people are feeling and goes along with everyone else, Hebina, in the other hand, goes along with things by ignoring the mood. Hebina maintained an appropriate distance from others by acting out that character and making others go along with it. She wasn't naturally a weirdo. She was only encouraging others to treat her like a weirdo. And because Miura is aware of this, she knows how dangerous this kind of thing is, since in the past she tried to push Hebina to go out with someone, because she thought that Hebina was just shy. But then Hebina said to her, "Oh, then I'm done." She was smiling like I was a total stranger. Like, that feeling when you snap and just say fuck it, I don't care anymore, and this cold emptiness fills you up, letting you in a state of acceptance and resignation. So yeah, Miura believes that Hebina is not comfortable with this kind of stuff, and she's having fun doing stupid stuff with her group, but if Hebina were to leave, things might not ever be the same, and so she asks Kikyo to stop whatever they are doing. The other person that opposed was Haima, and he not only opposed, but was actively getting in their way, and so Ikigai went to confront him about it. The reason was the same as the others, but then Ikigai points out that if all that it takes to break their group and destroy their relationships is Tobi confessing, maybe that was all they ever were. Haima doesn't deny this, but even so he knows that what's gone won't come back, and so he doesn't want to take that risk. Even conjectures the possibility of them getting through the confession of Tobi like nothing happened, since he isn't enough at managing these sort of things, but is objected right away by Ikigai, who tells him that's not possible. He explains what would happen after Tobi's confession, that you could be talking as usual one day, but then suddenly there's a distance between you, and after that you stop talking. The messages you have been exchanging so frequently then stop, and that's if things go relatively well. both of you will smile stiffly at each other, reassuring yourself that no, you're not butthurt, you are behaving like a friend should, but still, you won't be able to erase the awareness in the corner of your mind that holds you back and makes you act more distant, and though neither of you is really to blame, that's the end of it. Jaime himself recognizes this, and that's why he didn't try to do what he proposed, and that's why Ikigai thinks their relationship is shallow, since if it was genuine, it wouldn't break for something like this, and thus he calls Jaime weird for wanting to enjoy those shallow relationships. Jaime says that, yeah, maybe he's weird for wanting that, but he doesn't think their relationships is shallow, and so do I. As Ikigai said before, there's value in doing things all on your own, but I think there's also value in just hanging out and being friends with someone without having to share your personal life. Sometimes you just want to have fun, you don't want to talk about yourself, and so you find comfort in that kind of relations, and if they are superficial, so what? That doesn't mean they are not taking it seriously, because if they weren't, they wouldn't be so aware of what the others feel or want. So yeah, although they were shallow in the sense that they were superficial, they are taking their relationship seriously. But Ikigai objects again by asking what will happen to Toby, since he's also pretty serious about this. He was seriously trying to approach Ebina on his own. He thanked Ikigai for the help he has been giving him, for being serious about it and acting concerned for him, since his other two friends were cheering, but he feels that it kinda was just for the laughs. And Jaime doesn't come off of the type who has those problems. He also realized that Ebina is not the kind of person she comes off as, and he likes that part of her and gets embarrassed while talking about what he likes about her. When Ikigai asked him what he will do if he was rejected, he said that he would keep trying. He acknowledges that he's not a really serious guy, that he only had no serious relationships, but this time he was serious. Jaime says that he told Toby over and over to give it up, because he doesn't think she'll open up to him the way he is now. That sometimes it's more important not to lose something than it is to gain something else. To which Ikigai again objects by saying that's just a selfish excuse, that's just what he wants, and Jaime ends up agreeing that yeah, that's just him being selfish. In the end, Ikigai couldn't understand what Jaime was trying to protect, since, according to himself, till this point on his life, he went about relations as follows. The world spun as usual that day, even without me. It felt so real then, the way the world kept going round despite Hachiman's Ikigai's absence. That knowledge is a quite relief to me. Isn't it terrifying, the idea of something irreplaceable, knowing if that thing disappeared, it could never be undone, you could never fail, you will never get it back again. That's why I'm somewhat partial to the relationships I'm building now, the kind that barely even qualifies in the first place. If something were to happen, I could cut them off easily, and nobody would get hurt. However, even with all of these objections, and Ikigai not understanding what Jaime was trying to protect, there was one thing that Ikigai could understand and couldn't deny. Jaime's desire for things not to change. Ikigai, being who he is, believes that it's fine if the right choice is to hold back. It's fine to stay complacent forever. Hayato Jaime will not stand by and let people get hurt. The reason he can't do anything is because he knows someone will be hurt. If that line were to be crossed, the pain would come, and something would break, and so he cannot choose. He has so many things, and every single one of them is important to him. The more talented and kind someone is, the more constrained they are in life. Someone's always relying on them. They have to live up to those expectations, and before long, the whole dynamic gets normalized. He was a good guy, but his kindness meant he couldn't prioritize anyone or anything over anything else. Everything was important to him. That suddenly seemed to Ikigai a terrible thing. Jaime Hayato can choose, because he has so many things, and every single one of them is important to him. Ikigai Hachiman cannot choose, because he never had a choice in the first place. He can only do one thing. The irony, only his and Jaime's conclusion of "I can choose" coincide, while everything else is different. There are two types of selfless persons. One has everyone wills and expectations placed on him, leaving no place for self to act, while the other, even if nobody expects nothing from him, goes out of his way to act on behalf of others. One does willingly, the other does not. One still has a self who can decide who to help, one does not. That's why Jaime is frustrated. Once again, his everyone's Jaime was getting on the way of what he wanted to do. Once again, he had to depend on a person which his methods he didn't approve. Even so, he had no choice. Despite knowing that the person would do whatever necessary to achieve the result intended, he once again felt powerless because of his inability to act when he desires to do so, and feels inferior to the one who is able to do so. Even so, Ikai is not much better. If we revisit this dialogue, but this time having in mind what happened and what will happen to Ikigaya after he does said thing, more specifically, let's look at the objections that Ikai raised against Jaime. But is objected right away by Ikigaya, who tells him that's not possible. He explains what would happen after Tobi's confession, that he could be talking as usual one day, but then suddenly there's a distance between you. Both of you will smile stiffly at each other, reassuring yourself that, no, you're not Baltrud, you are behaving like a friend should, but still, you won't be able to erase the awareness in the corner of your mind that holds you back and makes you act more distant. And though neither of you is really to blame, that's the end of it. I hope you realize that this is exactly how Ikai behaved in Yui and Yukino's misunderstandings, and will behave after he does what he will do. He tries to act as he normally does. He goes out of his way to say hi to Yui and Yukino, as if nothing happened. He still goes to the club. He convinces himself that he's not bothered by what happened, when he clearly is. Ikai points out that he thought that it takes to break their group and destroy their relationships is Tobi confessing. Maybe it was all they ever were. But Ikai objects again by asking what will happen to Tobi, since he's also pretty serious about this. To which Ikai again objects by saying that's just a selfish excuse, that's just what he wants, and Jaime ends up agreeing that yeah, that's just him being selfish. He says that if that's enough to destroy those relationships, then that's all they ever were, and that Jaime ignoring Tobi's wants in order to maintain things as they were is just him being selfish. But later on, when the service club relationship sours and Yukino candidates herself for presidency, he's against it and tries to stop her, even if that's what Yukino wants. He opposes and he admits that's him being selfish, that's him wanting to preserve the ambience of the service club that he grown to enjoy over time. That's why Ikai thinks the relationships is shallow, since if it was genuine, it wouldn't break for something like this, and thus he calls Jaime weird for wanting to enjoy those shallow relationships. He denounces Jaime for enjoying this kind of shallow relations by calling him weird, but he, without noticing, started finding comfort in the service club, enjoying being there, and ending up in a situation like Jaime. He raises all these objections against Jaime, but he also is and will be guilty of them. He's a hypocrite, and this hypocrisy is born from him lying to himself, from him not admitting that he has grown fond of the service club. He says that he likes how he is honest towards people he doesn't care about, but what about the people he does? What about the service club that he cherishes so much, and the club members that he cares about? As he said, in a changing world, some relationships have to change too, and I am sure some things will break and can't be unbroken. That's why everyone lies. That's why he lies. Hence why, after all these objections, when Jaime asks what he will do, he says that my stories really don't matter, and they are totally pointless, so I don't want to talk about it. The Ikigaya, that is always telling his past traumas and stories, refuses to do so. Maybe because he knows that he wouldn't do so differently, and that's why he objects and corners Haima so much, to see if the apparently perfect Haima could arrive at a different answer. But that does not happen. And so, after confirming what Haima wants, he arrives at a solution that would resolve the clash of interests and satisfy the parties involved. Tobe wants to know Hebina's feelings, and Haima, Miura, and Hebina didn't want things to change. Ah man, if only someone could help us out with this. Perhaps by making Tobe hear Hebina's feelings without confessing.
ならやっぱ方法は一つしかねえじゃねえか。俺さ、ずっと前から好きでした。俺と付き合ってください。行こうぞ。
ごめんなさい。今は誰とも付き合う気がないの。誰に告白されても付き合う気はないよ。話終わりなら私もう行くね。
だとよ。
引谷君、それはないでしょう。
However, in doing this, he's being a hypocrite, since, even though in Ruby's arc he so thoroughly criticizes and condemns the use of scapegoats to maintain relationships and the status quo, he does the exact same thing here by being the scapegoat, and in the next arc, he would also make someone else a scapegoat to maintain relationships. So yeah, after he does the deed, Haima comes to apologize, which angers Ikigaya, because he knew goddamn well how Ikigaya does things, and, above all, he shows sympathy, and has an expression of pity when looking at Ikigaya, which Ikigaya hates. Then comes Yukino and Yui, whom both can't comprehend how Ikigaya could do something so embarrassing, so derogatory, use such underhanded methods to solve such a petty problem. Yukino tells Ikigaya that she hates the way she does things. She can't quite explain why, but she knows that she hates it. She can't explain because she never been in a proper relationship, and so she can't quite explain the feeling of seeing someone you care about being hurt. Another person that can't comprehend something because of a lack of experience is Ikigaya. Yui asks why he can't comprehend people's feelings despite understanding so many things. Ikigaya cannot understand the feelings because he simply does not have experiences with that kind of stuff. He never had someone aside from his family worrying about him or being in a proper relationship. So, as an outsider, the only thing he can perceive is the actions and consequences, as well as the logic motives, but the feelings he had to be involved to understand. An example of this is when they are about to enter a haunted house, and there's a sign saying not to hit the monsters, since they were employees, and Ikigaya says that this takes the fear out of the experience. However, when he enters the haunted house, the story is different. Unless he entered the house, he wouldn't understand how he could be afraid, but then he enters and experiences it for himself. So, once again, a request that they took led to a disagreement between the service club. But that's a good thing. As Haruno said, conflict stimulates growth. Though, this time, the conflict will be caused because of a lack of understanding, because even if you know one another, being able to understand one another is something else. After the trip ended, Ikigaya tried to act as if he was not bothered by the events that just unfolded. However, the more he tried to act normally, the more he became self-aware of the effort he was putting into pretending it was all the same as usual, and he was not the only one who realized that it was not the same as usual. While at home, Komicho realized something wasn't right with Ikigaya, and so she asked what was wrong with him, but he avoided the question. Since they live together, she notices things, both good and bad, but there are some things he doesn't want her realizing, and so he keeps avoiding the question, but Komichi doesn't back off, and keeps asking till Ikigai is fed up with this and...
別に普通のこと言っただけだろ。実際しつこかったしうざかった。
No, okay, bro. No, okay, bro. Okay, so shut up. No, I just wanted to know if you're okay. No, shut up. If that's what you want, no, shut up. Shut up.
やっぱなんかあったんじゃん。
Yeah, you fucked up. Someone tripping on the couch today. But Komichi wasn't the only one to notice that something was wrong with Ikigai. Like Tosuka, that stranger said for once, Ikigai greeted him normally, and not with one of his fantasies. Furthermore, you know something is really wrong with Ikigai when he calls Kawasaki by her name immediately instead of Kawa something. Contrasting with Ikigai, we have Aima's group who are acting as usual, which Ikigai is relieved about, since at least his actions weren't for nothing. Club time arrives, and to the surprise of Yukino and Yui, Ikigai shows up. It was out of stubbornness, of wanting to act as usual, but nevertheless, he showed up. However, the silence that he once beloved so much was uncomfortable. He couldn't concentrate at anything, constantly checking the hours, till... till someone with a request shows up. The person in question is Hiroha Ishiki, and basically there was the president of the student council election going on. The thing is said to be a candidate, you need a vote of 30 people. However, Ishiki was put as a candidate without her knowledge, probably a prank, but because she was the only current candidate, if nothing was done, she would win by default, which she didn't want to. So, the service club tries to come up with a solution. Yukino suggests coming up with another candidate and make him win, but Ikigai objects, saying that if there was such a person, she would have already announced her candidacy, and that there was not a lot of people cut to the job anyways. Thus, Ikigai proposes that if someone made a horrible election speech, people wouldn't want to elect Ishiki, though not because of her, but rather because of the speech. However, neither Yui nor Yukino like this plan, since they know who would end up doing said speech, and they no longer want to depend on Ikigai methods. Furthermore, Yukino compliments by saying that his plan is not sure to work, and then Ikigai and Yukino start discussing, till Meguri interferes, and Ikigai realizes that to someone else, he seemed irritated. Not coming to an agreement, and after talking to Iruzuka Sensei, they decided that this time they would act separately, and after that was decided, Ikigai leaves the club room. After leaving, Iruzuka Sensei stops him in the hallway and asks him if anything happened, to which he again says no, and the more he was asked this question, the more he started to doubt his own actions and words. Iruzuka Sensei just advises Ikigai that the way he does things, when he meets someone he really wants to help, he won't be able to do it. Which yeah, he'll be forced to realize this eventually. After this, since Ikigai plan didn't require much preparation, he didn't do anything for the next days, and stopped going to the service club. In this meantime, Ikigai went to a cafe, and there he encounters Haruno. Haruno starts with the usual teasing, by whispering in Ikigai's ears that guys like him are the best, since if she doesn't say anything, he won't talk to her, but when she talks to him, he gives her an answer. It's so convenient. Most guys try to make a conversation, which like, no. So, he's the perfect person for killing time with. Which yeah, indeed he is. But after this, Haruno didn't say much, and stayed quiet. Which yeah, she's way calmer when her sister isn't around. Just how much does she love Yukino-chan? After a while, she gets bored again, and asks Ikigai with those eyes. Those goddamn eyes. So, how have things gone since then? and they talk for a while till they are interrupted by Kaori Horimoto, a classmate from Ikigaya's middle school. Haruno presents herself and then explains that she's Ikigaya's...
引貝くんのねえ、私で引貝くんの何なの？
いや、俺に聞かれても。
友達っていうのは変だよね。お兄さんとか。その間を取って彼女っていうのはどう？
Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I.
普通に学校の先輩ってことでいいんじゃないですか。
釣れないな。
揺れた予感だ世界にだんだん僕は好きと思って見え。
Anyways, Horimoto's friend asks if Ikigai knows Haima, which they said yeah, but they are not really friends. Then Haruno calls Haima to come there, because it seems interesting. Haima arrives there, they talk for a bit, and then the girls leave, and so does Haruno, sees the fun-handed. And before Haima also leaves, he says to Ikigai that Haruno really likes him, to which he says that no, she's just messing with him. Haima ratifies by saying that she is interested in him at the very least, since she doesn't mess with anyone she's not interested in. She wouldn't do anything in that case. If she likes you, she'll kill you with attention. If she hates you, she'll destroy you. By the way he was talking and his previous interactions with Haruno, it seems he was speaking from experience. Anyways, it seems that the girls and Haima made plans to hang out, and Haima begged Ikigai for him to come along, which he initially rejected, but after receiving a call from Haruno Onesan, he capitulated. They hang out and all of that, with the girls occasionally making fun of Ikigai and them encountering acquaintances, and then, to end the day, they go to a cafe. They talk a bit, and again the girls make fun of Ikigai to keep the conversation. However, this time Haima doesn't let that slide and says he doesn't like that. And right as he says this, Yukino and Yui arrived, which Haima had invited, and he proceeds to say that Ikigai is more than they think. He's friends with girls who are way better than them. You only see the surface and say whatever you want, could you not? To which the girls said, and then leaves. Haruno also comes up after seeing that this was what Haima had planned, and then directs her gaze towards Yukino and...
なるほどね。姉さん、雪乃ちゃんが生徒会長やるんじゃないんだ。てっきりそうすると思ったのに。そうやって誰かにやらせたり押し付けるの、お母さんそっくり。ま、雪乃ちゃんはそれでいいかもね。あなたは何もやらなくていいんだもの。いつも誰かがやってくれるもんね。
そう、そういうこと。他に話がないなら私は帰るわ。待って、
雪乃。
After talking a little with Ikigai, Haruno also leaves, remaining Ikigai and Haima. At the beginning, Ikigai wasn't angry about what Haima did itself, but rather that Yukino and Yui had seen him with Horimoto and her friend, and the fact that he knew that was the reason made him even more angry, since that was an undeniable fact that he cared about them, even if he didn't want to admit it. For being triggered on the reason Haima would destroy the image he had cultivated to do such thing, Ikigai asks if it didn't bother him, and Haima says he felt awful and doesn't want to do it again. The why he did such thing is because he has been thinking about how to get what he had broken and hoped Ikigai could help. So, even though he knew what would happen, he relied on him, and because of that, and thus he wanted to compensate and help Ikigaya back, make him realize what he's really worth. And not just him, but also the people around him. Even so, he's aware that this was an in-depth plan that only hurt more people. So, he wishes that he could have done better, but this was how he could manage. He is simultaneously validating and criticizing Ikigaya's actions. He confirmed Ikigai's belief that people will use him for their own benefit, thus reinforcing his loner and cynical beliefs, which is why his self-sacrifice to help someone else isn't a denial of the loner persona that he created for himself, but rather an affirmation. However, Hayama is also criticizing and showing his disapproval of Ikigai's methods. Thus, he finishes by saying that Ikigaya has always done things like this, but he asks him to stop. How he's sacrificing himself to make things work. This angers Ikigaya. He didn't want to be looked down upon, he didn't want to be pitied upon, to be looked at with sympathy. He says that he done what he did because he felt sorry for Hayama, but there was no reason for Hayama to feel sorry for him. But he's being a hypocrite. He can help other people for feeling sorry for them, but the others can do the same for him. With a mix of feelings he couldn't really understand, he replies to Hayama's request by saying that that's bullshit. He isn't sacrificing himself. To him, that's just what he does, because he's always alone. When there's something that needs to be resolved, he's the only one who can do it. So obviously, he'll do it. If something happens to him, that's his business, and never anyone else's. He always faced what come to him on his own, and so if he makes a choice and fails, that's fine. But if those results are snatched away by someone else, that's something else entirely. That he did that because of them. He was only able to do that because of them, using his efforts and actions to elevate themselves by looking down on him and having pity on him, as a way to get self-approval and feeling good with themselves. That's just comfortable complacency. That's a usurper pretending to be a savior. And so, he won't let him call what he did a sacrifice. According to Ikigaya, he had maximized efficiency and done the very best he can with the few cards he had drawn. Hayama doesn't get to call that a sacrifice. That was a humiliation greater than anything. Someone who always had within the edge, but still persevered and kept going on his own, to have all his efforts reduced to a shirty case to be pitied and looked down upon, it's the greatest humiliation of all. A blasphemy against someone who has lived in desperation. And so, to put the final nail in the coffin, Hayama asks Ikigaya if when he helps people, isn't it because he wishes that someone would help him? Hayama was basically saying that how Ikigaya's help, all this time, had been done out of self-interest. Even if Hachiman Ikigaya was like that, he couldn't let Hayama say anyone else was. He hadn't come to this point based on phony feelings, and neither had she. He and she, who hated superficiality and deceit, hadn't come to this point based on some make-pretend feelings that only served to hide the true feelings and intentions. And so, he answers that no, and asks him, "Keep your sympathy. It makes me sick. Don't label me as some shirty case. It's a pain in the ass." And then, leaves the cafe, and then thinks to himself, who would sacrifice themselves for you jerks? But even understanding why he doesn't want to call it a self-sacrifice, even so, he had no reason to do that. And he also knew what would happen if he did. If what he did wasn't self-sacrifice, then what it was? Ikigaya doesn't want sympathy for his actions, not only for the reasons already stated, but also because it means he wasn't making his own choices for his own reasons. Hayama feeling sorry for him only emphasizes his own hypocrisy of the fact that he really does care about the people around him, and that his every action betrays his outward belief that he's surrounded by fakers and phonies not worth investing in. The "who would sacrifice themselves for you jerks" is just a denial, a self-defense mechanism to keep this dissonance in control. Him washing out on his bike is just displacement, a way to help him cope with the stress and how the boy of emotions he had after talking with Haima. He really does care about the people around him, and is not out of self-interest, because, as Hirotsuka sensei told him, just as Yukino is also kind and righteous, it's just that his kindness and righteousness run counter to hers. And this is not from now. Right at the beginning, when Miura was washing out on Yui, after an initial retreat, he was trying to rationalize a reason to again help Yui, a girl that he just met. But it was when he was about to indulge in his self-sacrifice that Yukino appeared. Talking of Yui, she calls him to go to the club to tell him what they were up to, since she didn't want to do anything in Ikeya's back. Arriving there, once more, Yukino and Ikeya argue about what should be done. Ikeya again objects Yukino's plan of finding another candidate, pointing out other problems. However, Yukino already realized that her plan wasn't viable, but even so, she didn't want to capitulate again with Ikeya's methods. So, if her plan wasn't good enough, she then asks what was the point of Ikeya's plan. However, Ikeya too already realized that there was no point in putting things off and dragging them out, but he believes that in some cases it's the most effective method. Thus, he says that if they did it just this once, then it would avoid the problem for the time being. However, Yukino points out that it's not just this time. Last time he also avoided the problem, didn't resolve it or cancel it, but just buried the problem, and thus one day it would emerge again. Although Yukino was coming to terms with Ikeya's methods, even trying to accept them as alternatives to her methods, that's why she helped him using his methods on the sports festival. After what happened on Kyoto's trip, she realized that she should oppose his methods. His methods do not take into account other people's feelings, nor they help people improve themselves, which she believes is the point of the service club. They only give temporary solutions, they only get the job at hand done, and don't solve the main problem. Basically, his methods are short-sighted. But, most importantly, Ikeya's methods always leave someone hurt or feeling guilty. In most cases, that person is Ikigai himself, since his methods consistently devalue himself in front of others. That's why she says he's incredibly self-centered, and he is, thinking that it's on him alone to solve the problems. He says that he's proud of not getting in people's way, but he's constantly doing so, and putting himself in the center of attentions with his methods. However, he does that because he never had known better, since, as long as he remembers, he could only count on himself, and so his solutions only take into account himself, and not how others could help. Yukino then asks Ikigai if wasn't he the one who hated this kind of superficiality, which was upon the time he may had a firm conviction, the one thing he shared with a certain someone, and now he had lost it. So, after not receiving a reply from Ikigai, she asks if he has no intention of changing, and this time Ikigai replies with no hesitation that no. Once again, Ikigai leaves the room with things still being a stalemate, but they wouldn't stay like this for much longer, because days later, Yukino presented her candidacy for president. When Ikigai finds out about this, he wasn't surprised at the candidacy itself, since Yukino fit the role, but at the fact that he unconsciously excluded that possibility, because he didn't even want to think about it. If Yukino became president, that place, that time together, would fall apart, and so he rushes to the service club to inquire Yukino about it. He questions if it's really necessary for her to candidate, and even asks if it wasn't possible to support another candidate. Yukino says that he was the one who rejected that idea, and that, objectively speaking, she would be the best to do it. She should be able to move things along smoothly and efficiently, and besides, she doesn't mind doing it. What struck Ikigai about this is the use of the word efficient, because this is how he has been referring and justifying his methods, and so he says that his methods will be more efficient. However, to put this to rest once and for all, Yukino says that it's arrogant of him to believe that all the students in the school will act based on what he does or say, if he thinks everyone is thinking about him, that they hate him, then he's incredibly self-absorbed. Hikigaya, not being able to counter and without finding anything else to say, leaves, but this time, when exiting the school, Yui calls him and they walk together for a bit. Yui tells Hikigaya that she's also planning on run for presidency because she has nothing, and there's nothing she can do or help with, so maybe if she was on the council, she could actually do something. Hikigaya replies that, actually do something, you can just make such a selfish decision on your own. Yui retorts that she's not being selfish, everyone else has been selfish. Besides, she and Yukino have been letting Hikigaya handle everything, and if Yukino were to be the president, their club would end, since even if she says that she could handle the two, as it was already seen in a cultural festival, she's the type of person who can only focus on one thing at a time. But above anything else, she'll run for presidency and beat Yukino because she loves the service club and doesn't want it to end. Why though? Why she doesn't want it to end? She doesn't need a service club to interact with Yukino, as they already hang out and message each other outside of the club and school time. So, the only person left is... yeah, she doesn't want the club to disappear because it's the only place she can interact with Hikigaya, which makes the "because I love this club" pretty much directed to him. Because she loves this club, because she loves the time she spends there with him, because she loves... Although it doesn't seem so, Yui would actually do a good job, since she's hardworking, as we've seen in the sports festival, where she helped a lot. However, if Yui were to be the president, the club, as it is now, would also end, and so this is also not a good option. Hikigaya, being faced with this, says that if they were both satisfied with his choice, then I was fine with it. It wasn't okay for me to control other people's decisions based on my own personal sentimentality. But even so, it hurts when someone forces you into a role. Yeah, he understands now a little of what Yui and Yukino felt when seeing him applying his methods, of being forced as a spectator, only being able to see someone you care about being hurt, without being able to do something, questioning if you could have done something. It was really hard to watch them attempt to protect something important to them, and, as a result, let go of that very thing. It was these feelings that wouldn't let Hikigaya drop this matter and make him uneasy. He considered over and over the matter at home. If Yukino or Yui became the student council president, it would resolve the request of Ishiki. So then, what was the problem? Was it that the service club would end? No, he already knew that the service club was bound to end at some point, like when they finished high school. So, what was the problem? He argued over and over again with himself, bringing a problem, and each time argue it down, and so on and so forth. But why was he trying to find a problem in the first place? Why had he felt uneasy with Yui and Yukino's solution? He was conflicted, but he didn't have anyone who he could talk to about his concerns. And even if he had, he wouldn't want to, since he's proud of being able to manage things by himself and not being a burden or a bother to anyone. And so, that's why he wouldn't rely on anyone. But, to him, if there's one exception, then it would be family. You are allowed to bother your family as much as you want. I don't care how much they bother me either. Matters of kindness and trust, and possible or impossible aside. With your family, you can reach out if anything else, and lean on them without reservation. These relationships don't need a reason. In fact, you can make, because they are family, into a reason for everything. Of course, that can also become a reason for resenting or hating them though. And while he was thinking on this, Komachi enters the room, and so he decided that he would ask for advice to Komachi. However, before that, they haven't talked for a week after that incident, and so Hikigaya apologizes for what he said back then. He shouldn't have said that. And Komachi replies that it was not only what he said, his attitude sucked, and his personality too. And while we are at it, that look on his eyes, like... Furthermore, she's sure that what happened is gonna be his fault anyway, cause he did something, which... True, but she also excuses herself. So yeah, peace, for the time being, because siblings. Anyways, Ikigai explains what had happened since the field trip till now to Komachi, and she says that that's really like him, but she understands because she lived her whole life with him. However, other people won't get it, and they will feel really hurt. Ikigai till now didn't understand that there could be other perspectives while looking at his actions. One that was not of pity or sympathy that he hated so much, but one of when you don't wanna see someone you care about being hurt. This was the first time he realized this, after having it shoved down his face, and so his methods wouldn't cut it this time. The way he did things wasn't at all about self-sacrifice. He had drawn the hand of few cards, and so he did the absolute best he could with the utmost efficiency. So, from his own subjective perspective, he could call that perfect, but if there is objectivity, that perfection falls apart. But even if he realized this, he still didn't have a reason to wait, which was what he was so conflicted about in the first place. And thus, Komachi gives him one, by saying that this is for her. She doesn't want to see the service club end, and so she asks him to do something, and if it was a request from a sister, he couldn't deny, and so now he had a reason to do something. While at the school's library, searching in the books for a loophole in the rules, he encounters Zaimakuza, who asks him if anything is wrong with him, and Ikigai initially says that no. However, Zaimakuza insists, since Ikigai already heard a lot of his blathering, so the least he could do is to listen to his blathering in return. Ikigai realizes that bothering Zaimakuza wouldn't really hurt him emotionally, and there wasn't even a question of whether this would damage Zaimakuza or not. Just standing there, Zaimakuza is a fatal wound. He is the living irredeemable. In a way, he is the type of creature closest to Ikigai. Hence, he asks Zaimakuza for help and tells him to meet him at a restaurant after school. While there, Komachi, after having called Ikigai to know where he was, arrives with more people to help, which doesn't please Ikigai at first, but after seeing that Totsuka was among those people, he quickly changes his mind. So, they start discussing what should be done, and halfway through, Komachi asks if Ishiki was really that important to Ikigai, which he says that not at all, but a request is still a request, and then Komachi asks which is more important to him, her or work. Ikigai initially says that her, because he has no intention of getting a job, but even so, he couldn't force Ishiki to become president, or else she would just end up being a sacrifice, and that he couldn't allow for whatever reason, since no one has a right to sacrifice someone else for their own selfish reason. But then it comes to him. What if Ishiki wanted to be the president of the student council? What if their initial approach was wrong? What if the problem was not being the president, but something else? If that was the case, they could make Ishiki be the president at their own will. Ikigai ponders about Ishiki, trying to characterize her. For that, he compares her to the people he knows as a point of reference, and after that, he gets a picture of her. She isn't particularly proud, so when flattery is the most effective method, she'll charm who she needs to, and she takes care to ensure she'll be loved into the future. On the other hand, she has no intention of giving herself out freely, and is cautious not to hurt her own reputation. Basically, she wants to protect her own brand image. This is exactly why she didn't want a vote of confidence, because there was a risk the vote of confidence style of election would harm her image. There was nothing she would hate more than a fight she would obviously win. Running in a contest like that wouldn't make her own stock rise. Having a picture of the type of person Ishiki is, he thinks on something. Twitter. Yes, who would have thought that Twitter would help in anything? But hey, this is a fictional story, okay? Anyways, he asks Zaimakuza to, together with him, run some fake support Hiroha Ishiki Twitter accounts. With that done, he asks Ishiki to come to the library to help him with something, and then they start writing names on the paper. Then he starts teasing Ishiki, saying that she had no chance of winning against Yui or Yukino anyways, and that the people who nominate her probably wouldn't even vote for her and would be laughing in her back. She says that if she could beat them and get the best out of this situation to the displeasure of those who nominated her, she would, but she can't. And then Ikai reveals that the names they are writing are from the people who support her for presidency, and they are about 400 names, or a third of the student body. To which Ishiki reacts with, "What the fuck?" However, she's still worried since she's already the manager of the football club. But then Ikigai says, "What's more, if you are doing both, when things are dry with the student council, you can use your club as an excuse, and the reverse is true too. These two things will be an advantage available only to you, but like, it's still gonna be hard, right? Times like that, you should just talk to Haima. If you would like, have him help you. He'll be with you the whole year. If you go out to hit after the club to talk to him, he might even walk you home after that."
もしかして先輩って頭いいんですか？
don't wanna brag, but I'm kind of a Leonardo da Vinci myself, kind of a Nikola Tesla, you know. Your mom should have swallowed you. But anyways, with this, Ishiki is convinced, so now what's left is to talk to Yukino and Yui. At first, Yukino thought that he was sticking to his old plan, but then Ikigai says that, no, he already dropped that plan. He realized that his belief that he could make things work on his own somehow was completely arrogant. Furthermore, Haima had taught him just how people will see him, and how they'll force their own arbitrary opinions on him, no matter what his expectations are. Well, someone else helped him realize it might be more than that, and then he proceeds to explain his actual plan and what he did. Yui, hearing this, for a moment decides to check online to see those Twitter accounts, but gives up on the idea. She had a feeling she would find out that he had done some pretty awful stuff, since she believes the way he does things probably isn't something he can change simply because he wants to. Ikai replies that, if you haven't seen it, then you don't even know if I did anything, and Yui replies by saying that, even if nobody can see it, and nobody blames him, she was thinking it might bother him. Guilt just doesn't go away. Yeah, although Ikigai always tries to bury the events and never touch them again, his feelings won't just simply vanish. He still feels guilty, and that's why he doesn't want people to praise or thank him for the things he does. That's why he has that face of anguish whenever he applies his methods. That's why you wonder if not letting Yukino being the president was the right choice. And he will feel responsible to help Rumi, Ishiki and Yukino in the next arc. In regards to Yukino, after hearing this, she realizes that then the problem and the reason for me to do anything is gone, isn't it? You thought you had everything figured out, didn't you? Then a thought comes to Ikigai's mind. What if Yukino really wanted to be the president of the student council, and it wasn't like in the cultural festival, where she was moved by her antagonism towards her sister. After the confession episode, Yukino realized that she put too much trust on Ikigai and let him handle everything, so to change herself and to do something on her own, without depending on Ikigai or Haruno, she ran for presidency. She was already thinking on doing that, even before Haruno said what she said, because before that, we got to know that Yukino knew the rules of the process, and unless she was interested in the position in the first place, even her wouldn't know the rules. However, what Haruno said served as a trigger, a reason to act, since till then, Yukino was still indecisive about what she should do, but after hearing Haruno saying that she was like their mom, always making the others do the things for her, she decided to run for presidency, since she wanted to change, and believed what Haruno said was true. On the other hand, Haruno said this because she also wanted Yukino to change, to no longer be in her shadow, and this is why she always forcing Yukino to face her problems, even if it comes out as nasty or her sister hating her. However, Hikigaya resolves Ishiki's request, and once again, Yukino let someone else do the work and resolve the problem for her. When she thought she finally found a way to change herself and not depend on someone else, but rather become someone who people can depend on, this happens, and so she, in a self-deprecating way, says to herself, "You thought you had everything figured out, didn't you?" After this, she puts on a smile of someone who conformed to the state of things, or someone who gave up on trying and does not care anymore. However, this was just the rationale behind her adoption of this conformed behavior. There's still the emotional part that led her to it. She was disappointed on both Yui and Hikigaya and felt betrayed, because after seeing to what lengths Hikigaya and Yui went to in order to save the club, she realized that they thought their relationship would crumble if she dissolved the club, that it was that fragile to not even being able to withstand such event, that it was so superficial that if the base of it was removed, it would disappear. This is not to say that Yukino didn't care about the club, because if she didn't, she wouldn't be the one to get the key to the service club room every day before anyone, even when the attendance was optional, but that she didn't saw it as essential to the relation, and if she had to give up on it, so be it, because she believed that it wouldn't damage their relation. A belief that she found out wasn't shared between the other members of the club. As a certain someone said, to her, it was really hard to watch them attempt to protect something important to them and, as a result, let go of that very thing. So, after losing her self-confidence, feeling betrayed and disappointed, she decided to go along with what she believes the other two expect of her, even if it pains her, even if she will engage on what she despises. For the sake of those two, she will put on a facade in order to maintain the status quo. In the end, all of this just shows the sad limits of Hikigaya's philosophy. For all his talk of hating the status quo, he can't imagine a better future, and so he clinches to the partial happiness he knows, for fear of losing it all. Once again, he solved the problem by staying inside his worldview box, while missing the opportunity for a better future if he just engaged with the world with more honesty. But he isn't able to do that, because in the past, that honesty only led him to being hurt. So now he engages in things by not revealing his true feelings, and instead recurring to deceit and lies, because if something was to happen again, it wouldn't hurt him as much. That's why he's so obsessed with not changing, because it's easier that way, since to change your way, to strive for something more, you have to sincerely engage with the world around you, which only led to pain on Hikigaya's case, and that's why he adopted a cynical approach to things. And this is all condensed on what Hikigaya thought after what Yukino said, that the illusion of being understood is utterly indulgent and complacent. Once you step into that morass, you can't get out. It's so much easier to just clinch to it, so comfortable. That delusion of understanding each other is a harsh form of make-believe. I don't even know what kind of despair it will bring to awaken from that delusion. The small sense of unease or suspicion would start to bite and turn to a bad aftertaste, and eventually it would all come to nothing. I should have realized what I wanted was not some pretense of friendship. I think I wanted something real, and I didn't need anything else. Communicating without a word, understanding without any action, and no matter what happens, it won't break. A foolish but beautiful illusion, far removed from reality. She and I both sought something real like that. In the end, Yukino couldn't understand the reasons behind Hikigaya's methods and behavior, and Hikigaya couldn't understand Yukino's motives and wishes, because even if you know one another, being able to understand one another is something else. With Ikigai thinking in what he really wanted, we arrive at Christmas time, a time of wishes and wants, but also, at least in Japan, a cold time, as cold as the present service club relations. Since that day, Yukino had always that smile on her face. Yui and Ikigaya have been wondering if they did the right choice, if they should do something. The conversations they've been having could only be described as empty, with nothing there, but the feeling that something was off. And despite this feeling, none of them did something, and instead chose to maintain the status quo. For not wanting to acknowledge that feeling, even though they didn't want to, they still all went to the club. From an outside perspective, it would seem that the club was the same as usual, though to them, that was not the case. They just acted as if nothing was different from usual. However, Ikigai knew that it was fake. It was just them deceiving themselves, engaging in superficial conversations in order to preserve things. A thing that he once hated and criticized it so much, but now he finds himself looking at the Aima's group, projecting his current situation onto them, to see if he could get an answer. Miura, Haima, Tobe and Hebina were all, bit by bit, comparing and adjusting the small ways they had become estranged, and their minor feelings of unease, searching for the points they might compromise on, so they would all be satisfied, making their own sorts of modifications in the way things ought to be. That's one way to do it. Even they can be doubtful about the way they communicate, fumbling around in the dark, between them and us, who are the real phonies. A group that he once looked down upon now was facing their relations, while his group was where they were back then. The comfortable room that he once wanted to protect was no longer there. The room that had a pleasant smell of tea, that brought serenity and had a cozy, warm ambience to it, was replaced with the cold room where time seemed to be frozen and that was uncomfortable to be in. This could be seen in the way Yui acted. She was different from how she was in the club room. She wasn't the one who felt the need to talk, and she wasn't trying to jumpstart the conversation either. Most noticeably, she wasn't spending lots of time trying to draw out reactions and emotions from others. Perhaps, right now, Yuikahama felt more peace of mind being with this group. I'm sure the club room was no longer a relaxing place for her to be. That fact was heavy weight on my chest. Things stay like this for a while, till she shows up. Who best to break the ice than our favorite Kohai, Iroha Ishiki, though, despite us, the scene looking like this. To Ikigaya, it looked more like,
shake my hand. Come on, boys. Won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Yes. Are you ready? Are you ready?
But basically, their school, plus another one, will be joining up to make a Christmas event to the elderly, and they're responsible to make the event were the student councils of each school. Why would Ishiki put herself in this kind of event right after becoming president? She didn't. It was the other student council who approached them and asked them to join. So why would she accept? She didn't want to, but Iruzuka-sensei forced her to. To make things worse, the planning of the event wasn't going very well, and thus she came to the service club to ask for help. Poor Ishiki. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. As it has been until now, Yui and Ikigaya wait for Yukino's decision, since it always been Yukino who decided if they accept the request or not. However, for the first time, Yukino doesn't make a decision, and instead asks Yui and Ikigaya their opinion. Normally, this would be seen as a positive change, Yukino relying more on them, but in this case, it just emphasizes the conformed behavior of Yukino. She doesn't care anymore if they accept or not the request. To her, it's fine either way. So now, the decision is up to Ikigaya and Yui, and they have splitting opinions about this. In one hand, Ikigai doesn't want the club to accept the request. He still didn't know if Yukino wanted to be the president of the Student Council, and so he figured that perhaps it would be cruel to place Student Council affairs right in front of her face, showing her what she wanted but couldn't have. Had to be the cruelest thing of all. Thus, they couldn't take that risk. He couldn't let that place deteriorate any more than it already had. On the other hand, Yui thinks they should accept the request. She acknowledges that the request connected to the Student Council might be painful to Yukino, and yet she thinks that maybe it's worth trying. Yukino is the type of person who tries to overcome things, and so she could use the fact that she couldn't become president as a reason to grapple with something even bigger. What's lost will not return. If you want to make up for it, you need something even greater, and thus Yui thinks this might be a good little push. Ikigai made his decision to keep that space from deteriorating even further, from becoming even more empty than it already was. He was doing this to protect himself, to satisfy his own feelings, while Yui was confronting the problem at hand and thinking what was best for Yukino. Even so, in the end, Ikigai, without voicing his real reason, says that this is a Student Council problem. Besides, it's not good for Ishiki to be relying on others from the get-go, and takes Ishiki outside. Ishiki complains that she became president because he said she should, so she would appreciate it if he did something for her. This strikes Ikigai, since it was by his actions that she had become the Student Council president, so to him it was obvious that he should take responsibility towards Ishiki, and that also meant there was another person, besides Ishiki, he had to take responsibility for. He wanted to atone for his actions, because he had just sugarcoated what he did in pretty words, but in the end of the day, he still sacrificed Ishiki for the sake of the club that he wanted to preserve. He did the very thing that he despises and so thoroughly criticized in the camping and Kyoto strip arcs. Once again, he was being a hypocrite. The responsibility he's talking about is his wonder pride of having to see through the problem he caused, but also a sense of guilt that he rationalized. However, as already mentioned, he doesn't want to evolve the club. Furthermore, he also wants to escape the uncomfortable ambience in the club that he directly created. Thus, he says to Ishiki that, though the club wouldn't accept the request, he would help her personally. Basically,
we? We?
Ishiki answers that, well, I would be fine with that too. And like, Iwobon would actually be easier to handle. I mean, I think I could relax and rely on you. This makes Ikigai remember that, wait a minute, shouldn't it be in these kind of situations that you should rely on Aima? However, Ishiki clarifies that this is something that's actually hard, so it would be too much to bother him with. Besides, with stuff like this, it's cute when a girl can manage simple things, right? And isn't it cute when she messes up if she's asking for help with something that's actually a huge pain? It would seem like too much. I swear, this little kohai. After this, Ikigai starts going with Ishiki to the meetings of the event. Arriving there, he realizes that things weren't going very well was an understatement, to say the least. Just to give a picture of how bad the situation was. Think of all the members of the other student council as Sagami. They didn't really care about the volunteer effort itself. They just wanted to feel good about themselves for doing that kind of work. They also didn't want to assume responsibility if something went wrong, and so they forced every decision to be everyone's decision. Thus, it will be everyone's fault if something happened. The problem with this was that they didn't decide anything. They were just throwing vague concepts. not rejecting any ideas, and whenever someone bring a problem about time, budget, etc., they wouldn't address the problem and just say that everyone should discuss it in the next meeting. Thus, the meetings went by and nothing was being decided, till there was just 1 week to the event. Which, yeah, basically the schedule of your average college group project. Hey. In the meantime, Ikigai encountered some little girls. Wait, okay guys, I know this sounds bad, okay? I know Ikigai looks sus, his personality sucks, his eyes are rotten, and he said that he doesn't dislike younger girls, because he has a little sister. But I can explain, okay, just listen, okay? One of the ideas to this event was having kids from an elementary school doing something, which, of course, is yet to be decided. And thus, he goes with Ishiki to an elementary school to talk to them. While there, as he was waiting for Ishiki, was talking to the responsible of the school. A little girl comes to him asking for Sachin. Iki, I guess, said it was her mother or something, and so he spends a little time talking with her, waiting for her responsible to arrive, till she does, and he finds out that Sachin was actually Saki. You may know her by Kao something, and the little girl was a little sister, Keika Kawasaki. They talk for a bit, and as they were leaving, Keika says, "Bye bye, Achan," which makes Ikigai wonder if she remembers his name, and then he proceeds to say, "Let's make sure to keep track of people's names. You must never do it the lazy way and remember it as, like, Hachi something." But, did you know there's a reason why Ikigai says Kao something? No? Come on. Ikigai, of course, is related to a past trauma. When he was in middle school, they called him creepy just because he remembered everyone's names in the class, and ever since then he has made sure to do only a minimal effort to remember names, like Kao something. So yeah, talking of little girls, he also met Rumi, that girl from the camping trip. And yeah, she's still alone, and Ikigai feels guilty about that, and says that the current state of affairs was another result of his actions, hence he should be taking responsibility for that too. So, he goes near her, talks to her, and helps her in doing some decorations. Though, when he sees her smile, he realized that he was trying to buy forgiveness with his pity attempt to help her. He was about to use that smile as a rationalization to tell himself that his old methods managed to help someone. But Rumi, Sumri's smile, was not something that would affirm his actions. Even if some things have been saved through his old methods, he's sure that's not enough. Looking at the people on the Christmas event, he sees himself in them, because, just like them, he too thought he was doing things even when he was not accomplishing anything. With all of this, Ikigai arrives at the breaking point, where he doesn't know what to do. He has too much to consider, and not a single answer to any of them. The event that is going to fail if nothing is done. Ishiki that is having problems asserting herself as the president of the student council. Rumi's isolation, the current state of the service club, the resigned smile of Yukino, and the forced one of Yui. But, above anything else, he doesn't know what to do about himself. Once again, when he was having problems, he encounters Totsuka on the streets and they go out to eat, and once again, Totsuka realized that something is wrong with Ikigai, and tells Ikigai that he could rely on him if he needed anything. However, Ikigai stubbornly insists that there's nothing wrong, which leads to Totsuka saying that he thinks that Ikigai is really cool, and not in a weird way, but because of the fact that he never complains, even when things are painful. He just works hard on his own. However, after they end the conversation and split up, Ikigai thinks to himself that Totsuka is wrong about him. He's just trying to look cool. What Totsuka said was cool was nothing more than a form of obstinacy, an attempt not to betray the version of himself he decided he should be. He's conflicted between his external an internal self, what he wants to be perceived as and what he truly wants to be and do. And this self-doubt has been present since the beginning of the series, and it has only grown stronger as the time marched on, till it arrived at the present moment. He's questioning if he really is that cool owner he pretends to be, if it's really worth hurting all those people to preserve his own perfect image of what he should look like to others, if there are really no people that he cares about, or people that care about him. When he prevented Yukino from becoming president, he wanted to protect his own pride, his ego, his status as a owner, because he could only maintain his relations with Yukino and Yui without having to give up on his owner image because of the existence of the club, since it gave him a pretense, an excuse to be there and interact with them. I'm here because I'm obliged to, not because I want to. He doesn't want to admit that there are people who care about him and who he cares about, and when this only led to making things worse, he once again refused to admit that he was wrong, that his actions hurt people close to him, and thus, to cover it up, he continued lying and scheming, hence why the committee of the Christmas event, in a way, are a reflection of him, because, as he said, there's an inflated ego, a refusal to admit any and all fuck-ups, and a desire to sweep all mistakes under the rug. Hence all the scheming, hence all the empty words. It was all to gain peace of mind through mutual commitment. I mean, it's a hell of a lot easier when others can take the fall. All of this culminates in his internal struggle between his ideal self and what he desires, because an ideal is an ideal after all. As long as we embrace that ideal, the friction with reality will continue to increase. So you will someday face reality and will have to pay the price for your compromises. And the person that will make him face reality and make his choice is Yukino, because as he was wondering what he should do, while walking to home after a meeting at night, he encounters Yukino. Yukino just goes straight to the point, saying that he doesn't have to bother lying about helping Ishiki. Ikai says that he wasn't lying, since helping Komachi was indeed one of the reasons for leaving early, but, as he says this, he's disgusted with himself for swallowing the idea that it's not a lie if you avoid saying the truth, for using the deception that he once rejected so fiercely. Yukino goes on to say that there was no problem in what he was doing, since Ishiki can engage more readily and openly if it's with him. Besides, she believes he can resolve things on his own, as he always has done, and like her, who is just acting like someone who has it all together, like someone who's figured everything out. Probably this belief was also one of the reasons she became conformed with the state of things. Why trying when I'm surrounded by people far more capable than me? I thought that by becoming president I could help them in some way, but do they even need my help to begin with? They, who always are able to solve things on their own, and seem to know what to do. Here is directly revealed that Ikigaya was not the only one placing his ideals, his expectations on someone else. Yukino was also doing it. She was placing her ideal of self-reliance on Ikigaya. After having observed him, she has come to admire and respect his capability of solving things on his own, which then, from her lack of self-confidence on doing the same, this admiration gave birth to the expectations that he will always be able to continue to do so, and in the end, this crystallized in her idealization of him, and he's not the only one she does this to. She also sees Harno in this way, as a better version of herself, so she latched on her ideals, what she strived to be, on Harno, and then followed Harno's steps as an attempt to achieve that ideal herself. However, this only gets in the way of their elevation, because on seeing everyone else around them as capable of being able to succeed on their own, as not needing emotional support, of being an ideal, unlike their own weak selves, only leads to lack of communication, because of not wanting to show how vulnerable they are, of not wanting to be a burden to the supposed more capable one. But, as already shown, everyone has their problems, insecurities, and internal struggles, and they only seem so strong because they're afraid to break down. It could all be settled if for once they dropped all pretenses, stopped and listened to what the other has to say, as honestly and sincerely as possible. But, as pointed out later on, this is also an ideal. In reality things are more complicated, and sometimes words won't get your point across. But even so, it would at least make clear what everyone's intentions and motives are, so they wouldn't have to second guess it, leading to misunderstandings and more problems, like Hikage deriving a reason for Yukino running for presidency, and Yukino the why he was trying to stop her. To finish the conversation, Yukino tells Hikage that if he was trying to be considerate, there's no need for him to stop by the club. He could take some time away from the club. There's no need to force it. If this was enough to ruin it, then that's all it amounted to. Am I wrong? This strikes Hikage hard, since not long ago he said the exact same thing to Jaime, but now he found himself in his situation, understanding that important things can't be replaced. If you lose it, you'll never get it again. So why? Because you feel you have to protect it. Not finding meaning in the superficial was the one conviction they had shared, but now he's no longer sure if he still holds that conviction, since now he knows it's not completely pointless to maintain a pleasant veneer. He understands that's one way you can do things. That was why he couldn't reject it. And so, without finding the words to respond to Yukino, she disappeared into the crowd at the station. She said this to him because in one hand, just like Hikage, she was trying to distance herself from him, because she saw how much pain this relation has been causing him. On the other hand, unlike Hikage, who could still rationalize the current state of affairs to be in check with his ideal self, Yukino couldn't, as they were directly against her own sense of self and set of values. She, at her core, was an honest person who despised the superficial, because it was the thing that so fiercely ostracized her in the past and brought her so much pain. The more she went on with this act, the more she was becoming the very same thing that tormented her past self, and unlike Hikage, she couldn't just deceive herself because of her honesty, so little by little, this was becoming heavier and heavier in her consciousness, till the point that she could no longer live with it, and so, to end it, even if that would cause her a great deal of pain, she gives Hikage an ultimatum. And this truly is an ultimatum to Hikage, because he can't run from it, he can't avoid it, he can't put it under the rug, he can't rationalize it, he can only choose between two options. Or he chooses to abandon his ideal self in order to preserve his relations with them, or he loses his connections with them but is able to maintain his vulnerable image. When Yukino tells him that he doesn't have to come, she's removing the pillar that was able to hold together his vulnerable image and the desire to be with them, because he can't no longer say that he's there because he is obliged to. If he goes there again, he will be admitting to himself that he longs for a relation with them, and he won't be able to deny or rationalize it, so it will be a direct and undeniable rejection of his ideal vulnerable self. As he was conflicted and wondering on what to do all alone after Yukino left, as usual when he's lost, Iruzuka Sensei arrives with her baby to give him a little guidance. Hikage, seeing the car that she arrives in, thinks to himself that maybe her heavy tendencies toward these kinds of hobbies is one of the reasons she can't get married. But I'm like, wait, what do you mean? It shouldn't be the opposite. My question is, how the fuck is she still not married? Like an Aston Martin V8 Vantage, kinda based if you ask me, even more so when you consider the reason why she's being stopped by the cops in one of the openings, which is of course because alcoholics don't run on Iruzuka Sensei family, they drive. This teacher, she can do it. Ha 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 ha. good joke, man, but you are still going 100 per hour in a school zone while drunk. Anything to say about that? It's called having fun in life. And also, counterpoints.
I woke up in a new
What am I? Oh, I loved him, Ikigaya. I really did. But then, that son of a bitch took my furniture, my goddamn furniture, and leave me alone, as it has been for the last years. But hey, at least in the end, I'll not be alone. Whoa, wait, Sensei, wait. Freebird was playing. Fair enough, we'll drop the fine. However, do you wanna talk about that modification in the back of your car? Because that seems
That's
kind
quite
of
big.
modification. What kind of modification? What? No. It's a matter of perspective. And oh wow, if you look at the hours, I'm sorry, but I have a student to help. So, anyways, Ikai enters the car and goes with Ryusuke Seisei till some bridge where they stop to talk. Ryusuke Seisei asks how things are going, and after hearing Ikigai's explanation, she says that although he is good at reading people's psychology, he doesn't understand feelings. He remembers that he already heard that from Yui, but even so, in his perspective, there was nothing he could do about that. He could understand things in terms of advantages and disadvantages, risk and return. Those things make sense to him. Desire and self-preservation, jealousy and hate, they are common, ugly emotions, and when they form the root of behavioral psychology, he can form an analogy, since he has plenty of examples to draw from inside him. That's why it's easy for him to imagine. He can explain it with theory, but it's hard for anything else. When the arithmetic of profit and loss is set aside, people's feelings, beyond logic and theory, are hard to imagine. They are too few clues, and, most of all, he has been wrong too many times at this point, and how he misunderstood things. Ryusuke Sensei, looking at Ikigai's expression, says, "You don't get it? Then keep mulling it over. If all you can do is calculate, then calculate everything you can. Come up with every answer, reducing them one by process of elimination. Whatever remains is your answer. If you could calculate feelings, you would have computerized them a long time ago. Whatever answer remains that you can calculate, that's human feelings." Ironic, isn't it? Ikigai, who hates math and has horrible grades on it, to the point he gave up on the subject, can only do calculations to arrive at this answer. Most of the time, emotions are something that happen at unconscious level, and so even a person feeling them a lot of the times doesn't understand them. But even if we know what we can't really comprehend or fully understand is human feelings, that by itself isn't very helpful to him. That doesn't give the answer he needs. What caused her to feel that way? What's the correlation between that feeling and what she did? How and why did I felt that way when she did that? In this kind of broad and open questions, if we don't focus on the right thing, we may take a lot of time to arrive at an answer, and thus, Ryusuke Sensei gives an hint to Ikigaya. She tells him that he should focus, for example, in the reason he is helping Ishiki as an individual instead of as a part of the service club, if it's either for the service club or for Yukino's sake, if he hadn't decided to distance himself from them in order to not hurt them. He should be considering why he didn't want to hurt them, to which the answer is that it's because he cares about them. After the fake confession, he tried to rationalize his actions, but it was not to justify self-sacrifice itself, but rather that he didn't want to admit that his actions hurt Yukino and Yui. So he created excuses and reasons to avoid the guilt of having hurt them. Then, afterwards, he declines Ishiki's request as a club because he didn't want to inflict more pain in them. But Ryusuke Sensei tells him that he cannot hurt them, that you will unconsciously hurt someone merely by existing. Whether you are alive or dead, you will always hurt someone. It can happen when you involve yourself with them, or when you avoid involving yourself. It's inevitable, but if it's someone you don't care about, you won't even notice the pain you inflicted. What you need is self-awareness. It's because you care about them that you believe you hurt them. Thus, to care about someone is to be prepared for the day you will hurt them. A relationship isn't what can strain it, but rather if we will take the effort to fix it. The misguided idea that a true relationship is one that's never strained, that is always easy, is how one ends up alone and afraid to open up to the world. It's how one ends up like Hikigaya and Yukino. Irusuke Sensei explains this to him here, that there'll always be conflict and you might hurt the other person, but you shouldn't run away from it or avoid it, but rather accept it and be prepared for it, so when it comes, you have the resolve to fix it. A relation that is never strained is just one where people never say what they feel or think and put a facade to maintain it afloat, aka a superficial one. And Irusuke Sensei finishes by being quite frank with Hikigaya, saying that it probably doesn't really have to be him. Yukino Shita might change herself sometime in the future. One day, someone who can understand her might show up. Maybe they can get close to her. That's something she can say to Yugahama too. Somewhere along the line, things can balance out. The world is made that way. But even so, she hopes both him and Yugahama will be the ones to close the distance.
この時間が全てじゃない。でも今しかできないこと、ここにしかないものもある。今だよ、引きがや。今なんだ。
Hikigaya needed this. He needed someone to force him to face things. Even in this dialogue, he maintained his skepticism, always not taking what Irusuke Sensei said at face value, and instead trying to find a way to object what she says. Like when she said that if he doesn't mull it over, suffer with it, struggle and agonize, if he doesn't work at it, then it isn't real. And he answered that it's not like it's real just because you suffered. He needed someone like Irusuke Sensei who would look him in the eyes and say what he has been avoiding thinking about. Someone who would neither reject or accept his skepticism. If all he can do is doubt and calculate everything, then he should do it over and over again till he found something that he could no longer be skeptical about. But what he should not do is use his skepticism to simply doubt things in order to avoid thinking about them and facing them. And Irusuke Sensei has been teaching him this whole time, though he overlooked it and misunderstood it. But this time, he would actually put some thought on what Irusuke Sensei was trying to teach him at the moment, and also before that. So, after Irusuke Sensei finishes talking, they go back to the car, and Hikigaya arrives at home with homework to do. He starts thinking on how back then he shouldn't have sought a reason to act from Komachi. He should have acted based on an answer he found, his own reason. Even now, he was looking for someone else to give him a reason to act. For Ishiki, for Rumi, for the event. Thus, he realizes that he has been working from the wrong presumptions, and so, for being confused about what he should be thinking, he starts by thinking on where it all began. The reason to make the Christmas event a success. What it was? It was to help Ishiki and Rumi. But why was I existing with this event in particular? Because I had recommended Ishiki as president. Why did I did that? So I could keep Yukino or Yui from becoming president. So why hadn't I wanted either of them as president? The real reason I had acted. The real reason I had made myself search for a pretest from Komachi was because there was something I wanted. He spent all night thinking and thinking till he finally arrives at something that he thinks is his answer. So, despite what Yukino said the night before, Ikigaya went to the service club. Though this time, he knocked before entering, and sat in front of them instead of his usual place, because that day, he was not there as a member of the club, but as someone with a request. This time, he will do it the right way, with the right process, and start getting the right answers. Therefore, he asks their help with the Christmas event, since it was even worse than he could ever imagine, and he knows that he chose to do it on his own, but he's the one who pushed Ishiki to be president. Thus, if they are looking for someone to blame for things arriving at this point, he knows that's him. Yukino hearing this says that if those outcomes are his individual responsibility, then he should resolve those issues by himself. She says this in a way as if she wanted Ikigaya to say that it was also her fault. However, she didn't express that, and if nothing was done, things would end there, with Ikigaya leaving, because this was also a test of Ikigaya's resolve to abandon this wonder pride of not being a bother to anyone, of not relying on anyone, and solving the problems that he created himself, which he fails, since people don't change from night to day, so he still had that pride on him. Fortunately, Yui was there to say what Yukino was unable to. She says to Ikigaya that it's not his individual responsibility. Maybe he was the one who thought things up and carried them out, but they were responsible too. They pushed everything on him. It's not just his fault that things ended up that way. It's her fault too. And she says to Yukino that if she doesn't speak up to them, they won't get it. That sometimes people won't understand unless you speak up. Yukino replies by saying that Yui also didn't speak up. She just kept pretending nothing had happened. So Yukino figured that was what they wanted. All of them had failed to speak the truth. Half of them had failed to say anything they had wanted. Ikigaya, hearing what Yui said, says that sometimes, even if you do speak up, people won't get it. Yukino tended to be overly concise and brief with her words, and Yui avoided things by speaking vaguely, and on top of that, he had a habit of reading too much into what people say. That was why, when Yukino had said she was going to run for presidency, even if she had spoken about it more directly, he didn't take her words at face value. The Christmas event itself is a reflection on how sometimes, no matter how much you try, words just don't get across. He explains that it's arrogant to believe someone will understand just because you told them something. The one saying it is only doing it for their own benefit, and the one hearing it is thinking too highly of themselves. After what's done is done, discussion won't necessarily lead to an understanding. So, he doesn't want words, even though he knows it's a fantasy to think you could understand without words. He still didn't want words. But what he wanted definitely existed. It's not that he wants them to understand one another, be friends, talk, or be together. He spent all those years alone, learning how to embrace his solitude and enjoy his time with it, so he doesn't need someone to be alright or entertain himself. He also doesn't want them to understand him. He knows they won't, and he doesn't wish them to. He got used to be isolated and not be understood, and at that point, he would be rather pissed off if someone claimed they understood him. He wants something genuine, something that is real and exactly what it appears to be, that gives no space for interpretation or misunderstandings, something honest and sincere to the point he couldn't be skeptical about, something that would not bring his monster of self-consciousness to the daylight, something that would bring him peace of mind, would bring him relief from being able to understand, since ignorance is absolutely terrifying. Complete understanding is such a self-righteous, selfish, and arrogant thing to wish for. It's despicable and repulsive. Really, it completely dehumanizes the others for your own benefit, to give you peace of mind for not having to struggle to understand the others, since they are ascribed in these little boxes that you can't comprehend. He never cared about being understood, but understanding people completely, because him not understanding resulted in pain for others and him. That's why he's not a monster of rationalization, but a monster of self-consciousness. The rationalization is just a way for him to avert his eyes from the pain his lack of understanding caused, and also stuff away that self-awareness in the corner of his mind. I'm beyond disgusted with myself for wanting it. But if we could feel the same way, if we could impose that ugly self-satisfaction on one another, if there's some sort of relationship that could permit that arrogance. I know something like that is absolutely impossible. I bet I'll never attain something like that. I'm sure the grapes out of my reach are sour, but I don't need fruit sweet like lies. I don't need false understanding or phony relationships. What I want is those sour grapes. Even if it's sour, even if it's bitter, even if it tastes bad, even if it's pure poison, even if it doesn't exist, even if I can't acquire it, even if what I want can't be allowed, still I...
俺は本物が欲しい。
But what's that something real is looking for? Well, he doesn't really know, but what he knows is that they wouldn't get whatever he said, that it was pointless. But even so, he said it, and that's the important thing. He reached out to them, he sincerely and honestly told them his wish. He showed them this deplorable side of him. He broke from that shell of a loner that he built to protect himself, and became vulnerable to being hurt. Yukino and Yui were both staring at him with a surprised face. Ikigai then looked at himself and saw the mess he was, in the verge of tears, and thought he was pathetic. He didn't want to accept himself like that. He didn't want to show it. He didn't want to be seen. He knew what he was saying was incoherent. There was no logic or cause and effect anywhere, that it was nonsense. But that's the proof. Those were his feelings. And even if he wants to kill himself when he arrives home for saying that, he should be glad that he was able to voice it, that he was able to take that step closer. Hearing what Ikigai said, Yukino murmured, I don't understand. She doesn't understand what he meant, what she should do. She doesn't understand how to react when someone she cares about is crying in front of her, asking for her help. She doesn't understand what Hirosuke Sensei told Ikigai, that people don't always act rationally, that their feelings, thoughts, and actions don't always match. Hence, she doesn't understand why they act as everything was normal when it wasn't, why he was preserving the status quo, as well as maintaining the superficial relation. But when she told him that he no longer needs to go through all that trouble to keep up the relationship alive, he came the very next day saying that he wants something genuine. She doesn't understand how others feel, why it leads them to the actions he does, and why those feelings also work on her. She doesn't even understand her own emotions, and how to make it clear to others that she cares for them, or how to deal with caring for others. We thought that already was in her head before, and now it is. She got overloaded with things she didn't understand and feelings she didn't comprehend. Her arms around the shoulders squeezed harder, her expression twisted painfully, as if she was agonizing, and then she stood from her seat, and without looking at them, left the room. Just as Ikigai, she also was deeply ashamed of breaking down in front of others, of showing this deplorable, incoherent, emotional state of hers. Just as Ikigai felt uncomfortable revealing what he feels, she also felt uncomfortable hearing it, not knowing what to do. It gave her this sensation of her chest becoming heavier, her throat unable to make out words, her hands unquiet, her eyes not knowing where to look, her whole body was uneasy, so much so that even the ritual she tends to do to regain her cool, which is putting her right hand in her left arm, wasn't enough to calm herself this time. After seeing Yukino leave, Hikigaya was done with this. He didn't have the will to go after Yukino. The conclusion had already been made. There were no more words to say or feelings to communicate. It took a lot of effort for him to finally open up, just to, in the end, be hurt and rejected once more. But then, once again, Yui wouldn't let things end like this.
ヒッキー、行かなきゃ。
いや、でも。
一緒に行くの。ユキのわかんないって言ってた。どうしていいかもわかんないだと思う。私だって全然わかんない。でもわかんないで終わらせたらダメなんだよ。今しかない。あんなユキの初めて見たから。だから今行かなきゃ。
After hearing this, he gets himself together, and they leave the club room, and at his entrance, they find Ishiki, who tells them where Yukino is. Arriving there, Yukino asks Hikigaya, what does he mean by something genuine? And he's unable to answer, since he himself didn't really know. He had never seen anything truly genuine before, and never experienced anything like it. He didn't know what he could point to and say, yeah, this is it. But Yui answers Yukino's question by saying that she doesn't really get it either.
だから話せばもっとわかるんだって思う。でも多分それでもわかんないんだよね。それで多分ずっとわかんないままで。だけどなんかそういうのがわかるっていうかやっぱりよくわかんないや。でもね、私さ、私今のままじゃ嫌だよ。
なぜあなたが泣くの？やっぱりあなたって卑怯だわ。引ヶ谷君。
ああ。
あなたの依頼受けるわ。
Here once again is shown how Yui can get the emotional part of things instinctively. What she was trying to convey is that understanding isn't the point, it's the trying to understand. That the relationship can withstand the non-understanding, and that they keep trying to get the right answers, moving the questions over and over again, struggling and stumbling along the way. That is its genuineness. As someone once said, the fake is of far greater value. In its deliberate attempt to be real, it's more real than the real thing. And to finish, I just want to say the words that the author wrote in the afterword about this. It may be that the meaning of words is greatly affected by the grounding and values of the one hearing them, as well as the environment they are in. And because this happens with concrete words, those used for engaging with abstract ideas, you'll have an even greater disparity in reactions. For example, growth, or change, or real. I think if you really talk about those concepts with people, you'll find that everyone has different viewpoints on them. So, there are surprisingly few things you can communicate with words. And even when you thought you communicated something, or that something was communicated to you, it probably wasn't. In the end, the words may have been spoken purely for the benefit of the one who said them. However, I'm still writing today, despite believing a novel has to be the prime example of that. Even so, I hope that, if, even just for this time at least, is happy and satisfied with that. After this scene, as you do when you had done something spontaneous, and didn't think too much on what would happen next. Arriving home, the adrenaline left Ikigaya's body, and what remained is the...
Leave me alone!
And when it comes to traumatic flashbacks, there are two stages. First, a high-energy destructive impulse, and then low-energy depression. And so, it just stays there till Komachi enters the living room and asks, "What's going on, bruh?" And he tells her to leave him alone, since Big Bro is having a little bit of a identity crisis right now. But then, he goes on to say to himself that, wait a minute, the people who go on about individuality this and individuality that all the time are usually the ones with no identity. As if something that changes so easily could be really an identity anyway. And if you really believed that was Ikigaya who said that second part, Komachi really deserves an Oscar for Best Actor, because she was the one who said that, while imitating Ikigaya.
個性なわけあるかよ。小町ちゃん、何その言葉遣い、乱暴よ。
That really was worth a lot of points in Hachiman terms. Just a little bit more and she can graduate herself with a Hachiman degree. The sun rises, it's a new day, and as Ikigai was in school, the only thing he could think of is what happened the day before and having to go to the club and face them after that, which just makes him
死にたいので帰ります。おう、でも死ぬなよ。
But he still has to go, since he was the one who requested their help. Arriving there, their reaction was more normal than he expected, which was a relief, since he feared having his feelings used against him once again, just like in the past. Which, yeah, despite that fear, he still did what he did the day before regardless. Even though he already experienced how bad that could turn out to be in his past, he still had the courage to take that step. He cared so much about them that he was willing to giving them something that they could hurt him with, in hopes of getting closer to them. He made a gamble, and the next day he was anxious. He feared that they would laugh upon him, so much so that he didn't even want to go to school. But when he arrived there, they didn't say anything. At first, he was confused, cautious, because this isn't how normally things turn out to be to him. But when he realizes that they wouldn't do what he feared, he felt relief, like a weight left his shoulders. And so, he gives the girls a rough summary of the joint Christmas event and their present situation, after which they headed for the community center on schedule. As I say, it's faster to experience it than to explain it. And yeah, Yui and Yukino got to see in first hand the predicament of the event, after which Yukino asks Ikigaya what to do, and he... no idea. What? So, let me get this straight. You, Ikigaya Hachiman, do not know what to do. Yeah, exactly. So, you don't know everything. Oh, hell no! What you take me for? There's a lot of things I don't know. No, that's not what I mean. She needed this. She needed to realize that he's not always able to solve things on his own, and that sometimes he doesn't know what to do. She needed to break this illusion, to realize that she may be able to help him, that it's fine and normal to not have everything figured out, that if this applies to him, then maybe it also applies to her. On the Disneyland, when Ikigaya and Yukino talk for a bit, she says that now she doesn't think that she wants to be like her sister, but her sister has things that she doesn't. However, she doesn't want them, and after wondering why she doesn't, she gets disappointed on herself, and Ikigaya too has things she doesn't have. What both Haruno and Ikigaya have that she doesn't is their self-reliance, them deciding what to do and sticking to it, which makes them consistent on their actions, unlike her, who doesn't know how to act, how to behave around others, to please others and to please herself. Yukino feels that the manner in which she's acting is the one that's proper, yet the reactions she gets don't match that, because of whatever she's missing. That would be people's skills and understanding of human nature, which leads us to what Haruno and Ikigai individually have that Yukino doesn't. In Ikigai's case is this understanding of human nature, which Yukino lacks. She even put it as something that she's working hard to earn for the sake of her future goals. She believes that once she has this, she'll be able to comprehend why people's reactions don't always match with her supposed proper way of acting and adjust herself. However, to put that into action, she needs the social skills of Haruno, but she doesn't want them. Why? Because of the pressure and expectations that come along with it, which she fears that she won't be able to meet, thus getting disappointed in herself. Although it's also because she would have to lie to some extent, which she isn't a fan of. However, how you can understand from looking at others is your own deficits, hence Yukino doesn't realize how capable she is, which she needs to have some confidence on herself, on academics, sports, etc. She is on the same level as Haruno, she only lacks on social skills, and she even may be superior to Haruno when it comes to management of events and projects. That's why seeing that Ikigai has his shortcomings and things he doesn't know is so important. So yeah, after this they start thinking on the plan and all of that, and first and foremost, in the next meeting they should do some hard rejections and thorough opposition, which the vice president of the student council disagrees, saying that it would be a little harsh to present an opposition plan at that point, since they never opposed their plans before, and furthermore, he doesn't want them to get a reputation for arguing. Hishiki hearing this says, "Yeah, true, but I'm going to do it anyway."
私的にしょぼいのってやっぱりちょっと嫌かなって。
I swear to God, this Kohai. The meeting starts, and Ishiki starts objecting and raising problems in their plan, but as they did with Ikigai, on response, they just spill some bullshit with jargon on the top to look legit. And at this point, Ikigai was fed up with that bullshit. He didn't want to give in to that sort of superficial discussion, despite of how, until just recently, he himself had been crushed by that sort of superficiality. He could no longer resign himself to accept the fake. So, he says to them something similar to what he said to Sagami in the cultural festival, spitting out the truths they didn't want to hear. But this time, he was not alone, since Yukino also joined up on this. However, this wasn't only directed to the Christmas event committee, but also to them, just as Ikigai said. The greatest error of this meeting was that there had been no rejection, there had been no opposition right from the start. So, even when we all knew something was wrong, nobody had been able to correct it. I hadn't been able to reject their ideas either. I had let myself think it was a valid way of doing things. I had told myself I was being reserved, I was being considerate, but I had been lying. That wasn't right. I don't think it's at all a bad thing to be rejected. Some things you can only understand when someone shows you why you are wrong. A hopeless, empty, and general affirmation of everything is the cruelest rejection of them all. I think that's a real dismissal. He distributed the responsibility to lighten his own share in it, blaming a nameless other that with a postscript about how everyone has decided was just manipulative. He made us into accomplices. Oh, it was like a certain hollow box. That was why I had to reject this. I couldn't say I was a righteous person at all, but because I had people who would be so good as to reject my suggestions, I had realized my mistake. There was no way I could accept this conclusion. I knew I was in the wrong. You only thought you could do it and let your ego get the better of yourself. You couldn't face your error. You wanted to avoid your own failure, so you did what you could to put your mind at ease, forming plans, throwing around words, and getting promises. When you make a mistake, it's easier to make it someone else's fault. It was just like how a certain someone had been recently. A kind with a world with no rejection is so pleasant. Superficial discussions are left in the meeting records, and you can still have something that looks like a meeting. You can deceive yourself that way, but it's fake. That's why Ikigai said that they should stop trying to make friends. They have a meeting full of rejection, opposition and confrontation, but with a clear outcome. He's also talking about his relationship with Yui and Yukino, never making a decision, how he's pushing it to the others, waiting for a general agreement, trying to maintain the appearances, all born from fear and insecurities. Hence, he confronted the service club with his own selfish desires and break away from the superficiality he was trying to maintain. And now, with their help, he's also able to confront the superficiality of the people on the Christmas event. With that, he was able to get a clear outcome as he wanted. Thus, now it's time to get a clear outcome out of the situation of the service club. However, Ikigai was not the only one to harshly object the committee. Yukino also did, and just as Ikigai, what she said also applies to her. Using vague language to feel as if you have had a discussion and as if you understand, while not carrying anything into action at all, not creating anything or being able to attain anything, nothing that's real at least. After they used Ikigai's old methods, Irusukasei said, maybe that's not that bad if they do it together. If they are getting hurt together, maybe that's not an injury at all. Beauty in dissonance, perhaps. The dissonance of two different people who can resonate to create a unique and beautiful thing. Ikigai might be hurt, or warped, or twisted, but in the eyes of someone who knows what to look for, it's a beautiful thing. There's real value there, and Irusukasei has some appreciation for things like that. But it can also be scary. You wonder if this is really for the best. Some might say that the joy no one understands is a closed joy. And Ikigai asks if that's a bad thing, to which Irusukasei says that she doesn't know. A teacher can only verify your answers on school tests. So, she at least will continue to ask him questions, and he will keep mulling them over, as it always has been. She was always there, realizing when they were off track, always guiding them, giving them that little push they needed to not fall off completely, and then letting them get back on track on their own. After the two of them said what they said, they were able to split the event in two. Each school would take responsibility for one part, and so, with this done, Yukino says to Ishiki that she should assume the leadership for the rest. However, Ishiki was kinda anxious, since she wasn't sure if she would be able to do it, though Yukino reassured her with a tone kind, saying that she can do it. There's someone who recommended her for that position, and she thinks Ishiki can believe in him. After this, the event went smoothly, and they did make sure to put Rumi as the central figure of the play that they did. The play in question is The Gift of the Magi, a short story about a couple who wanted to buy a Christmas present to each other, but couldn't do so because they were poor. To get around this, both sold their most precious possession in order to get the money to buy a present. The irony of the story is that the wife sold her beautiful long hair to buy a chain to her husband's golden watch that he inherited from his grandfather, while the husband sold the watch to buy a comb for his wife's beautiful hair. Looking at this in a practical sense, it was fucking stupid. They were already more broke than your average college student, and despite of it, they sold their most valuable possession for something that in the end had no use whatsoever. However, what's essential is invisible to the eye. We only see well with the heart. Hence, of all gift givers, they were truly the wise ones, since they were able to truly and sincerely communicate how much the other means to them, that they could let go of their most precious possession to stay with them. It showed the selfishness and genuineness of their relation. Thus, if wishes can be granted, and if Ikigai could get what he wants, he wouldn't wish for anything or want anything, because anything you are given is most likely fake, and you will one day lose it. As Iruzuka Sensei explained to him, and Yui tried to communicate, is the struggle and the pain that make something real. Your wishes are formless, you can touch your desires, and it's possible that if you do get them, you may ruin your greatest treasure. As explained just now, if you look at something objectively with your eyes, you might miss the point and ruin it. What's essential is invisible to the eye, thus your wishes are formless and you can touch your desires. I still don't know what happened after the ending of the story I saw on that shining stage, which is why I know I will keep trying to find out. He'll continue to seek a relation like theirs, to see what's beyond the end of the story, to see what a genuine relation is like. Going back in time, while the event was still going on, Iruzuka Sensei gave them 4 tickets for Destiny Event, aka definitely not Disneyland, which, guess what, she won 2 tickets at the wedding after party, and twice. And people told her, you can go alone twice! Twice. I'm genuinely feeling bad for her. This is not even a joke anymore. Her, who is desperately trying to marry someone, to receive a couple's ticket and be told that twice. And the worst is that if she didn't give them the tickets, she would say, well, might as well go to not waste the tickets. And she would go 4 times, and then, after she had way more fun than she expected, she would pay herself a 5th time, obviously. This is depressing, oh my god. Anyways, they go to Destiny Event, and there Miura, Haima, Hebina and Tobe join them. While there, Hikigaya and Yukino get separated from the rest of the group. They end up going on an attraction where Yukino says to Hikigaya,
Ne Hikigaya-kun. いつか私を助けてね。
I think that was probably the first wish Yukino Yukinoshita had ever voiced. After said attraction, Yukino wasn't feeling really good, and so Hikigaya, as a gentleman he is, buys her a drink, and then they stay in that back and forth of
俺
ありがとう。いくらだった？
いや、いい。病人から金を巻き上げるのは気が引ける。
そうはいかないわ。
救急車は金取らねえだろ。救急車は金取らねえ。救急車は金取らねえ。救急車は金取らねえ。救急車は金取らねえ。
The fuck you just said? You and your silly Japanese opinions, listen to me, son. This so much is attempt to dissuade me from my constitutional, destined love for not paying taxes. I'll send more than a fat man this time. Little boy. In the end, Yukino ends up accepting Hikigaya treat, and then she talks a little bit about her. However, the star of this trip is neither Yukino nor Hikigaya, but Ishiki. Since the beginning of the day, she has been trying to approach Haima, but Miura was always there too, even helping her when she felt a little bit sick after a roller coaster. She really is a good person. Her opportunity came up at night when they were watching the fireworks. Tobe helped her to separate the others from Haima, and thus she does her attack and yeah, F for the team. Right afterwards, Hikigaya goes talk with Haima, who says that he felt bad for Ishiki. He knew this entire time that she had feelings for him, but he had to act tense about people's affections, or else he couldn't maintain those relationships. When people's feelings fail to reach their target, they will distance themselves. That fact itself isn't his fault, but Haima must have been forced to constantly dodge those affections to avoid that result. That had also been clear with that incident during the school field trip and in the Christmas event when he constantly rejected Ishiki's request for his help. Even so, even if he did the right thing, he still feels awful for having to once again hurt someone else to being able to keep his everyone's Haima facade, and thus, to change the subject, he says to Ikigai that he's amazing, changing the people around him like that. Ikigai asks him what's up with the sudden praise, and Haima clarifies, saying once again that he's not as a good guy as Ikigai thinks. He's complimenting Ikigai for his sake, and he does that for the same reason Ikigai assumes he's a good guy, most likely. Ikigai says that Haima is a good guy for his own sake, just like when you see someone do a good deed and you say that that person is a good person. After looking within yourself, you realize that you could do what that person is doing and that you consider said thing good, but even so, you ain't doing it. So, to cope with it, you say that person is a good person. You are ascribing a reason on why they are doing it, the reason being something inherent to them. They are doing it because it's part of who they are, it's natural to them, it's not a conscious decision. Thus, you can go with your day without feeling bad about yourself. What Ikigai saw in Haima was his ability to socialize, to be able to understand people and keep the balance between his relationships, a thing that he failed multiple times to do so in the past. So, when he sees Haima, who's able to do what he could not without being the stereotypical normie asshole, instead of saying that it was his fault for not being able to do so, he instead says that Haima can do it because he's a good guy. In Haima's case, here he's praising Ikigai for changing people because he can't do the same. Matter of fact, he prevents people from doing so that his relations can be preserved. However, what Haima doesn't realize is that Ikigai himself wasn't so different. He too prevented people's growth with his self-centered methods, although he tackled the superficial issues. But he started to change, not because of his individual merit, but because the environment and everyone else around him was also changing. He's changing and inspiring everyone around him because he's inspired and aided by those around him in return. Haima isn't able to realize this because he's too blinded by self-loathing just as everyone else. Just as Ikigai said, admiration, envy and jealousy all eventually lead to despair. All you can understand from looking at others is your own deficits. After this, they all go home, and Ikigai ends up going with Ishiki by train, where they talk a bit. She tells him that even if she knew that it would be no use, she had to try. After she heard that, now she also wants something genuine. Ikigai gets embarrassed hearing this and tells her to forget about that, but she says that she won't, and she can't, and that's why she gave it a shot that day. Even so, he could respect her wish for something real, and so he tries to console her, saying her not to worry about it, and that it wasn't her fault. And Ishiki just responds with the usual.
もしかして今のって口説こうとしてました？ごめんなさい、ちょっと一瞬ときめきかけましたが、冷静になるとやっぱり無理です。
Anyways, while holding her tears, she says as to cheer herself up that this could be her chance and all of that. And Ikigai seeing this says that she's really something, and then she looked up at him with wet, upturned eyes and
先輩のせいですからね。私がこうなったの。責任取ってくださいね。
seriously, this go high. Talking of people like Haima, after the Christmas holidays were over and school restarted, the students in the second year had till the end of January to decide if they would pick sciences or arts in the third year, which would also decide the classes of that year. And so they received an email from Miura requesting advice on how do you guys make the choice for arts or sciences. At first, Yukino is surprised about Miura's request, since it's unexpected for a person like her, who seems always so decisive to be having trouble choosing. But then, Ishiki explains that what she really wanted to know was which option would Haima pick, since the classes for the next year will be decided based on that. And yeah, Ishiki started to inhabit the service club because yes. Anyways, with this information, Ikigai decided that it would be faster to just go to Haima and ask him directly, which is what he does. So, with his amazing negotiation skills, he gets absolutely no fucking information from Haima, as expected. With this, he goes back to the club to report his amazing findings, and while there, Miura appears. She asks Yukino about the rumors that had been going on about her and Haima being dating. Yukino replies that they are not dating, they just know each other for a long time. Furthermore, she says that it's annoying when people spread this kind of rumors. And yeah, this kind of thing is really fucking annoying, but Miura didn't like the way Yukino said it, as if she didn't like the idea of being associated with Haima, and Miura says to Yukino that she's pissing her off, that she hates how she's always like this. But this time isn't Yukino that replies, but Yui that calls Miura's name in an accusatory tone, making even Miura startled. Yui explains, as she already did at some point in the classroom, that Yukino and Haima just happened to run into each other and that nothing happened. However, Miura is not convinced, since if that was all, Haima wouldn't be so worried about it. It was the first time he acted like that, so he asks Yukino if something happened between them in the past. Yukino replies by just saying that even if something had happened and she gave her the details, would that change anything? Would her or others trust that? And this response just makes Miura even more pissed off, to the point that she gets violent, but Yukino is able to stop her, and then Ikigai and Yui separate them. The reason Miura was so agitated was because there has never been any talk of Haima dating before. No, to be more precise, he has kept himself detached from that kind of talk. But lately, that balance has been certainly crumbling, and while that's been going on, there has been all this talk about the classes splitting up. There's a separation, a distancing, and Miura has definitely felt it. That's why she sent that email, and that's why she's now talking with them. Thus, after Miura has calmed down a bit, she reveals that she's asking all of these questions because she wants to be someone close to Haima. She doesn't really care about what happened in the past, nor his future course, she just wants to know his feelings. She wants to know him, she wants to understand. Then Ikigai does kind of a mean question, that if Haima won't have her, doesn't that mean he doesn't want her knowing him that well? That maybe he just doesn't like her? Even so, despite all of that, he asks her if she still wants to know anyway. And Miura immediately answers that yes, she wants to know. She wants to know anyway. Even if she went past the limits when she got violent towards Yukino, I can at least respect this determination of her wanting to get closer to Haima despite the consequences, and so does Ikigai, and thus he says to Miura that he'll figure something out to get the information. So he goes asking around about the choice between arts and sciences, and if someone knows something about what Haima might choose. But the people he asked all said they have no clue about what Haima might choose, and they also all mentioned the expectations that people have on Haima, and how he's always able to meet them. But well, in regard to the first question, there's someone who actually gave a decent answer, which, surprisingly enough, was Amakusa. He said that he chose sciences because he could gain arts-related knowledge on his own, through his hobbies. The problem was fields he lacked interest in. He will not learn such things unless forced by necessity. Which yeah, fair enough, continue like this, Amakusa. Another interesting conversation was with Totsuka, which ends up by him saying that there's tons you don't know, huh, Hachiman? You didn't know about the tennis club, or about sports recommendations, or about Haima's course selection, or that rumor, or about me. What the Oh, did Ikigai just trick Totsuka's flag? Did he finally made his dream come true? Aside from this, in all seriousness, Totsuka also said that if Ikigai ever was in trouble, he could rely on him, as he has been saying for a long time. However, this time, Ikigai actually asked Totsuka to help him out on his plan, because, without any clue of to what Haima might choose, he decides to take a more direct approach, and so, while in a school marathon, Ikigai is able to isolate himself with Haima, with the help of Totsuka and the tennis club. He provokes Haima a bit, and in the end he is able to know that, at the very least, he will definitely not pick sciences. And Haima also said to him that he would get rid of the rumors that have been bothering him, which he does by thanking Ishiki and Miura in his speech for getting first place in the marathon. After this, they tell what they found to Miura, and she thanks them and also apologizes to Yukino for what she had done. Yukino says that, "I'm not really upset, in fact I'm impressed with your courage. Not just anyone would come right up to me and get physical." Which Miura replies, "Huh? Why are you so arrogant about it? You are infuriating. I shouldn't have apologized." Like, yeah, she could have just accepted the apology or something, there was no need to say that, but I mean, that's Yukino for you, so After the marathon ended, they all did after party to celebrate Haima's victory, and Yui kinda pushed Ikigai and Yukino into the party. So yeah, well there, this time is Haima who comes to say sorry to Yukino, because of the rumors that he believes caused a lot of trouble for her. Yukino replies that hardly counts as trouble. Compared with back then, it's nothing serious, and that she understands a little now. She thinks there would have been a better way to do it, and so she calls him trouble too, and thus she apologizes to him, ending by saying that she is grateful for his consideration regardless. Haima is taken aback by Yukino's response, since before she would treat him in a harsh way, and we can even see that in the beginning of our story, she became softer in a way. She then says to Haima that she thinks she doesn't have to be bound by the past either. There's no need to force himself to chase after someone else. And Haima, somewhat proudly and smiling, replies that that's also part of who he is. With this, the conversation ends, and then Haima says to Ikigai that Yukino has changed a little after all. She's not chasing Arno's shadow anymore, but it's nothing more than that. And Ikigai just asks if that isn't enough. Haima replies by asking if he didn't notice, and Ikai's like, "Notice? Notice what? What do you mean?" Yeah, indeed, what does he mean? Well, we can get the answer to that with something that happened recently. Around New Year's time, while Arno and Haima were together because of their family's meeting, they end up encountering Ikigai and Yui, which were in the mall to buy Yukino a present. The four of them talk for a bit, and then Arno decides to call Yukino to tell her to come. And Yukino at first was about to hang up on her, but before she does so, Arno mentions that she's with Ikigai, and hearing this, Yukino says that she'll be there. Arriving there, her, Haima, and Arno end up talking about their past, where, according to Arno, whenever their parents had some business together, she would babysit the two of them. However, according to Yukino, rather than babysitting, she would just force them to follow her around, which was awful. Like, when they would go to an amusing park and she would leave them behind, or shake the Ferris wheel, and on contrary to Haima's and Yukino's expression, that were getting darker and darker as they recalled those days, Arno's expression was a cheerful one, saying that, "Oh yeah, then Yukino-chan would basically always cry, huh?" Kinda funny and cute imagining a little Yukino crying. And talking of Yukino-chan, Arno is not the only one who calls Yukino that, Haima does too. When Yukino had just arrived, maybe because they were outside of school and it was that time of year when the families would meet, he slips up and calls her Yukino-chan, which just shows for how long they have known each other. While at this, another person arrives, Yukino and Arno's mother, which kinda Anyways, she came to take Haima and Arno, and after seeing Yukino, she tells her to come too. However, Yukino doesn't really want to go, but she doesn't know what to say. and then she just looks at Ikigaya, as if she wanted him to tell her what to do, wanted him to resolve her problems. But Haruno doesn't let that happen, and says, "Don't, Yukino-chan." Feeling the tense mood, Yui and Ikigaya left them. Haruno stopped Yukino because she doesn't like this part of her, as she stated when she talked to Ikigaya after the end of Miura's request. While they were having this conversation, Ikigaya mentions that Yukino told him what she took between arts and sciences, and Haruno says Yukino trusts him quite a lot if she told him that. Ikigaya replies by saying that it's not trust that's about, and Haruno says, "Oh, so you do understand. Yes, that's not trust at all. It's something more cruel. Nothing has changed, and she thinks that's fine, you know. Just one of her many cute traits, but I don't like it myself." But what's that something? Putting it in the words of Ikigaya himself, uncontrolled, unguided trust is dependence. What Haime and Haruno say didn't change about Yukino is that, indeed, she may have stopped following Haruno's shadow and depending on her to make decisions, but that's because it simply shifted from Haruno to Ikigaya. When she was confronted by her mother, she immediately looked at Ikigaya. That's not the kind of thing you can rely on someone you trust to help you with. You can ask for advices or for them to give you a little push, but letting them make the decision and resolve things for you, that's not to rely on someone, but to depend on someone. But this is not the only thing that changed in Ikigaya and Yukino's relationship. Yukino gradually started to grow fond of Ikigaya, and around when Ishiki shows up for the first time, she started to show that more clearly. She would get jealous when Ikigaya was with another girl. She listened carefully when Ishiki talked about setting herself apart from her rivals, and when Ishiki asked Ikigaya about places to hang out. This also goes the other way around, like him at first being nervous when he heard the rumor about Haime and Yukino being dating, and then annoyed by the gossips saying that he would much rather hear gossips about himself. You could argue that he would also get annoyed if the gossips were about Yui and someone else, and I would agree, since part of him not liking the rumors is because he cares about Yukino. But there's a big difference between his view towards Yui and Yukino, and we are able to see it flourish during Miura's request. That difference is his will to know more about Yukino, and this is not from now. Since the beginning he had this will, but he never attempted to cross that line. He didn't want to talk about it, and I wouldn't ask. And this how he grew with time, always wondering if he should intrude in, if he should touch on the depths of her past. Right before Miura arrives, while they were discussing the rumors, Ikigaya wanted and was about to ask about Yukino's past, and while Miura was talking, he understood her feeling and wanting to be closer to Haime, and so that's why he made those questions. Not because he wanted to know how emotionally ready Miura was, but because he wanted the answers to his own questions. If it's the right thing to take that step towards someone who doesn't want you getting close, even if they hate you or avoid you or think you are shameless, even if you end up hurting them, is it okay to cross that line? Just like Miura, what he really wanted to know wasn't necessarily Yukino's past, but rather her feelings, understand her on a deeper level. He wants to be that someone close to her, who understands her. When he encounters Yukino after the marathon, he is able to take that first step towards getting closer to her. When he asks about what she would pick between sciences or arts, it seems like a trivial thing, but this is the first time he asks her something personal, and that's why he's satisfied with himself, despite Yukino not answering his question at first, because even if he didn't get an answer, he at least was able to finally take that first step. However, Yukino right after answers his question, also showing her will to let Ikigaya get closer. While we are at the topic of liking someone, while in the camping trip, Haime says that the name of the person he likes starts with the letter Y. But who's that person? First of all, he said that in a way as to make the people who were listening think of Yumiko Miura instead of Yukino Shita. But which one? Yukino Shita or Haruno Yukino Shita? Well, at first I thought it was Yukino, but now I don't think that's the case. He feels guilty about not helping Yukino when she needed, and perhaps because he was one of the reasons she was bullied. This is purely conjecture on my side, but I think it started with rumors of him and Yukino being dating, and then, just like Miura, other girls went asking her about it, and she said no in Yukino's way. From there, the girls started saying things in her back like, "Hey, don't you think Yukino Shita is a little too much full of herself? Yeah, who the hell she thinks she is? Yeah, just because she's a little beautiful and has good grades, she thinks she's superior or something." And then they decided to do just a little prank for good fun, and then the snowball started rolling and rolling till it was full blowing. That's why he's so pissed off about the rumors. If what happened in the past were just the rumors itself, although it would be a pain in the ass to Yukino, it wouldn't be too much of a deal after the rumors disappeared. But hey, that's just a theory, a Horigayu theory. Swear to God, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Well, aside from his feeling of guilt and his complicated relation with her, which they weren't really friends, neither strangers, but they still saw each other quite frequently, which, yeah, I don't think there was a romantic feeling there. If there was, when Yukino was harsh to him, aside from guilt, he would also have an anguished look on his eyes, which he doesn't. He has those eyes whenever Arno talks to him. Since he was little, he looked at Arno with admiration, and from that admiration, he started to like her, and hence that look whenever Arno doesn't give him too much case. But when he invited Ikigaya to go out with him and Norimoto, and they talked about crushes, he says that in the end, they have never really come to like someone, and that's why they had the wrong idea. He realized that maybe he didn't genuinely like Arno, maybe he just admired her, and that was all there was with it. So yeah, currently I don't really know if he likes someone, which means Miura and Ishiki might have a chance, so go get him girls, suck him off, because for what I have seen, Ikigaya and Haima have a lot of heart, let's say, not that I have personally looked for it, I mean
Why did you wait for the countdown? Did you want to see men kissing?
Yes.
You like men.
Yes.
You like kissing.
Yes.
You like men kissing.
Yes.
Now that I mention Arno, there's also something to talk about her that has happened recently, but first, we also get a little insight in regard to her and Yukino's relation. To this point, I think it has already been established that Arno doesn't hate Yukino, despite what it seems. She just loves her sister and wants her to grow as a person. But what about Yukino? Does she hate Arno? Well, at least Arno believes so, and even told Ikigaya that is the case, which isn't surprising that she thinks that, since she's well aware of her actions and how they may be perceived in a negative way. However, from Yukino herself, we never got an indication of such, not from her actions, nor thoughts, nor behavior. She admired Arno and viewed her as a role model, but down the line, she realized that she couldn't continue like that, following Arno's shadow, so she started to push her away, in an attempt to become independent, to no longer be Arno's little sister, but Yukino Shita. That's why she's always so opposed to Arno's interference, since it goes against the whole thing she's trying to do. Aside from this, she also finds Arno quite annoying, irritating, but it doesn't mean she hates her. However, the clearest answer to this question can be found on the most subtle of things. Way back at the beginning, when Ikigaya and Yukino were going out to buy Yuri a present. Yukino says that the reason she's so attached to Panda Panda is because she received it as a birthday present when she was little. Now, when it was Yui and Ikigaya going out to buy Yukino a present when they encounter Arno, she says that this year she might buy Yukino a present, since it has been a while since she gave her one. So, adding one thing with the other, this doesn't mean she loves Arno per se, but at the very least, she doesn't hate her. Now, regarding the thing that has to do with Arno, when Arno tells Ikigaya that Yukino's actions aren't because of trust but something else, Ikigaya asks her what it is then, and she answers that, at the very least, she wouldn't call it something real. Then she asks him if, is there even such a thing as something real? And this is not the first time we heard this question. Right before this dialogue, there's a little monologue of someone reading a book, Ron Melus, which ends with them asking the same question. So it's pretty much implied that this was a monologue of Harno. With that in mind, let's read the monologue. Before, I think I had sympathized with the village shepherd. Justice, love, fidelity, they are really worthless when you think about it. It's all ridiculous. Every time I think that line comes to me. Someone trusted him. Someone trusted him. To me, that line seemed like the whispers of the devil. As you enter here to the sweet ring of those words, you turn yourself into a monster of trust. You chant in your heart that you will allow no betrayal. Here, Harno is talking about Yukino trusting her and her not wanting to betray Yukino's trust, but also that she wouldn't allow someone else to betray her trust, in case Jaime, which is why she can't forgive him till this day. It's the realization of your own vile nature that makes you desperately attempt to paint it over. When you cover it up, others see your facade as your true self, and that eventually becomes taken for granted. It becomes who you really are. If you start suspecting that's all there is to it, then there's no end to it. You can never make the judgment yourself. So I just kept waiting, thinking someone would have to see through that. And in the process, I eventually came to sympathize with the wicked and ruthless king instead. The one who said he cannot trust people, but the end of the story is, as everyone knows. However, what really happened at the end? The king said you cannot rely on the hearts of men. I bet the wicked and ruthless king still doesn't believe in the existence of that fidelity. Even now, he might try it, but he can't quite bring himself to believe it. And even when it's presented to him so plainly, he won't trust it. Isn't that why he just wants to get inside them, to try again, to destroy them? If you are struck on the cheek for doubting, then who is it who most deserves to be struck? I closed the book and turned my gaze out the window. Already, the certain sun has descended beneath the horizon, and the final remnants of white were gone. Fidelity, or possibly the truth? How can you say for sure that's not an empty delusion? Is there even such a thing as something real? Just as Yukino had many reasons to run for presidency, Harno also has many reasons to budge in Yukino's life. People are complex, and you can't always pin down the exact and only reason for an action. Here it's shown that another motive for Harno intruding herself so much with the service club is to see if there's something as truth, fidelity, such a thing as something real, if it's not just an empty delusion. So, just as the king tested Melus to prove his doubts, his beliefs and experiences that led him to where he is, Harno is doing the same with the service club. However, the person who had the most importance in these recent events was none other than Jaime, and there's also a monologue related to him. When someone has spoken to you, shown they have empathy for you, and then turn out to be something completely different, it's pure despair. Those similarities, resemblances, are why the differences bother you so much. It throws them into relief. You can't wave off those differences, because you are so very similar. I couldn't forgive myself for getting my hopes up, for thinking I understood, for thinking I had been understood. I'm sure I'm smaller, lesser, and more cowardly than the person depicted in No Longer Human. I'm troubled by problems, so petty even thus I wouldn't notice them. So then, aren't I no longer human? Or something even less? Aren't I even more suspicious and alone than the wicked and ruthless king? Furthermore, I was disgusted with myself for using authoritative literature for the selfish purpose of gaining the answers to my incredibly personal problems. How shallow, foolish, and ugly I had not picked up these books for reasons of purification or education. I just wanted to be denounced by the truth. I wanted something to see through this crown of self-aggrandizement, and I wanted it to come from the outside. So I had gotten my hopes up. Maybe this book, I had thought, or maybe this person was far more sensitive to the wickedness than others. Maybe she would find me, maybe she would see through me. But even though she could see so close, even though she could see through everything else, I was the one thing she wouldn't look at. It was worse than a lecture or contempt. It was more painful than anything. Hayama, still, after all this time, felt guilty for all his talk of meeting people's expectations, of putting this veneer of someone capable who can be relied on. He, in the end, was nothing more than a clown of self-aggrandizement who couldn't even help someone close who has put their trust on him. Hence why he wanted to be denounced. Hence why he wanted to be found. He hoped someone would be able to see through that veneer. However, the person who he thought would be able to do that wouldn't even look at him. That person wouldn't look at him precisely because they were so similar. Every time she would look at Hayama, the differences she wanted to evolve would be brought to the light. Thus, she would walk away, never truly communicating, just listening to what the other person was saying and responding here and there to maintain the talk, which could be perceived as kindness, but it was just called disinterest, the equivalent of when someone is talking to you and you are just yeah, that's crazy, bro, yeah, life is a bitch, yeah, As someone said, a hopeless, empty, and general affirmation of everything is the cruelest rejection of them all. I think that's the real dismissal. That was why it was so painful to Hayama. However, this is not from now. Since the beginning, Hayama has always struggled with something. In a chain message event, he realized that thing could not only change him, limiting what he could do, but also that it could be the cause of conflict. Perhaps not the first time that it was the cause of it, but back then, it turned his eyes away. Something that he would come to regret deeply. Something that would make a person resent him to this day, since she couldn't forgive who hurt someone so dear to her. A person that was on the same position as him, and was able to do what was expected of her, who he admired so much because of it, to the point that he mistaken that feeling for something else, to come to treat him with disregard. As a form of atonement, he always answered when that person called him, and always tried to help the person who he hurt, but to no avail. Nothing has changed since that day. Even when he was presented with a similar situation, he still couldn't help. He was still bound, unable to do what he wanted to, as he was painfully made aware of. However, things only got worse, and those chains extended from his past to his present, souring even his current relations, to the point that his only available option was to seek help from the last person that he wanted to rely on. Person this that he afterwards apologized to and tried to help, even dropping, for a brief moment, the thing that he held on to for so long to do so, but it was all useless. In the end, once again, he couldn't help. Furthermore, he admitted that he was extending a helping hand because he hoped that someone would do the same for him and aid him on amend his past relations, but to no avail. After all of this, he was already feeling awful with himself, perhaps one of the lowest points on his life. However, as usual, when you think that things could not get worse, they usually do. Now he even had to hurt people to maintain the thing he had to hold on to. While all of these recent events were happening, there was always someone who was able to do what he could not, even though he was superior to that person in every single aspect. Those were things that he had to and was expected to be. The sole thing that he wanted from his own volition was the thing he could not attain. Thus, he feels inferior to him and holds him in a regard so that he can accept the things where he's not as good as him. Is this person who gives him a chance, or a choice should I say, the choice to be set free of those chains, to let things come to a natural end without hurting anyone, nor betraying anyone's expectations. Faced with this option, first and foremost, he tells that person that he hates him, feeling like that person is far behind him. He hates that. He wants them to be in even terms, so he wants to raise him up in order to affirm that person's voice, so that he can reject his inferiority, so that he can continue to be the person he has been until now and feel okay with it. That person understood this, since he felt the same, and thus to communicate this, instead of cold disinterest, which is just kindness, and is what he has been doing till now, to communicate that there was someone who wouldn't force expectations on him, he says that he also hates him, and he does this because only a pertinent rejection is true understanding. In regard to his choice, he rejects the option he was given. Finally, after all this time, he could come to terms with himself. If you make a choice when you have no other options, then you can call that your choice, can you? That's why this moment was so important to him. For the first time, he was given an alternative. Thus, he could choose what he wanted to be. He will be everyone's Jaime, who always meets everyone's expectations and hopes. I was finding the optimal answer, not because it was something forced upon him, outside of his control, but because he chose to. Even if it hurts, even if he comes to regret it, even if he comes to hate himself for it, he won't choose, not anything. He won't give up on anything. He won't shy away from people's expectations. He was born with expectations to fulfill, and he will try his absolute best to fulfill them, all of them. Even if the option he was given was just an illusion, an option that he could never actually take, thus always serving as a way for him to cope with the situation and being satisfied with it. The fact remains that he could give up on some expectations if he wanted to, but he did not. He has accepted all of the expectations placed on him of his own will and has made them his only desire. He accepted that everyone's Jaime because Hayato is also included on that everyone. Thus, this is also what he wants to do, and this is something he chose himself. He won't pick and choose what expectations to fulfill, nor what parts of him are due to his own accord and which are put upon him. They are all him. In the end of the day, the only thing that he ever had agency of on his life was the acceptance that everyone's Jaime is who he is, who Hayama Hayato chose to be and will continue to be, even if it's a selfish desire, even if it's self-gratification on his part. He will remain true to his core, which perhaps is what's genuine to him. With the marathon thing end, February starts and it's finally time for Komachi's exams, which she has been studying since forever. Like the collapse of Bronze Age. She was there, studying, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. Mesopotamia and the fall of Babylon. When boys cry, do you even have to ask? When men cry,
We're the real heroes.
When the Portuguese kick-started the good old European colonialism, there she was, ready to engage in some Christian activities in Brazil.
Hoje comeremos cu! Venha comigo nessa jornada.
When a random guy in China wake up and was like, damn, do you know how I keep using the expression my brother in Christ? Yeah. Well, I should be saying my brother is Christ. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, I saw it on a dream. Must be legit. And then proceeded to cause your average Chinese disagreement.
Oh no!
Yeah, she was there too. World War II, Actually, don't ask what Komichi was doing between 1931 and 1945. And just a fun fact, do you know who else the voice actor of Komichi dubbed? Yeah. And just another thing, do you know where my man Hishi, who did very naughty things, was born? Yeah. When a certain boy suffered an accident in Chiba, there she was. But even with so much preparation, she gets anxious if she will do well on the exams or not. When she takes a break, or before going to bed, or while eating, all she can think of is that she hasn't done this or finished that, and worries if she'll fail or not in exams. But fortunately, she has a... No, fortunately is a strong word. But she has a big bro who was there to say a random bullshit, which makes her worries starting to feel ridiculous. Although he's also of course worried, but not if she will pass or not, but rather that his KDA will rise, since he will have to take care of the tons of guys that will be interested in her, since she's so cute. Moving on, after the deed was done, even though Komichi trashes a lot his Scarborough, like when Kawasaki said that they were really close, and she instantly said that, no, not at all, in actuality he's super annoying. She, after having finished her exams, although she wanted to do this after she actually passed, if she failed, she wouldn't have the chance, and so she thanks Hikigaya for taking care of her all these years, and then she gently placed down the 3 fingers of each hand and slowly bowed. Oh god. Even to me this gave a mixture of emotions, but Hikigaya resumed them well.
なんか目から水が、これが涙、これが感情。
Some time passed, and finally the results were out, and Komichi passed.
Yippee! Yay! Yay! Yay!
Through all of these events, we are finally entering the finish line of their story, and Hikigaya, in this beginning of the end, says, not by these exact words, that the past makes you regret, the future makes you anxious and contradicts you, making you more depressed at every moment. The present is probably the happiest time. This is probably my favorite quote of the entire series, and that's why I wanted to put it, honestly. But also, the past, the present and the future is what each one of them will have to face in this final stretch. Hikigaya will have to let go of his past, not forget it, or pretending that it never existed, but to not be bounded by it, not be bounded by his preconceptions originated from his past about his self-worth, relations and feelings, not using his past to make excuses to not take that step closer. Yukino will have to struggle to be able to trace her future for herself and be independent, to make her own decisions, to make things on her own, to say to her family what she wants to do on the future. Yui will have to cope with the present that she so strongly wishes for, but knows that she will not be able to obtain. And so, what's best to start the final stretch of a romance series than Valentine's Day? And just a quick tip to single people watching this: if you want to receive flowers on the 14th of February, in the 13th you just have to, let the voices, the intrusive thoughts win.
Leave me alone!
So yeah, the Service Club together with the Pseudo Council does an event to teach girls how to make chocolates, and the boys were also there to serve as taste testers. The event was going well. We got to see Yukino, Yui, Ishiki and Kausuke's reaction when Orimoto asked Hikigaya if she ever gave him chocolates, Arno asking if Yukino-chan would give chocolate to someone, which she didn't deny it. We also got the chance to witness again the magnificent cooking skills of Yui that got Hikigaya to say that the cookies she made were normal, which is a big compliment, since last time they gave a direct ticket to heaven or hell, depending on who hate them. But hearing something that you put so much effort into it being called mid, it's kinda, you know. And so Yukino just stared at Hikigaya like, say it, which he compelled, saying that they were actually pretty good. However, although the event was going well, there was one person who could not stay quiet. Arno goes to Hikigaya and asks him if spending time like this is that something genuine that he mentioned before, and he understood that she was implying that this couldn't possibly be that something genuine, which he agreed with her. Even though he was having fun, he sensed something was wrong about the situation, about his relationships, but he disregarded that feeling for thinking it was just because he wasn't used to it, because he never experienced it before, that with the passage of time that feeling would fade and he would come to accept it. But Arno wouldn't let him ignore that dissonance, that discomfort. He has been trying to ignore it ever since he voiced his wish, which was a good first step. But it was just that, a step. As he himself said, he doesn't want words, nor a pleasant veneer of a friendship. His wish has to be reflected on his actions, which, till now, it hasn't been. He and them have just used Ishiki and her requests as a distraction to not think on that unpleasant feeling, to not think on their relation and feelings for each other. However, Arno wouldn't let him avoid things like this, so she forces him to become aware of the feeling. Arno finishes by saying that they were all kind of boring now, that she preferred as they were before, and I think there's no deep meaning behind this. She genuinely meant what she said, that they were boring. Before they were quirky, funny to watch, but now they were just like the others. However, maybe when someone seems boring, a lot of that is the fault of the one looking. Furthermore, if you ask me, the most boring character of the entire show is Arno herself. Her moments come from teasing Yukino and Hikigaya, but aside from that, she has nothing. Till now, Hikigaya has been saying that she exposes things under the light of the sun, even though she doesn't reveal a single thing about herself. But is there even something to reveal? He wonders what's behind the masks she puts on, but is there even anything? Isn't it just empty? All those masks became her, but at the same time, none of them is really her, and there's nothing left behind those masks, and she's aware of this. That's why she says later on that she can't really get drunk, but she likes to drink anyways, because even if it's just for a brief moment, it makes her forget about her own boredom. She deemed Hikigaya as interesting because she saw a bit of herself on him, on his cynical and self-deceiving nature, but also because he was different from the others. Thus, maybe he could answer the questions she has been asking to herself all this time, that maybe, and like hers, his relation wasn't based on that cruel and repulsive thing that she experienced, but it seemed that he gave up on that and was settling to be just like the others. Thus, she asks him if that's it, because she doesn't think that's who he is, since she never took him to be so boring. That's not like him. But being like myself, being like herself, being like yourself, everyone has a self that's prescribed by another. Hikigaya Hachiman is a wonder. Yukino Shita is perfect, righteous, honest, and can solve her own problems. Haruno Yukinoshita has a perfect facade. Hayato Haima is a nice guy. Yui Yugahama is a kind girl. Yumiko Miura is a bitch. Hina Hebina is a Fujoshi. Kakeru Tobe is not a serious guy. Hiro Ahishiki is a sly fox. Seika Totsuka is a cute guy. Yoshiteru Zaimakuza is a guy with M2 syndrome. She and him are the same. Acting like ourselves is always in contradiction somewhere. That's what he would have said before. Are you okay with that? Said Hachiman Ikigaya. If he can't even say himself that he's like him, then where's that something real? Where is the real them? Haruno was not the only one to talk to him about this. Irusuke Sensei was also there, but not only for him, but also for Haruno. If Haruno really had a lot to catch up on, she would keep her company at any time if she needed. But anyways, regarding to Ikigaya and Irusuke Sensei's conversation, he tells her that this doesn't make much sense as an event, to which she tells him that that's fine, since it too doesn't make much sense, although he has come to make a little more sense to her than before. This comes from the fact that you revise your impression of a person every day, through living and growing together. Though Ikigaya retorts that he doesn't feel like he has grown, since he's always doing the same thing. Even so, she tells him he still does change, even if it's little by little. He ends up acknowledging this, since his impression of her has also changed a little, which means that the way others saw him would have done the same. But in that change, there was a fear he couldn't put into words. Thus, he asks her if he has changed, and says that hearing that feels kinda wrong. When he tried putting that into words, those words actually seemed to fit. It was something that he had been dodging all this time. At moments, he had become aware of it, of this thing that was clearly different from before. Every time he engaged with someone, it would suddenly well up from the inside, and he would start asking himself, is this right? The cause of this restlessness was the natural feeling that he was somehow being a traitor to his true self. His own past seemed too sacred of a thing to be thrown away like a whole suit of clothes. One might say that his past was his wife, and to deny it would have meant that his life thus far had been without purpose. That Ikigaya was hesitant to talk about their relation, their feelings, does not mean that his feelings were in any sense lukewarm. He was unable to move despite the violence of his emotions, and since the impact of his new emotions were not so great as to allow him to forget himself, he was forced to look back and remind himself of what his past had meant, and in doing so, he could not but continue along the path that he had so far followed. His wishes and words had to materialize into his actions. Irusuke Sensei tells him that. Kinda wrong, huh? I hope you don't forget that feeling. I think that's a sign of legitimate growth. Once you are an adult, you get good at pushing that aside. So, right now, I want you to take a good look at it. It's something important. Though, Ikigaya shoots back that they say you can't see the important stuff. To which she chuckled and then said, don't look with your eyes, look with your heart. Not in the sense of don't think, feel, but the opposite. Don't feel, think. Always keep on thinking about that feeling, because then you might eventually understand. While you are walking, you never look back on how far you have come. But for someone who has stopped walking, the distance you have moved forward will feel like a betrayal. She finishes by confessing to him that she's glad she got to see all this up close right now. After all, she can keep an eye on him forever. After the event was over, at the club, Yukino brought some chocolate cookies that she had done and gives to Yui, and Yui asks if it's just for her. if there's any for Ikigaya. Ikigaya, hearing this, tries to calm himself, not getting his hopes and expectations up, which means there were some, and that he was considering the possibility that it might mean something more, which anyways, Yukino also ends up giving him some cookies. But that wasn't all. After they left the club, as they were parting ways, we see that Yukino went to give some chocolates that were specifically made for him. Which, yeah, if you had any doubts if she felt something towards him, I think this clears them. Of course, there were a bunch of other signs, like her getting really excited when someone would come in the club, but then getting disappointed after seeing that it wasn't the person she was waiting for, or finding random things that the guy said funny, which, as they say, when you like someone, you find anything they say funny. Although Yukino would just tell you that she was laughing at Ikigaya himself, since his life, by itself, is a joke. However, she wasn't able to give the chocolates to Ikigaya, because, guess what? Come on, you already know at this point, of course Harno showed up. But this time, it was because her mother told her to live with Yukino for some time, since the other day she caught Yukino arriving late at home after the event, and so she's worried about her. Yukino says to Harno that she has nothing to do with this, and she will handle things herself, since she already told her mother she would talk to her about her future, but Harno doesn't back off and says to her, "What self do you even have, Yukino-chan? You have always tried to do what I will do, so can you even talk about your own thoughts? I mean, you have always been allowed to do what you want, but it's not like you ever decided yourself. You don't even know how to act now, either, do you? Just what do you want to do, Yukino-chan?" Yukino, hearing this, said nothing to argue or deny it. She only stared at Harno, stunned. Then Ikigaya and Yui intervened, and Harno backed off, since there was only one place Yukino could go back to anyways, so they could finish when she arrived home. However, Yui invites Yukino and Ikigaya to go to her home, and arriving there, Gahama Mama appears.
Auga!
Yui asks Yukino to stay over, since sometimes it can be hard to go home, and Yukino doesn't know what to do. And then, once again, she turns to Ikigaya. He tells her that both of them are worked up right now, so it should be fine for her to think about it for the night, and that she should call Harno, just in case. Yukino does that, and says to Harno the exact same thing that Ikigaya told her, and seeing this, Yui realizes that Yukino is depending on Ikigaya. After this, Yukino sweeps there, and Yui asks her and then Ikigaya to, in the next day, go on a date with her. They hang out in an aquarium, and in the end of the day, Yui gets down to business, and begins by asking them what they should do now, about Yukino, about her, about them, and then she gives some homemade chocolates to Ikigaya. Yukino, seeing this, clutched at her bag and gave a barely perceptible shake of her head. Then her head dropped and she stared down at her feet. Yui proceeds to say that she wants everything, now and in the future too. She's unfair, but she just doesn't have the guts, since she thinks that once both know how the other feels, they can't keep going along the same way. So she asks Yukino if that contest of doing whatever the winner says is still going on, which Yukino says that yes, and then Yui says that if she wins, then she'll take everything. Maybe it's not fair, but that's all she can think of. She would like things to stay like this forever. She wants to keep their relation, but she also wants Ikigaya for her, as she made clear when giving him the chocolates in front of Yukino. And so, to win the contest, she says to Yukino that she knows the answer to the problem she has right now. But, although to Ikigaya, Yui was the one person who had been looking at the right answer the whole time, he couldn't accept this. This was wrong. Yukino couldn't entrust her future to someone else. That will never be okay. and so he says that no, he can't go along with her proposal. Yukino should resolve her own problems herself. He goes on by saying that besides, that's just phony anyway. He doesn't need vague answers or shallow relationships of convenience. He knew something like this wasn't right. Maybe if he could say he was fine with this, that would have been okay. If he could have spent that time thinking of different futures and beautiful possibilities, then nobody would have to suffer. But even so, he wants to force his ideals on them. He's not strong enough to live on in slumber, because after all that doubting himself, he doesn't want to hide someone he cares about. So he wanted to get the proper answer, no falsities or equivocation, giving it the thought he deserves, suffering and struggling. And this time his Yukino interjects, saying for them to not assume how she feels. She wiped her eyes and said that besides, it's not the end. There's still Ikigaya's request, and there was one more thing. She asks them if they could hear her request. Yui replies that yes, tell us. However, before talking about said request, let's talk about the person who instigated said request, Yui. When she saw that scene on the infirmary, she found herself stuck between a rock and a hard place. When it comes to emotions and feelings, she can understand them instinctively. Thus, just by looking, she knew that the two of them were in love with each other. But she didn't know what to do about it. She loved Ikigaya, but she cared just as much for Yukino and the service club, the relation between the three of them. Despite finding out that Yukino likes the same person as her, she didn't treat her differently or antagonize her. She continued to be her good friend. She defended her when she faced her mom and sister and gave her a shelter when she needed. What changed was the way she went about the relation of them three. She declined Ikigaya's offer to take her home, something that she accepted in the past, since she felt that would be unfair towards Yukino. She also started acting as a wingman between Ikigaya and Yukino, even pressing Yukino to give chocolates to Ikigaya. This being said, she knew the end was approaching, and even though she was the one who wanted things to stay the same, she knew things had to change. She decided to not wait anymore and make her move instead. Thus, she invites them to a date on the aquarium, and Ika asks if she's okay with that, if she wants it to be there. He's referring to their promised date, which they haven't forgot till now, and it was postponed a couple of times till now. She says that yes, she's okay with it. She wants it to be there, with the two of them. As the day went on, she still played as a wingman to the two of them, letting them be alone for a bit, but also got even more confirmation to what she already knew. In the end of the day, she gives Ikigaya homemade cookies to symbolize the beginning of the end. She gives him homemade cookies as a thanks, which was exactly what her request was, what the first request that the service club ever received was. Which, since that first request, she has always been training her cooking skills to give him proper cookies. However, as Ikigaya notes, even though they started off wrong, they already had put a proper end to that. They made a new start. Thus, maybe those feelings could change. Maybe they were something special. Thus, he couldn't accept the cookies without carefully considering it. She knows that, and that's why she reassures him that they're just that, a show of gratitude. After this, she tells them that she has already made up her mind. She wants everything, right now, and from here on too. She knows she is unfair, but she doesn't have the guts to do something, because she knows that once both know how the other feels, they can't keep going along the same way. So this will probably be her last request. Their final request is about them. Their final request is and has to be about them, because until now, they have used other people's requests and problems as a way to not face their own issues. All this time, they have been helping others, but now it's time for them to help themselves. However, above anything else, Yui is doing all of this for herself. It's not for Yukino's, nor for Ikigaya's sake, but for her own sake. She wants to sort things out. She has been struggling to put together her conflicting feelings. She doesn't know if she should act according to her selfish desire of wanting to be with Ikigaya, or according to her kind girl persona, would step aside for the sake of her two friends. The only thing she knows is that things can't keep going as they have been, because even if she doesn't want the relation between them to change, she knows that if nothing is done, things will take a turn for the worse. Even though Yui knows that once they figure out how each of them feels, they can't stay the same, she has to do this, because of course they all know how they feel. What they haven't figured out is how to act on it. If they act on how they feel, their situation will change, but if they don't, they will come to resent themselves and one another. It has already been shown that acting as if everything is normal only emphasizes how everything is not. As Ikigai says, they all know what they are talking about, but not saying it outright allows them plausible deniability. That's why she is doing this. She wants a clear outcome and avoid things to take a turn for the worse. However, even so, she doesn't know what outcome to choose. She still can't make her decision, and thus she pushes it to Yukino. If Yukino accepts her offer, then she'll act accordingly to her selfish desire, but if she refuses, she'll act accordingly to her gentle. Just like Yukino depended on Haruno and then on Ikigaya to point to what she should do, Yui is depending on Yukino to tell her what she shall do. However, Ikigai stops her, which she is relieved they did so, because deep down, she knew it wasn't right to push such important decision onto her. Furthermore, she was expecting him to do so, since he is her gentle hero after all. She knew he wouldn't allow such thing to happen. Even so, as she said, she's being unfair. She has been unfair to Ikigaya, because even though she doesn't like to see him in pain, she never tries to help or stop him, since she doesn't want him seeing her on a bad light. She has been unfair to Yukino, because she pushes things to the emotional side, which she knows that Yukino is vulnerable to, even if she's doing it to break Yukino from her shell and make her say things that she should be saying. Like here, what she's doing is forcing Yukino to confront her feelings for Ikigaya by pressuring her with the indirect admittance of her own feelings. She's using her own feelings as leverage to force Yukino to make a decision. But in the end of the day, she's not the only one being unfair. Ikigaya too is unfair. He went with his big talk of what he wanted, but since then didn't do anything to back it up, and drag on things expecting them to resolve themselves. Yukino is too. She expects them to understand her feelings, and what she wants to do without saying anything about her to them, without opening herself to them. And Yukino recognizes this, and that's why she'll tell them about her. Because they knew the conversation would take long, and it was cold, they decide to go sit in a nearby bench. After they sit, Ikigaya sees a vending machine and stands up to buy them some drinks. And then, when he gets back, he looks at the bench and realizes that no one was going to sit in the place he had left when he had gotten up. Not now, that no one could replace his place in the service club. So, realizing this, he reassures himself that it's okay to come this far. He's allowed to take just one more step in. So, he sits down, and then they start talking about the events that happened in the past year. And when over, silence settled in. According to himself, Ikigaya could continue this kind of conversation, since in the end, he wasn't seeking out the answers, resolutions, or conclusions. He wished for things to be cancelled out, for the question to be dissolved rather than resolved. He had been waiting for an ambiguous ending where the various problems, dilemmas, and predicaments before him would vanish before they could be defined. He selfishly believed that all of them were probably unconsciously wishing for it all to just become like it never happened. It was the height of arrogance to make conjectures about their feelings. but he still doesn't think it was that far off. They were all nervous, anxious to make that step forward. It's always terrifying to make that first step into an unknown future, and so why his resolve of wanting a clear outcome wavered when he felt the other side. He felt like he could drown on that pleasant ambience and be at ease, but deep down he knew something was wrong, and Harno brought that feeling to the surface, and then Irusuke-sensei explained what he should do about it. So that was why he knew they couldn't go back. Yui Yugahama had already posed the question to them. Yukinoshita had indicated her intent to answer to. So what about Hachiman Ikigaya? In the past, he would have scoffed at such situation, calling this complacency, and in the future, a conclusion that didn't qualify as an answer wouldn't be enough. In the present, he still didn't know what right was, but he still felt keenly that this was wrong. What he should probably do is make an effort to fix that wrong. And so, he says, Yukinoshita, can I ask about you? Would you mind listening? And after their confirmation, she starts speaking about herself, opening up with them. She tells them that she doesn't really know what she wants to do. Although in the past, she wanted to do her father's work, she's not the one to make that decision. Her mother already decided that it would be Arno, and so her mother always tied Arno down and let her do what she pleased. But she ended up always following her sister, and even now, she doesn't know how to act, so Arno was right back then. Maybe that's one of the reasons that Arno teases her so much. After all, Yukino has all the freedom that Arno lacks, and she still decided to follow her. She continues by saying that this is the first time anyone has ever listened to her talk about this. She tried to talk to her parents, but they never took her seriously, telling her every time to not worry about it, since Arno would take over the family business. She also didn't talk with Arno, since Arno is not the kind of person for you to talk about personal matters. But even so, she thinks she should have told them and make her intentions clear, even if she wouldn't get what she wanted. But she didn't, because she was scared of getting a proper answer, so she never made it certain. When Arno tells her that she'll be living with her for a while, Yukino asks why all of a sudden, but it was not suddenly. The first time Arno appeared, she asked Yukino about her and their mother's situation, and probably has still been asking since then. Even so, after all these months, Yukino still hasn't done anything about it. When her mother saw her, it was normal that she was preoccupied. When the daughter asked her for space and to live alone for a while to think about her future, she accepted, which, reminding you, at the time Yukino was 15. So yeah, it's not everyone that will give that much space. Even so, after all this time, her daughter still hasn't decided or told her what she wants to do, and then she sees a daughter who is living alone, walking around at night. Then of course she would worry. She wonders if Yukino will take the wrong path, and if she does so, of course, part of the blame will also be hers, since Yukino is still a minor and she was the one who let her live alone. Thus, she urges Yukino for an answer, which Yukino says that she'll tell her in the future. She again avoided the matter and postponed it to an unspecified future, letting the answer uncertain. However, now, this time she would make it certain, and this time she would also make the decision on her own will. She wants to think about it herself and accept it on her own terms, not because someone else told her, but because she wants to give up on it. And so, she has just one request for Ikigaya and Yui, to watch how it plays out. That's enough. Yui asks if that's her answer, and Yukino says that maybe not, and so Yui says then she should accept what she suggested earlier. But before she can say that, Yukino interjects, saying that she wants to prove that she can do well on her own. If she can do that, she thinks that she can begin properly, and so she will go back to her parents' house for a bit and have a real discussion about it from square one. no matter how much time passed, she had never entirely given up on it. So she thinks this is probably how she really feels, and she doesn't think it's wrong either. After she finished talking, Ikigai says that why not give it a shot, and hearing this, Yukino sighed in relief, and then Yui says that she gets it, that's also an answer, and so Yukino thanks them. Honestly, I don't think the answer Yukino come up with is wrong, and despite how it is depicted in the series, she went about things correctly. She first realized that she had a problem, which a lot of people don't even do. She accepted, and that's why she didn't reply to Harno, and it's really hard to do, to accept that you have a problem. Most people don't want to accept, they pretend they didn't realize, run away from it, or say that if they accept it, it will mean that they had given up. But that's not the case. On contrary, you will just use the fact that you didn't accept to say that you don't have a problem that needs to be dealt with. If you want to do something about yourself, you first need to acknowledge who you are and were, and then you can face the problem that you have, which was what Yukino had been struggling with. She had the will, but not the courage to face the problem, and that is where Ikigai and Yui come in, to give her that little push that she needed. And this is reliance, thinking about the problem by yourself first, coming up with an answer yourself, and then asking for advice, encouragement to your close ones, for them to fill in the gaps you cannot. Dependence is what Yukino did when her mother first appeared, and in Yui's house, directly seeking an answer from someone else without even thinking about it by herself. Furthermore, her will to resolve her problems first before addressing her relationship with them is also the correct one. She needs to solve her problems first, to find herself, because it's only then that she'll be able to properly begin a relation with them, an authentic one that is, because genuine intimacy requires a sense of self, an identity to be firmly in place, or the relationship becomes merely a tool to help resolve identity concerns for each other. That's why she's trying to assert herself as Yukino Ikunoshita and no longer Harno's sister, because in the end, that's what made her relationship with Harno what Harno will call the relation between the three of them. That's a difference between what Harno will call the relation and an intimate one. They need to be their own people. They could live on their own, but instead they choose to help, and like being helped by their dear one. Intimacy involves the ability to be both separate and together as participants in an intimate relationship. As Ikigai said, I think cooperation and trust are probably actually way more colder than people imagine. It's okay to do things alone. In fact, you have to be able to do them alone. Once you are able to live without causing trouble for others, you finally become able to request things of others for the first time. When you have the ability to have a life separate from others, you earn the right to walk alongside someone for the first time. It's that ability to have a life alone, the ability to manage by yourself, that enables you to live together with someone. So, with this said, Yukino goes where Harno was to first talk with her. She says to Harno that she'll be going back to home to have a proper discussion with her mother about her hopes for the future. Even if her mother says no, she doesn't want to regret anything. She needs that closure. And Harno says that she had improved somewhat, and if she's serious, then she'll help her out, since her mother won't change her plans so easily, which means they have to take the time to talk to her. And so she'll choose the right time to put in a good word with her. But she says to Yukino that she should be ready to not come back to her apartment for a while. Their mother made her come there because she's worried about Yukino. So if Yukino comes back, their mother won't let her go that easily. With that said, Yui says to help Yukino pack things, and Harno leaves to buy something, and Ikigai also leaves to go home. On his way, he sees that Harno was waiting for him, and they talk for a bit. Haruno says that she's glad she was at home to hear what Yukino wanted to say, and Hikigaya finds this surprising, her just listening Yukino talk, and Haruno clarifies that of course she would listen. After all, she is her big sister. If what Yukino said to her is what Yukino chose to do, then she will support her in that, whether it's right or wrong, because even if it's wrong, Yukino wouldn't listen to her, and she doesn't care either way, since it's all the same, whether it goes well or whether she gives up on it, because her life isn't going to change either way. In this regard, she's similar to Iruzuka Sensei, who, no matter what sort of path those kids choose, will respect their decision and support them. But still, a part of her just can't help but see the hold her within them. What she couldn't do then, and couldn't get then, maybe they could, and Haruno is no different. It's because she hopes that they won't go down the same path she once did, that she keeps meddling with those kids over every little thing. They both want to help them, to make them grow as people. Iruzuka Sensei provides the stage, and Haruno the boy Haruno acts as a bad cop, warning them when they are going off track, and Iruzuka Sensei as a good cop, guiding them back to them. Even if Haruno gets hated and antagonized for acting as the bad one, that's something she's willing to do for the sake of her sister. She's willing to hurt her sister and be hurt by her when she's pushed away. Unlike Yukino, who doesn't want to be hated by her family, does her correct but cold approach to them, which only leads to a superficial relation and a sense of distance between them. Whereas Haruno has been communicating with Yukino, as Iruzuka Sensei told Hikigaya, and she has been waiting for Yukino to approach her and show her how she truly feels, what are her aspirations, to Yukino to open up to her. For when Yukino tries to take that step forward with her own 2 feet, then, at that time, she will be there to give her support, because, no matter how she might seem to everyone, she is a kind girl. Back to the conversation between Haruno and Hikigaya, she finishes by saying, "Here I am, being the big sister again." And Hikigaya jokingly says how about her always be Yukino's big sister, but Haruno instantly replies that, "Nah, don't wanna. She's not like him, doing the big brother thing." And she's not the only one to say that to Hikigaya. When Ishiki will be working with Yukino in the prom, Hikigaya says to her that you should try not to rely too much on Yukino-san. I have thought so for quite a while, but you are overprotective. I don't think I am. So then what you call it? You are a big brother type? Yeah, maybe that. I don't know what you are thinking here.
我在北京.
You just get like that when you have got a little sister. It's a habit. I mean, I just wind up acting how I do with my sister. I think you should stop doing that. No girl will be glad to be treated like her little sister. It's like you're not being treated like a girl, right? Wouldn't it kind of bother you if a girl told you you are like a big brother? Actually, I am a big brother, so not really. Maybe it's different for boys. Oh, then, you're kind of like a dad. It's like, like I'm always grateful to you. Please call me daddy, for fuck's sake. I didn't even go out to buy the milk and the cigarettes, so don't call me dad, oh my... Anyways, Hikigaya and Haruno continue to talk for a bit, and Hikigaya asks if she's drunk since when they arrived she was drinking, and she's also a big fan of alcohol, saying that alcohol is a lubricant of life. Which like, what? No, for a moment I thought she was European, like Americans and Japanese will be like, I'm such a delinquent, drinking at 15, and then there will be your average European trying to quit alcohol at 15 for the 3rd time. But anyways, she says that no, she isn't drunk. She really doesn't get drunk, or maybe she can't. No matter how much she drinks, there's a part of her behind that it's calm. She can even tell what expression she's making, she can laugh and enjoy herself, but it feels like it's happening to someone else. So she tosses it all back and gets sick and pukes. Then, after that, she just falls asleep. I swear to God, someone just give her her European passport. Seriously, she deserves it at this point. Ikigai says that that's the worst way to get drunk, and Haruno replies that he will probably be the same. So she makes a prophecy for him, that he won't be able to get drunk. Which, yeah, as self-conscious and cynical as he is, he probably be the same as Haruno. While this was going on, at Yukino's house, Yui was helping Yukino pack her things, and then she found it under a pillow, a bag. She opens it, and then she saw a souvenir photo, and she recognized the two people in it. Seeing the photo, she just thought, oh, I knew it. She was relieved in a sense, since she had been worried about whether they had been able to have a proper talk. She also thought it was cute that Yukino had held on to that photo and treasured it. She believes that Yukino never thought to say it out loud or do anything about it, hence why she had hidden the photo. So she should forget that she saw that photo. Thus, with the photo in her hands, she decides to quietly put it back where she found it. Then she says to herself to forget it, make it so you never saw it. That won't erase it from history, but you can't forget it. I'm sure that's what she intended to, not setting it out, but instead tucking it away so very carefully behind her treasures. She never thought to say it out loud or do anything about it. Maybe I should have asked about the picture. Maybe I should have jokingly teased her. Maybe I should have smiled and said something like, "Go for it, I'm rooting for you." But if I did that, it would probably all be over. So, if I asked, if I pried, she would say she didn't. She would go, no way. And that would be the end of the discussion. Not acknowledging it, letting it slide by, overlooking it, turning a blind eye, erasing it, forgetting it, making it go away. So, I will never ask. It would be unfair to ask about her feelings. It would be unfair to say my own. But I am scared to know his feelings. So, making it her fault is the most unfair. She acknowledges that she could jokingly ask Yukino about the picture and how she feels, and then say that she'll be rooting for her. But from her experience of trying to make Yukino give Ikigai chocolates, she knows that Yukino is likely to fall under pressure when forced to confront her feelings. She would deny it, not acknowledge it, and instead hide it, just like what she did to the picture, hidden away but placed close to her treasures. She has been trying to get Yukino to open up and confront those feelings, but she also doesn't want to put at risk any progress they have already made. She here expresses two conflicting feelings, happiness and sadness, because again, of her wanting to pursue Ikigai romantically, but also caring about her dear friend. She says that making Yukino's fault is the most unfair because she uses the fact that Yukino won't tell her feelings as an excuse to not tell her own feelings, since she's scared to know, to hear Ikigai's feelings. It's unfair because once again, she's pushing the decision to Yukino. She then says to herself that, I realized a long time ago, there's a place I can't go. I have come to stand in front of that door a bunch of times, but I can tell that going in is impossible for me. I only ever peeked in through the cracks and listened. The truth is, I realized a long time ago, I want to go there, and not just that, the truth is, I never wanted something real. Part of the reason she arrives late at club activities is because she often overhears Yukino and Ikigai's conversations and chooses not to interrupt them and waits behind the closed doors. Even if she never wanted something genuine, she is willing to accept it and try to understand it for the sake of her friends, even if it means her getting hurt as a result. But even so, things move on, and with it, an opportunity to Yukino do something on her own arrives, and it comes from who? Come on, you already know who would come to the service club, of course it is.
What does the fuck say?
Leave me alone!
Of course it is. Your favorite Kohai, Hiroha Hishiki. This time, the pain in the problem is that she wants to do a prom for the finalists of the third year, and she needs help with it. Yukino accepts, but not as a service club. She wants to do this on her own, without Hikigaya and Yui's help, since if she can pull it off, she can prove to her mother that she can manage things on her own. Well, with this, Yui and Hikigaya don't have to go to their club, and so they have some free time on their hands. Yui hangs out with Ebina and Miura, which makes Miura super happy and excited, since with the things of the service club, Yui didn't hang out as much with them. Miura was like, oh my god, I wasn't even planning anything, where should we go? Cute. As to Hikigaya, he, as the responsible student he always was, of course, spent his time watching anime and playing till late and then slept. At school. He also hung out with Zaimakuza because Zaimakuza wanted to show him the manuscript of his light novel, since this would be his last attempt in high school, because next year he would be studying for the exams. But he says to Hikigaya that, make no mistake, I do not intend to succumb. Some things one can write best as a high schooler, others as a university student. The shortest route isn't always the right one, you know? Even detours are part of my march to victory. Yeah. There might be things you can write in the gap year after you fail the exams too. That it's a little too close to home, so let's not talk about that. Moving on, Hikigaya says to him that since he had a lot of spare time lately, he had been spending all of it in gaming, and thus he was staying up all night by accident. Zaimakuza, hearing this, replies, gaming because of spare time, you say? Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Video games are most pleasurable when one is painfully busy and has absolutely no time at all. Oh shit, you say. I know this ain't the time for video games. Seriously, I have a shit ton of stuff to do. I can't be gaming. No, really, I'm not buying this time. Making such excuses to no one at all while playing is transgressive, thus bringing the pleasure to zenith. Source: me. The high when you pull an all-nighter gaming right before exams and then go to school is magnificent. Yeah, come on guys. Who would actually do that? Come on, who would actually be that irresponsible? Come on. Well, enough with Zaimakuza. Hikigaya also did go out with Yui to go buy a present for Komachi, and they were just going around, since Hikigaya didn't do any research on what to buy. But what he did research on was, of course, a Max Coffee vending machine that was shaped like a Max Coffee can, since I am a man of priorities, and Max Coffee is always my max priority. While going around, after seeing Yukino thinking on her future, they also talked about what they want to do in the future, and Hikigaya gives a kind of realistic and pessimistic view on things. He still hasn't decided. He will take a few exams for faculties in fields that seem like they could be interesting, and go for process of elimination, since there isn't anything he really wants to do, and that's why he's going to university to find it. But he kinda realized himself that even at university, he probably wasn't going to meet destiny or find a dream that would decide the course of his life. He had never really devoted himself to anything in life before, so he doesn't think he's cut out for the pursuit of dreams. Even if he did find out something he could have an interest in, he would screw up somewhere along the line, or give up, or bark about how he didn't like it that much in the first place anyway.
Oh, he just
Like me! You're just like me, for real!
Then Yui asks him about what he dreamed of doing when he was little instead, and he responded that he wanted to be a CEO or a millionaire, pro basketball player, superhero, manga artist, idol, police officer, also a doctor, lawyer, prime minister, president, and an oil baron. Wait a minute. Those are all money related, they are not dreams at all, which Whoa, come on guys, it was just a joke, okay? He didn't mention banking, so Things were going well, till they weren't, and Yukino's mother appears to represent the parents with complaints about the prom and wanting to cancel it. Ikigai tries to help Yukino, but she declines, since she wants to prove that she can do this on her own. If I don't, I'll get worse and worse. I know that I'm being dependent on you and Yui. I say that I won't rely on anyone, but then I always end up forcing you to take that role anyway, so I won't ask for help anymore. I know that's a selfish request, and I am sorry for that, but please, let me do it. But neither Yui nor Ikigai can accept that. Yui says they want to help her out because she's important to them. However, Haruno says to Ikigai if he would still act as a big brother, if they care for her, they should respect her will, since if the prom happens, they might change their mother's view of Yukino somewhat. That is, if she accomplishes it herself. Besides, no matter how much you care for someone, it's not necessarily the right thing to always give them help. And then she asks if they know what a relationship like theirs is. But she didn't need to answer, since they understood. But Yui and Ikigai didn't want to accept that definition. They thought that it was wrong. Then Yukino leaves, and so do the others after. After leaving, Haruno catches up to Ikigai and talks with him. She says how Yukino is just a normal girl. She likes cute things and cats, she's scared of ghosts and heights, she has worries about who she is. He would find a girl like that anywhere. Furthermore, she also has some mundane and common insecurities. She, when exploring something she doesn't understand, shows hesitation, vagueness, and shyness, contrasting with her more usual, bold attitude. Although we are led to believe that she's someone special, almost perfect, she's far from it. She also has her weak points, flaws like her lack of endurance, communication skills, and sense of direction. She too is not always righteous. She can have a lapse of judgment. She too can act irrationally and inconsistently and be emotional. But that's okay, because just like Haruno said, she's just a normal girl with her own set of qualities and flaws. And Ikigai understands what she's trying to say, since he realized this a while ago. After saying this, she then asks again that question from before: how do you call the relationship between them? And this time Ikigai says and I shit you not.
三角関係とか。
I had a good laugh. But anyways, Ikigai asks then what it is called, and she says to Ikigai that
正解？ああ、正解ね。正解はね、共依存っていうのよ。ちゃんと言ったじゃない。信頼なんかじゃないって。あの子に頼られるの気持ちいいでしょ。だけどその共依存ももうおしまい。雪乃ちゃんは無事独り立ちしてちょっと大人になるんだよ。
Hearing this, Ikigai starts thinking on his own situation, on how it had been pointed out to him that he was spoiling people without being aware of it. He had been told that he seemed happy to be relied on, and every time he had gone on about how he had a big brother nature or it is his job, he was disgusted and ashamed of himself. He, who was always bragging about his status as a loner, felt pleasure in having people relying on him, and when they didn't, he would tell himself that he was just feeling a little lonely, basically this meantime while Yukino was helping with the prom. But above all, using self-criticism to excuse himself like this disgusts him to the core. Even though he tried to reject and avert his eyes from that definition before, now that he had it shoved on his face, he was inclined to agree that Yukino's and his relationship could be called codependent. But even if it made sense, even if he was inclined to agree, he still didn't want to accept having their relation boil down to death. On Haruno's side, what she's trying to do is avoid that he does the same mistakes as her, and helping Yukino, which she already did when they confronted her mother, and she rolled the ball to Irusuke Seisei to gain some time. Here, she's trying to convey to Ikigaya that sometimes the best way to help someone is to step back and let them do their own thing. Yukino needs to do this alone to gain recognition from their mother. When Ikea asks her what Yukino will have to give up to become an adult, Haruno answers that about as much as her. Just like her in the past had to start pushing Yukino away and antagonize herself to put an end to the dependence on their relation, she's implying that Yukino too will have to do the same if she wants to grow up and be independent. The conversation finishes there, and next day, while going out of school with Yui, he finds out that the school administration had decided to cancel the prom. He calls Irusuke Seisei, and she explains to him that Yukino was the one to request her to not tell him that it has been cancelled, and so she asks him if he still has a reason to help with the prom. He isn't able to answer, and she says that she'll keep waiting till he puts it into words. It would be rather easy to understand if he just said that it was because they were codependent, because he liked to be relied upon, and that would be able to even convince himself. But that wasn't an answer. Codependency is a structure, it's not feelings. It could be an excuse, yes, but it wouldn't be a reason for him. However, the reason he arrived to, after considering everything to that point, was rather pathetic in his opinion, and so he didn't want to say it, but he still had to answer something, or else Irusuke Seisei wouldn't let him go, and so he says that it's because he promised that one day he would help her. Hearing this, Irusuke Seisei says for him to come, that she'll make time for him. He reports this to Yui, and she, without even realizing, starts crying. He asks her if everything is okay, if she wants him to walk her home, but she says that everything's alright, that it happens all the time to girls, and so he could go. However, after he goes, yeah, everything was not alright. She was a mess, externally and internally. She was glad that the tears stopped there, or else she knows that he wouldn't leave. She won't be that girl he feels sorry for, because then he would come to save her, and he already saved her. Her someday was already over, so he didn't have to be a hero. She just wanted him to be with her. Even though she believes that this was for the best, she couldn't stop crying. She wished she wasn't able to stop those tears. Even though she says that he didn't have to be a hero, she couldn't ask him not to go. She couldn't ask, why are you saving her? For knowing that he's not a hero, she actually wanted him to hurt her, but she didn't want to tell him not to be nice to her anymore. Even though she understood what Yukino was thinking and feeling, she couldn't give up, give in and deny it like her. It should have been really simple, but she couldn't do anything. She made everything her fault instead. Just like Yukino was dependent on him, she was dependent on her. She's the one who's been forcing everything on someone else. Even though she couldn't suppress her feelings, she also didn't have the courage to do something about them. And so, she made Yukino decide instead how things should be. She pushed the decision on what to do about their feelings to her. Arriving at Iruzuka Sensei's office, she explains to him that there are times you put some sort of trial on yourself. Even her was like this. There were a lot of things she wanted to do, things she wanted to become, and plenty she didn't. Each time she made a choice, faced it, failed, gave up, and chose again. Then did it over, and she's still like that. And he understands this. We always seek the foundation, confidence, and accomplishments to be able to live our lives alone. Nobody will guarantee you anything, and even if they do, you still have to believe in it. That's exactly why you hope to prove yourself, by yourself. And so, if Yukino wanted to struggle through this herself to solve the problem, was there any room for him to intervene? How much should he let others be their own people? And how can he interact with people without taking their agency away from them? Was it the right choice to barge in and try to help Yukino with her determination, her decision, her life? That was what Haruno had asked him before. Those choices, challenges, failures, and resignation should all belong to her alone. Would others be allowed to intervene? What degree of involvement would permit someone to touch that? Well lost on his thoughts, Iruzuka Sensei asks him how he plans to engage with her from here on out, and he answers that, at the very least, I don't think completely staying out is an option. And then she says to him that just lending a hand with the prom isn't going to help her. What's important is the way he gets involved. She asks him if he gets that, and he nodded. After all this time in a service club, he understands that the way to help someone was not to give them a fish, but to teach them how to fish. Ultimately, Yukino should achieve salvation on her own. Once she does that, she'll become her own person, someone who can live by herself. Thus, she'll finally be able to start a relation that isn't a codependent one, but the intimate one. However, he doesn't want to stay completely out. He doesn't want to do what Haruno did. He still wants to be in a relation with Yukino. He doesn't want to lose his connection with her. With all of this cleared out, he starts thinking on how he should get involved till he arrives to an answer, and so he starts leaving to go talk to Yukino. But before he does that, he hears Iruzuka Sensei saying to him that she's sorry for not being able to say it. Say what? That the next year she might be transferred and not be in that school. Which, if it was me, the reasons to go to school diminish to just one. Now that I couldn't see Iruzuka Sensei, the only reason left to go was to see Totsuka. Anyways, he goes to the student council and he tries to pursue Yukino by saying that he wanted to save her, and no matter how it turns out, he wanted to take responsibility for it. But Yukino was having none of it, and he just... You know what? Fine, okay? Fine. I won't say anymore. I won't help. But I'm not saying I won't oppose you. When you and I fail to find common ground, there's only one thing we do, right? I'm already in it for a penny, so I wouldn't feel right about it if the prom didn't happen. But I can't agree with the way you do things. So I have no choice but do it myself. The competition still isn't over. There's no need for the whole service club to be doing things the same way. So I don't mind if you take a different approach. Or am I wrong? And he says this, remembering that she too said something similar to him before, and she also remembered that. Furthermore, he says that he isn't asking for permission, which is a direct throwback to one of their past conversations. She replies, so, to Confirmed. We'll make the prom happen. I with my own methods, and you with your own. And whoever wins our competition can tell the other to do one thing. Is that correct? And he answers that, yeah, but he's just like surprised she would say yes. And she clarifies that there's nothing mysterious about it, since she is the competitive type. With things said, Hikaya leaves, and then Ishiki, looking at Yukino, noted that she had way more motivation than before. She might have even been having fun. But then, when she left the room and looked back, Yukino was crying. Was it tears of happiness, relief, or what? Who knows? Talking of Ishiki, she also had her thoughts on what just happened. When she stopped him from entering the student council and asked him numerous times why he would go so far to help Yukino, he finally answered that it was because he had a responsibility. She didn't like this answer at all, since she really wanted him to take responsibility for her, and so she didn't want him to turn that into an excuse so casually. Also, later on, Hikigaya asked her why she wanted to do this prom so much, and she answered that it was because she didn't want to have regrets. She was doing it for herself. Going out of your way to do something that's a lot of trouble, thinking and brooding and exhausting yourself, panicking and getting sick of it and coming to hate it over a long period of time. Then it's like you can finally give up on it. You won't say goodbye, like, now that's a relief.
Oh my god. Oh, he just like me. He just like me for real.
But regardless, she apologizes, since if she never had brought up the prom, things wouldn't have gotten all messed up, and Hikigaya replies that it was actually perfect what she did. They needed a goal. They had to draw a line somewhere, or else they would have kept on dragging things out. So he's actually thankful that she did that. While we are at it, let's talk about Ishiki, everyone's favorite kohai. Because, I mean, there wasn't much of a competition to begin with. She's often described as a sly fox, which indeed she is. What she's not is a manipulative and wicked person, which is also often associated with her. If I had to attribute those characteristics to someone, that would be Hikigaya, and we don't have to go far to prove my point. If we just look at this prom, Hikigaya will go on to pitch his fake prom to Tamanawa and Horimoto. He'll deceive them and make them believe that this prom will actually be old when he has no intention to do so. He just plans to tell them afterwards that the prom won't be held, and this will actually have considerable consequences. They're gonna lose their time for nothing, money from their budget, because even if the prom isn't held, money will be spent in preparations and expenses to hold the meetings and other things. They will also have to deal with the repercussions of cancelling the event and having to tell the students at their school. What he's doing here is clearly manipulative. He's omitting his real objectives and how he plans to do things from them in order to make them do what benefits him. He's deceiving them without their knowledge to make them do what he wants. And even though he has good intentions, the people he's deceiving will be negatively affected because of his actions, and will have to deal with some nasty consequences. Now, comparing Ishiki's way of doing things, she's always clear on her objectives, and she seems to almost deliberately make her attempts of manipulating people very obvious, while sugarcoating everything with some nice words. Her intentions are blatantly clear to the point of being comical, and the people she's using are well aware of this, and of the fact that her behavior is a way to convince them to do what she wants. They have the knowledge of all of this, and still choose to go along with her. She almost exclusively uses her methods for some petty or trivial issues, like getting Hikigaya and Tobe to do some manual labor, or getting some information that she considers important, like her asking Yukino about her relation with Haima. Furthermore, her actions have negligible negative consequences, like their time because in this case the people she was using were aware of what they were getting into when they accepted to help her. And, for example, when she uses that photo that she took with Ikigaya in the cafe as a blackmail. Afterwards, Yukino and Yui end up seeing the photo anyways, and they get a little bit jealous, but that's it didn't do any harm to anyone. So yeah, I wouldn't consider much of a manipulative and wicked person. In the end of the day, it's just some petty manipulation at best. She also cares for the senpais, although it doesn't show, like on that occurrence of the blackmail. She used it because she wanted the service club's help to do a newspaper, and after that was done, she felt guilty for not including the service club in the newspaper, so she wanted to at least give them a photo as a memory. Even in here, in the prom event, she stops Ikigaya from seeing Yukino because she wants to respect Yukino's decision, even though it was beneficial for her to have Ikigaya helping with the prom. She then relentlessly asks his intentions to make sure that his intervention won't be bad for Yukino. Afterwards, when walking with Ikigaya, she apologizes to him, since it's because of the prom that the situation has gone drier between the members of the service club. But, above all, the reason she's doing this prom in the first place is for their senpais. Because, in the end of the day, she's a lonely person who is likely ostracized by the girls on her year and only has her senpais as friends, as she admits. When she admits this, we also realize that she was way slyer and smarter than we thought, because that side she showed to Ikigaya was also a mask, although closer to her true self than their nice girl mask. Basically, she has her social mask that she shows to most people, which reflects an image that she likes to maintain. Although it's a pretty sloppy mask, since it's easily seen through, but at least she treats almost everyone equally with this mask, only existing two types of people in her eyes, which are Haima and not Haima. Then she has a nastier mask that she shows to people that are like her or she's close to. Then there's a true self, which is hidden behind these two. And she also uses her nastier mask to hide her good intentions and care for Hardus by categorizing her actions as self-interest. Although, just like Ikigaya, she's rotten to the core. Thus, the second mask could be seen as the closest to who she really is, where she lets her personality mostly untouched, but removes the parts of herself that show vulnerability that she would be hurt if messed with, like what she cares about or her own situation. Talking of Ikigaya, his similarities with Ishiki don't end there. Aside from both being rotten to the core, they are both cynical, try to read between the lines, are kind people, although it doesn't show it, and they both want to marry a rich person and live at their cost not working and just taking care of the house. Just like commentary will say, there's the option of two trashes banding together. However, there's one more similarity, which is that they both want something genuine. In regard to that, after witnessing Ikigaya opening up to Yukino and Yui, she shortly after confesses her feelings to Haima, even though she was the one who wasn't directly involved on that conversation. She was the one who took action first, while the others are still struggling to put their words into action. Basically, Ishiki is a sly fox, rotten to the core, who deep down is kind and cares about her friends, or as someone would put it, sugar, spice, and everything nice. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect little girl, until Professor Watari accidentally added uranium-235. And thus, Hiroa Heishiki was born! Now, going back to what was happening, with the goal defined, Ikigaya makes his preparations, and in one of them, he ends up going with Yui to a net cafe to research ideas for his dummy prom. While there, Yui falls asleep. Or at least, that was what Ikigai thought, but she was just pretending. Why was she doing that? Well, she explained it herself with her own thoughts. I was always watching, even back when we were in different classes, even when he never noticed, even when he didn't know me, and since we got to know each other and slowly become friends, probably always. So, just for a little longer, I'll make excuses, I'll lie and do my best to put on a smile. I am really dishonest. At the end, the long credits would roll by, and then I would have to pretend to wake up and tell another lie. The whole time, I've been pretending I didn't see, pretending I didn't know, pretending I didn't get it. But I did. It was going to end the same way, even if I did stuff like this. But this was all I could do, all I could think of, just being together, having time we could spend together. If we had a place, the three of us could be together. That was enough. I will do what I could for that. The truth is that I know it's unfair. I know it's an excuse. I know it's dishonest. Everything. But please, let this time go on a bit longer. I'll end it properly. I won't wish for that what if a tear sweeps free by accident. I'll make sure to stop it. So please just give me a little more time to cry here, where nobody's looking. So please make the lies I'm telling myself true somehow. So please, the both of you, bring this relationship to conclusion. So please, don't end it. Sometime after, they encounter Jaime, since they also have some business with him. In their way there, they found Yukino, who was drinking some Max coffee, which she was probably influenced to drink by a certain someone. Yui uses this encounter to tell Yukino that she'll be helping Higaya, and Yukino says that it's alright, she understands it. But Yui replies that no she doesn't. Yui says that she's trying to do this the right way. Once this is over, she'll do it properly, so Yukino won't get what she wants. What does Yui mean by this? As stated in one of her monologues, I think she's already settled on a wish. It's the same of mine, but the opposite. They are similar, but completely different. There's only one way to grant her wish, but it's the one thing we can do. It doesn't matter how, we absolutely have to be involved, or none of this will work. Or so I say. I'm sure this is an excuse to. Couple this one with the previous monologue, and basically, she already knows her love is unrequited. She just has been pretending she didn't see, pretending she didn't know, pretending she didn't get it, because she hoped that the lies she has been telling herself would become true somehow. But in the end, she knows it was going to end the same way, even if she did stuff like that. But this was all she could do, all she could think of, just being together, having time they could spend together. If they had a place, the three of them could be together. That was enough. So, she just wanted to enjoy that time a little longer, because afterwards, she would properly end it. She would end that uncertain relation, that fumbling around, and get a clear outcome. She would get properly hurt, and if a tear sweeps free by accident, she'll make sure to stop it. She won't let her hero save her, because her one day is already over, and she wouldn't wish for that what if. She wants to bring this relationship to a conclusion, but she doesn't want to end it. That's why she tells Yukino that her wish won't come true. She won't let Yukino remove herself from the relation. Even after an outcome is achieved, she still wants to be with them. And she conveys this to Yukino by asking what they shall do in April. That there's so much stuff that she wants to do together with her, that it will take years, decades even. But that's fine, because she'll be with her until they do it all. After this, Igaya went to talk with Haima. Haima couldn't give him the help he wanted for his plan, but they end up talking anyway. Haima talks about Yukino's past and how she said something similar to him, that she could handle being alone, that she wouldn't rely on him, and she didn't need saving. But in the end, he offered his help half-heartedly, which only made things worse. Ikigai, hearing this, just replies that what is this supposed to be? Penance? I think the wall over that is way more interested than me. But Haima explains that he's saying this so he wouldn't do things like him. He shouldn't engage with the situation halfway. He needed to take it seriously, face it with everything he has. And Miura would say something similar to him in the future, that he should not half-ass things with Yui. Haima continues saying that he didn't have the determination or motivation for that. But you are different, aren't you? Haima asks him. And again, Ikigai answers him in a harsh way, saying that those are his regrets, so he tells him to not dump them on him. And Haima says that it's true, those are my regrets. I've been holding on to them ever since. I can't erase or forget. I'm always looking back. I can't move on. Ever since then, he has been asking himself if he had given everything he had to save her, then, if he had, then would she have forgiven him? But despite what Ikigai had been saying, to him those regrets were something to be jealous of. He felt envy. If only he could manage to carve something to himself that vividly, if only he could carry something close to his chest, his whole life, like a treasure, if only he could feel so deeply about one thing that he could never forget it. But unfortunately, he has no regrets like that. Haima finishes by saying to him that his way of doing things is wrong, that's not what he should be doing. Ikigai replies that he's doing this since if she doesn't need saving, but he still wants to save her anyway, then that's not codependency. If he can prove that, that's enough. And Haima asks him if he knows what that feeling is called, and he says that, yeah, he does. It's a man's pride. Yet again, he adverts one question about his feelings and gives an excuse. After their conversation, Ikigai explains in his own thoughts why he's so harsh to Haima and why he hates him. He ends up projecting something from himself in him. This was why he would never want to have a real conversation with Haima. Things he would have been pretending not to see would be vividly shoved in his face, and all it would bring him would be guilt. Haima had to feel the same too. And indeed, we can see that on Haima here. He can't ignore someone being hurt, and he can't forgive someone who hurts another. That's why he still can't forgive himself. He tried to avoid harming anyone, which led to harming someone important to him. And yet, he still can't betray the image built up by him and everyone around him. He has, ultimately, been driven to a dead end, and that's why he was giving Ikigai this meaningless, righteous argument with obvious pain, even now he was hurting himself. He knew it was something he couldn't do, understood it was something Ikigai can't do, but he couldn't not say it. This is the thing about Haima that Ikigai really can't stand. He really does hate him. He can't sympathize with him so much, but he can't understand him at all. Haima has only one point in common with him, and yet too many similarities. And there's that part of Haima that won't forgive him for those differences. Ultimately, Haima and him couldn't even become mirrors to each other. They just kept seeking out mistakes in one another, while they selfishly vented their irritation. He knows he does that, which is why he makes an effort not to look at him. He, after hearing Ikigai, couldn't forgive himself for having wavered over a remark like that, even for a moment. He knew who had likely put that word into Ikigai's mind, and thus, even though he didn't want to be the one to call, he had to check, or he wouldn't, Hikigaya wouldn't, she wouldn't be able to move beyond this, because if he were to go along with that first class heap of bullshit from Hikigaya, then he too has his own pride as a man. After calling, he was waiting for her in a cafe, and once again, as she usually is when it's to meet with him, she's late, even though she's normally pretty faithful with time and appointments, and for example, when meeting with her friends, she'll sometimes even come too early. Even when they make her wait, she won't rush to chase them down. But she has a tendency to be rougher with certain people. You could take it as an expression of affection or trust. You could actually see a trend like that with him and her sister too. She reveals a sort of innocence with them, like a cat toying with his prey. But there are exceptions. Those who have failed even as toys. Those showing values as a scratching post. After a while, she arrives, and then he straight up asks her if it was her who told Hikigaya that it was codependency. Why would she say something like that? They were fine like that, doing it bit by bit. But Haruno interrupts him and says that it's fake. She only wants to see something real. Haima, looking at her in the eyes, tells her that feelings can grow out of that too. But Haruno denies it, saying that, nah, it was never like that before, was it? Words that reminded Haima of something said on that summer day. Ultimately, he couldn't move forward, and she was stopped there too. She never changed, in order to keep what she treasured from being wounded by anyone any further. She got the jump on them and caused the injury herself, and she wouldn't let anyone do the same. He asks her if she feels that much hate over it. He didn't ask who she hated, perhaps because he didn't want to hear. She answers him that, no, this is love, but to him, this is a curse. I will never be able to atone. So I forced it on him and hoped that maybe if they could. Oh, I really do envy them. If you can need each other and fall to hell together, there's no greater joy. Maybe it was some twisted counterfeit, but if it was the only one in the world, then nobody would be able to call it that. If I had had that in my grasp, I'm sure I would have been able to give this crooked shape a name. That's why I still regret it now. If I had given everything I had to saving her then, if I had, then would you have forgiven me? Even if he couldn't get Haima's help, he was able to obtain other people's assistance. But this time, Totsuka pressed him to tell them what his objective was. He wanted to understand Hikigaya, what he actually wanted, because until now, Hikigaya had never said anything to anyone. He would give up on talking before he even started. He had always self-centeredly handled things in his way, and that must have seemed terribly dishonest. That's why this time he wouldn't lie. So, without hiding anything or borrowing reasons from others, he tells them that, honestly, he doesn't really care much about the prom itself. Yukinoshita is trying to do this on her own, so she doesn't want help from him, but he still wants to make their prom happen. Thus, throwing away his pride, he bows down and sincerely asks for their help. Afterwards, he and Yui also ask Miura's and Habine's help for a photo for their website, and while in the beach, Habine and Hikigaya end up having a little talk. Of course, Habine begins by talking about Hayato ex-Hikigaya, and Hikigaya jokingly asks if isn't that sexual harassment, and she answers that it's okay, I'm not very sexy. I don't even understand what sexual harassment from someone with no sex appeal would be. Things like sex, or love, or romance. They're our asshole. But, well, won't things work out somehow? Because in the end, you are different from me, Hikigaya. But, isn't there an easier way? And he says that simple things are the hardest. It's just that this was the easiest for him. With this said, to make the dummy prom plan seem legit, they have a meeting with that pottery guy from the other school to propose a collab between their schools to make the prom. And we got to see Kigaya drop some sick rhymes.
心配してるのはバジェット。でも予算がないのには慣れっこ。なら使うべきだろうガジェット。
それある。君のお題目はまるでカリスメ。企画の中身もほとんどハリボテ。一緒に始めるに際して具体性がなきゃ僕らも巻き添え。
方向性はアバウト。規模を考えてアジャスト。俺がしたいのはサジェスト。
方向性が見えてないよね。答えが出ないと企画は立ち消え。それもみんなで考えないとね。
こっちでもしたんだドラフト勘案。必要なのは土着の看板。まだ方向性はアバウトなんだがコンセプト的には詰まるとこ林間。俺たち自身の手で巣立つのみんな。でも先立つものなきゃ無策のまんま。わかる。予算に関してクラウドファンディング視野に入れればもらうの簡単。
興味があるのは事実だ。でも気になるのはこの言い草。企画書で大事なのはほんの一部だ。それ以外の内容はまるで皮肉や。一緒にやるなら僕らはチームだけど今の僕らは水と油さ。
それはだな。
Bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
They also met up with the woman herself, Haruno Yugnostan. They met up with her to ask if she could show the site of their dummy prom to her mother, because the plan wouldn't mean jack shit if the parents weren't aware of the existence of another prom plan. Haruno ends up agreeing on doing that, but she also talked about the relation of them three, and she had a good grasp on things, even in the fact that Ikigai was thinking that if Yukino doesn't want help and is doing it without a permission, it's not codependency. But she says that that's all superficial talk. It ultimately doesn't change anything. Yukino has chosen independence, and she wants to end that relationship. Thus, she thinks what Ikigai can do is stand back and watch. However, Yui doesn't agree with it. She doesn't think that's true. It may sound nice to say that you will stand back and watch, but in reality, you are just cutting yourself off. If they avoid it and never do anything, then nothing will change. All of it will fall apart, and then it will be over, them and the prom. So they have to be a little closer. They need to be involved. That's the only way they can end this properly. But still not satisfied, after she and Ikigai left, she comes back to talk to Haruno, because this is probably the first time that she had been truly angry, the first time that she had sincerely glared at someone. She says to Haruno that if they are struggling, she wants to support them, and she always wants them to be together, so it's not that. And Haruno asks if you can call that something real. Yui replies that she doesn't know, but it's not codependency. She then looked at Haruno, and her face looked just like hers. Her head tilted, like asking, why? She felt a sharp stab in her heart, and when she clenched a fist over it, once again, the tears she thought were all gone came out on their own. And this was what she understood, and it's why she could believe in her feelings. She answers Haruno that it's because it hurts so much. It's not just her chest, not just her heart. Everything hurts. Everything. All of her is crying out loud that she loves them, so much so that it hurts, not because of some codependency bullshit, but because she loves them. She likes not only the times she relied on them and them on her, but also all the time she spent with them, even in the most mundane things. She wants to be with them, and so she doesn't stand the idea of their relation ending, so much so that her whole being hurts just on thinking on death. If we look with the eyes, perhaps it could be described as codependency, and what Ikigai was doing was all superficial talk. But if we look with the heart, as Yui expresses, it's because they care about each other, that they want to help each other, even if it means hurting themselves. With this said, she then leaves. In this interaction, Haruno might have seemed too harsh as usual, but in her monologue before and when Yui arrives for a second time, it's shown her motives, which just reform what has been said about her till this point. Right after Yui leaves for the first time, with nothing else to do, Haruno decides to pick up a book she has been reading. A book that she has reread many times, and even though she knew how the story ended, she has always sought for what lay beyond the printed, the end, the real conclusion. It was never over, the single, correct conclusion, with no lies or deception. Even if she couldn't attain it herself, she wouldn't mind if someone else were to prove it really existed. While thinking on this, she looked at the reflection of her glass, and there was nobody there. All that was were masks, but her true self was nowhere to be found. She could only see a pretty but unpleasant seeming woman in the reflection. Then Yui arrived, and being honest with herself, she says that the truth is, she doesn't like saying the things that she said and is about to say. It's a hassle. She doesn't have that much free time, she doesn't find it interesting, and she's not exactly eager to invite hatred from kids she's partial to. But she would feel even worse to leave a mistake she might be able to correct. Thus, knowing it, that what she's about to say would make her feel bad, she poured the rest of the alcohol in the bottle into her glass. Deep down, she's a gentle girl who can't get over her own regrets, who washes away her remorse and unpleasant feelings with alcohol as a way to cope with her overly conscious self. But in the end, no matter how much she drinks, she just can't get drunk. In a way, she's perhaps the most miserable person in the series. But it's exactly because she's miserable that she can't ignore when someone is going down the same path as her. And it's also why she's so obsessed with not letting Yukino follow her steps, because at least she can find meaning in her misery by saying that she's doing this for her little sister. She's carrying this cross so that Yukino can be free. Anyways, days after this meeting with Haruno, when all the preparations were over, Ikigai was called by Irutsuka sensei because Yukino's mother was in the school because of his dummy prom plan. When he came out into the hallway, Yui cut up to him. She probably meant to accompany him, but this was the one thing he couldn't rely on her for. He had been leaning on her for everything up to this very moment. He had always relied on her to make things as they were when he made them awkward, whether it was because of his old methods or because of him not facing his feelings. So, for the finishing touches, he wanted to at least take the denouncement on his own. Arriving there, Yukino's mother explains she understands Ikigai's plan with his dummy prom. However, although she believes he had lined up the elements to convince the unsatisfied parents, she couldn't say if that would be enough to gain their understanding, since some of them are very stubborn. So Ikigai asks her if he couldn't gain her cooperation in order to convince them, because since they had everything to win them over, the result would change depending on who says them, and the fact that he had no connections wouldn't make him very convincing. Yukino's mother replies that that's not true at all. She thinks he had put in a fair effort in such a short amount of time, enough that it made her curious who had done it. Which reminds her, that she still had not asked his name, and so she does that, and he answers saying that
引き換え8万です。
引き換え。そう、あなたが。
その説は大変ご迷惑をおかけしました。もろもろ両親に任せてしまったのでご挨拶できず失礼しました。
こちらこそうちの者がご迷惑をおかけして本当にごめんなさい。その後足のお怪我の具合はいろいろご不便をかけたでしょ。
おかげさまで無事完治しましたんで前より丈夫になったくらいです。プロムの際には踊ってご覧に入れますよ。
お行儀が悪い。大した胆力だこと。
Ikigai already putting himself in good terms with his future mother-in-law. He got the moves, quite witchery according to him. Just planning ahead because Haruno already likes him, and if her mother does too, then the father could not reject him no matter how much he wants to kill him for taking his daughter. As Sun Tzu said in the heart of his war, to make the father accept you, win first his wife and daughter's approval, because in the face of his wife, any fearful man becomes docile, and in the face of their daughter, any harsh man becomes a sweetheart. Except when their team loses. In that case, and for someone who is always I'm too embarrassed to say that I like he understands how things work. And just a quick note. Right before Ikigai tells his name to Yukino's mother, Irusuke Sensei grabs his sleeve as if telling him not to say it. Why? Perhaps because if the point passed without this, then the fake prom was just a help, a plan, anyone could do it. However, in this case, it was only accepted because Ikigai was involved, and that changes everything. We could say that the prom happened because Ikigai was there at that moment, and it could only be him, since only him could use his name as a bargain token. Thus, part of Yukino's credit would be taken away, and again, she was depending on Ikigai to somehow find a way to solve things. Anyways, Yukino's mother ends up accepting Ikigai's request, and then Irusuke Sensei asks him to go tell Yukino that the prom wouldn't be cancelled. He communicates that to her, and then they get to a disagreement over who won the competition, and after a while, Yukino says that she'll be honest.
正直に言うわ。楽しかった。初めてだった。一緒に過ごす時間が居心地いいって思えて嬉しかった。あんな風に言い合いしたり喧嘩したり人前で泣いたことなんてなかった。二人で出かけるのだってすごく緊張して初めてでわからないことだらけで誰かに頼ってもいいってそんなことも知らなかったの。だからどこかで間違えてこんなまがいものみたいな関係性は間違っている。あなたが望んでくれたものとはきっと違う。私は大丈夫。もう大丈夫。あなたに助けてもらえた。だからこの勝負もこの関係もこれで終わりにしましょう。
And with this, Ikigai thinks to himself that if that was her answer, then there was no reason for him to say no. His goal of saving her had been accomplished, and with this relationship brought to a close, the codependency was resolved, and he would keep his pride as a man. The club and his work was over, so now there was nothing. All his reasons to be involved with her were gone. He could no longer use any excuse, but he still refuses to say his true reason to want to maintain their relation. And at this pace, he would just gain one of those big regrets he was so jealous of. But yeah, he says to Yukino that, okay, then he loses. He'll do what she says, and he asks her what she wants. And Yukino answers that she wants him to grant Yui's request. With this, he leaves the service club, and he I locked the door firmly so it will never open again. Just one final time, I stroked the door, memorizing the sensation with my skin. The colder it was, the more it hurt, the more I could believe that the answer I had chosen was something real. There was no other way for me to make sure, so I will never know the right answer. I will never be done with searching for mistakes. I yearned so burningly for just one single thing that was real. It became tangled up enough to chafe. I couldn't even cry as I just burned myself out, until what remained was a hopelessly twisted fake. But to me, it was a fake like no other, one that could never be replaced. I didn't want it to break, at least, so I would quietly and carefully tuck it away, and that would bring an end to everything. Please, let this be the right ending. With that prayer, I released the door. I took one step away, then two, until I was too far away to touch it, even if I reached out. After this, Yui and Yukino end up talking. They talk about the year that passed and what they will do afterwards. And then Yu says that this is kinda weird. It's almost like this is the end. And Yukino replies that that's because this is the end. Their contest is over. But Yui didn't like what she said. She says to her that she wished that she wouldn't just try to end it like that, because she doesn't feel the same at all. Yukino says that she's really sorry, but she wants to put an end to this. Some time passes, and then Yui says to Yukino that she is a greedy person, so she's going to take everything. She's going to take all of her feelings. That's why she would ask her, but only once. If Yukino didn't say anything, then she wouldn't say anything. But if Yukino did, then she would too. So she says to Yukino to please tell her what her feelings are. Hearing this, Yukino seemed hesitant, anxious, and even confused, but she just couldn't avert her eyes anymore. She used to always act like she didn't see anything, act as if she hadn't noticed anything, and act as if she didn't know anything, but now she couldn't anymore. Yukino ends up whispering just a few words, the words Yui probably didn't want to hear, but even so, she still ended up smiling anyway, and her gaze also softened in response. After looking at Yukino's face, she truly didn't know what to do, because it would have been so much easier to her if she just come to hate it, but she couldn't. After hearing Yukino, she then tells her how she feels, and Yukino, unlike her, sighed in relief, because those were the words she wanted to hear, even though the words they both said were more or less the same. They had opposite reactions. One didn't want to hear those words, because it confirmed that their feelings were mutual, and so there was no space for her to intervene. The other wanted to hear those words, because it meant she could give up and remove herself from their relation, ending things like she wanted. However, Yui wouldn't let that happen. After all, she's the greediest of them all. Sweet things, bitter things, painful things, difficult things, wounds and pain, she wants all of it. Even if the outcome is unpleasant or bitter, she still wants it. Thus, she explains that, just like her, Ikigai too didn't want Yukino to give up on something that matters to her. That the distance between them isn't something physical. No matter how far they go, no matter how long it's been since they last saw each other, the distance between their feelings won't change. But if their feelings change, they'll feel incredibly far apart, no matter how close they are to each other. Thus, her feelings were the one thing she couldn't give up on. Days after, the prom finally starts, and Hikigaya and Yukino had a similar feeling of discomfort, originated from not knowing how to interact with each other, and we got to see that behind that cold appearance, even Yukino worries about normal things. She didn't know what kind of face to make. She wasn't even sure if she should be making eye contact either. She had no confidence that she could speak naturally, nor did she have any idea of what she could talk about, and she just couldn't remember how she used to behave. But they got better after a while, and even talked like they did in a cultural festival, over a microphone. But this time, there was no one listening to them, and Hikigaya was actually glad that they were talking through a microphone, because he didn't want her to see the idiotic face he was making while smiling. In regard to Yukino, she just looked above and raised her hand, but she knew that the same could not reach the elevated window, and so she didn't extend her hand any further. That's why, despite her not believing those words at all, she had swallowed them as if they were sweet poison. They offered her a way to put herself to rest and give up. After the conversation, Yukino's mother appears, and she then speaks first in a jokingly manner with Hikigaya, saying that she was rather excited to see Zack Sven dancing, which she would be able to when he would dance with Yui. Then, after the prom ended, she said to Yukino that she did well in managing the entire event, and thus she's quite impressed. Then Haruno intervened, saying that this is the kind of thing Yukino wanted to do after all, and that's her plan for the future too. Hearing this, Yukino's mother is quite surprised and looks at Yukino, looking for an explanation. Yukino explains to her mother that she is interested in her father's work and she wants to get involved in the future. She is aware that what she did today won't directly influence her future, and she knows it won't be a guarantee for anything either. She's not talking about right now, but some time in the future. But for the time being, she just wants her to know how she feels on the matter. Hearing Yukino's explanation, Yukino's mother replies that she understands. If that's truly what she wants, she'll support her decision, but they will take it slow and think things over from now on, because there was no need to rush. Which means that she neither approved nor disapproved Yukino's wish, she just put it on hold. But there was one person who was not convinced and could not accept it, and that person was Haruno, and she says that to Yukino. She then compliments by saying that, I mean, don't get me wrong, I honestly don't care what happens in the family. It's not like I want to take over the family business or anything. But you know, I've been treated on the assumption I would the entire time, so you just can't expect me to be suddenly okay with it. I resigned myself to the fact, since there wasn't much I could do, and settled on the compromise. Now this happens, don't you think it's a bit of a stretch that I would be so readily convinced after all that? And Yukino replies, asking why she's saying that now. Then Haruno responds that, that's my line. Why are you saying how you feel now, after all this time? Do you really think I can accept your decision to be even remotely equivalent to the last 20 years of my life? You are going to have to show me something worthwhile if you seriously want me to relinquish everything to you. Afterwards, Yui, to comfort Yukino, says to her that the past year for her, for them, was just as heavy. She doesn't believe it's about length. And I am completely in Haruno's side in this regard, and you can fuck off, Yui. What do you mean the past year was equivalent to Haruno's whole life? Like, if you mean that seriously, and you are not just comforting Yukino, there's something wrong with your head. Do you seriously think that the past year of your teenage drama bullshit is equivalent to Harno having her future decided for her, having to act all the time with that in mind, having a personality heavily influenced by that, and thus all those masks that she has, having to give up on many things, including her own time and will to attend social events and all of that. And even now, she's probably in a university course that has to do with her father's business, and even if she gave up on it and let Yukino take her father's business, do you think she would feel liberated? Oh hell nah, she would just feel emptiness. So yeah, as Arno said, if Yukino wanted to Harno to give up on it, she would really need to show her something worthwhile. Talking of which, how are they, the 20 years of her? Harno Yukino está. Being born in an affluent family, since a young age, she had to bear with responsibilities and expectations placed upon her, which were further intensified by the fact that she would be the successor of her father's business, since she was the older one between the two siblings. Thus, she, as far as she can remember, always had to attend social events in her father's name and had to learn how to behave herself accordingly to what was expected from someone on her place. However, all of this put quite the strain on her, hence, as a way to alleviate all the stress, when on school, she would act as flashy as possible. The time at school served as a pressure valve, where she could release some stress in order to cope with her own situation. Though, this time could also be seen as her trying to assert herself, to distinguish herself from all the masks that she had created, to affirm that there was still a real her. However, as years went by, this distinction became harder to make, to the point that she could no longer even tell if there ever was a real her to begin with. As she became adult, one of the many things that she had to give up on was this rebellious behavior of hers. She accepted, or to be more precise, completely resignated herself to her situation and what she had become. For 20 years, she had been deceiving herself, making excuses and rationalizing so that she could avoid the issue. She would tell herself that she was doing this for her little sister, that she was carrying this cross so that her sister wouldn't have to, but that was just a rationalization to justify her situation, that only led to her avoiding setting things properly, which resulted in remorse down the line. Thus, her pressure valve as an adult was now her beloved alcohol. It served as an attempt to momentarily forget the remorse, who she had become, and all kinds of unpleasant feelings. However, no matter how much she would drink, on her glass's reflection, nobody would be there. All that was there were masks, but her true self was nowhere to be found. She could only see the pretty but unpleasant seeming woman that she had become. Her overly conscious self wouldn't let her be drunk. She is what could be called a miserable person. But it's exactly because she is miserable that she can't ignore when someone is going down the same path as her. Even if she had gone wrong, even if she wasn't able to set things properly and arrive at a conclusion, even if she resigned herself, she hoped that someone would show her the single, correct conclusion with no lies or deception. Even if she couldn't attain it herself, she wouldn't mind if someone else were to prove it really existed. It's because of these two things that she intrudes so much with a certain club and says nasty things to them, despite not liking to say them or having that much free time. She says those things because she, at the same time, sees in them the possibility of them proving that the conclusion she wants exists, but also the possibility of them ending up like her, and ending up like her so what she absolutely doesn't want to happen to them, especially to her little sister this that she has a complicated relation with. Going back in time, when they were little, the two of them would go along well. her little sister would look up to her with admiration, and although this put more pressure on her, it also gave her force to persevere, since she was pleased that her sister would think of her as a role model. But then, a certain accident happened, and things changed. She was disgusted with herself and her despicable nature. She felt pleasure from having her sister admire and rely on her, but when her little sister was in need, she couldn't do anything to help. Even if she wasn't directly involved, that had to be something she could do. But no, she instead dumped her feelings of guilt on someone else, because she felt that she was betrayed by that someone. Furthermore, she saw what could happen if her sister blindly relied on someone to go on with her life. Thus, from there on, she decided to push her sister away to try to make her independent and self-reliant. To that, she would even play the antagonist and get hated if she had to, because, according to her, without the presence of a proper enemy, her sister would never grow. Conflict stimulates growth, and in her family, hostility was education, and opposition was communication. And she always has been communicating with her sister. She was willing to hurt her sister and be hurt by her when she was pushed away. All of this in the hopes that her sister would think for herself and struggle along the way in the search for her own answers. Thus, when her sister finally comes up with an answer, she was willing to support her and help her to take that step forward with her own 2 feet. However, her sister's answer, what she wants to do, ends up being the thing that she could not so easily help her sister with, her father's job. For her whole 20 years, she was treated on the assumption that she would be the one to take her father's job. Thus, she resigned herself to it and gave up on so many things, and even now she was probably on a university course that had to do with her father's job. So, it's not that she wants to take over the family business or anything, but rather that she wants to be given a reason to give up on her 20 years of sacrifice, or else for what all those years of suffering were for. She wants her sister to show her something worthwhile so that she can accept, relinquish everything to her. She wants her sister to persuade her so that she can give some meaning to all those years on her life. Just like she wants the service club to show her that that thing exists so that she can put herself and her doubts to rest, that that thing existed and her struggle in the search for it wasn't meaningless. It really existed and she just wasn't able to attain it, a consolation of sorts. Because, in the end, Haruno Yukinoshita is a kind but miserable girl who loves her sister, and that, till this day, asks to herself if does something real even exist. Going back to where we were, Yukino, having finished talking to her mother, she now talks to Yui and Hikigaya, saying to them that she thinks that now is the best time to end things once and for all. Then Yui replies that she thinks it would be okay if they could keep going, continuing like this as they always had. But if that's what she wants, then she's fine with it too. And then Hikigaya isn't able to answer and runs away, but before he does so, Yukino says to him that she's thankful for everything he did, for all the times he had helped her, but she'll be fine now. From now on, she'll do her best to handle things better on her own, and so that's why. And before she's able to finish, Hikigaya says that he understands, and so tells her not to worry, but those words were merely to end conversation, and so he leaves. As he was leaving, and without knowing what he should do, once again, Hirusuke Sensei appears to guide his lost student. They go to a baseball thing, and Hirusuke Sensei shows her moves, and then they enter and start talking. Had it been any other person, he wouldn't be able to say what he's about to say. The thought of his weakness being exposed to anyone was just something he couldn't handle, not because of his cowardly self-esteem, but because of his arrogant sense of shame originated from his pride of being fine on his own and him trying to maintain his cool image. But Irusuke Sensei was the one person he didn't have to put up a front with, the only person he didn't have to try to act cool for. She was a far bigger adult than he could ever be, so he was comfortable with talking these kinds of things with her and open himself to her. Thus, he begins by saying that, according to Arno, their relationship is just a form of codependency. He didn't want to admit it, so he tried to fight back, but it's hard to say the least. Hirusuke Sensei replies that it's just like Arno to use a word like that, but she's using it as a figure of speech. She understands, but she chooses to say it that way anyway, and so it sounds like she's pretty fond of him. She probably sees a part of herself on Ikigaya, his cynical perspective, and him constantly deceiving himself. So she chose to phrase it like that because she knew that him, being as cynical as he is, would begin to embrace it and deceive himself in order not to say what he truly believed. So she said it for him to face it and try to reject those words, and instead be honest with himself. Hirusuke Sensei goes on to say that she believes that Yukino, Yui, and him don't have that kind of relationship. She tells him to not get caught up on a simple word like codependency. Even if he already convinced himself that's how things are, to not let those borrowed words twist a person's feelings. To him, not let those feelings be summed up with a simple notion. He already has the answer, but he doesn't know how to express it. That's all. That's the reason why he's trying to put it into simple words that make sense to him. But there isn't just one way to do it. A single word can be expressed in an endless number of ways.
やり方は一つじゃないよ、引きがや。言葉一つとっても表し方は無限にある。例えば、私も君に対して思うことはたくさんある。めんどくさいとかヘタレとか、くじらせすぎとか将来が心配とか。
めっちゃボロクソ書かれとる。
まだまだこんなもんじゃない。けど、そういうのを全部ひっくるめて。君が好きだよ。照れるな、照れるな。
Oh God, if it was me, I would definitely declare my love to her right there. God, what a fucking cool woman, oh my god. And the guy shares my thoughts, but before he can declare himself, Irusuke Sensei continues saying for him to not be shy. As far as she's concerned, he is her best student. In that regard, she's really quite fond of him. Like I'm saying, Ikai got the moves on older women. Haruno, Yukino's mother, Gahamama, Irusuke Sensei, and if you not pay attention, your mother may be the next one, so Irusuke Sensei finishes off by advising that if a single word isn't enough, if he can trust words, then he shall let his actions speak for themselves, and also says to him, well, she's still his teacher, to show her his answer after bearing all of his thoughts and feelings. The action he decided to take was holding another prom, more specifically his dummy prom. But before we get to that, there was still an unfinished business that he needed to deal with, which was putting the final nail in Yui's asking Yui's wish. They go talk again in a bench.
Oh, we're off!
Okay, seriously, they go talk in a bench, and Yui asks him if he's really okay with this, because if things are really over, then she'll tell him her wish, because they already had this talk before the prom, but Yui decided to postpone telling him her wish, since she wanted an outcome, but not a forced one. She wanted them to arrive at their own answers, at their own accord. So here, she's asking Higaya if that's really it, if that's really his wish, what he wants, his own answer, because if so, then she would sincerely tell him her own wish. And that's why, this time, Hikigaya couldn't irresponsibly dodge the question, nor could he hide behind a veil of lies. There's no doubt she would smile and forgive him if he chose to run away, but he couldn't possibly take advantage of that. He couldn't betray her like that, because he's the one person in the world he didn't want to hate him. Having that person who he thought was so kind and relied so much in that kindness, to have her to hate him would be unbearable. And so he says that it's not okay at all for him. To him, it was fine for the club to end, because that was bound to happen sooner or later, and he knows that Yukino doesn't want to continue either. But there was one thing he couldn't accept. He starts saying that thing, but then he stops himself, because he realized that once again he was letting borrowed words define his feelings and letting them be his reason. Then he says what he really felt and should already been said, which was that he simply didn't want to lose his connection with her, and that's why he can't accept it. In normal situations, he wouldn't lose that. They could still get along to a certain extent by seeing each other, having small talks, and getting in touch to meet every now and then, but he couldn't stand the thought of having a superficial relationship like that. He could try to keep it up for a while, but he's absolutely confident they would grow apart eventually, and Yukino is probably the same. So, if he gives up on his connection with her now, that would probably be the end of it, and it's a bit hard for him to accept that. Yui, after listening to him, says that he should definitely tell Yukino that, even if she doesn't get what he meant, because it's fine even if she doesn't. If anything, he's the one who's not putting in the effort to tell her. Some things just won't get across, even if they talk to each other. But that's fine, because she will do her best to understand, and she thinks Yukino is the same way. With this said, she starts saying her wish, saying the same words that she said back then, that she wants everything, and she complements it by saying that that's why she wants to be at that place where Yukino and him are together. So he needed to tell her. Hikigaya tells Yui that he'll do that, but first he needed to make the preparations, because him and Yukino tend to prepare all kinds of escape routes, like taking precautions, or making excuses, or hiding behind a facade, or trying to make things simple by keeping things business related. So first, he needs to walk every single one of those. He doesn't think he'll tell her if he doesn't go that far. Which yeah, at least he realized what he was doing all this time, and accepted that unless he does all of that, he will just run away once again. But Yui says to him that there's only one thing that he needs to say. However, he doesn't agree so, because saying just one thing isn't going to get anything across. In any normal situation, that might be enough, but he simply couldn't be convinced with a set of words that fit the mold. Then, after having told her everything, he realizes that once again he was forcing to throw some things on her, as he always had, and she would forgive him each time. He had been taking advantage of her kindness for the longest time. The comfort would cause him to doze off, and he would pretend not to see anything by closing the lid, but she would always help him all the same. so he apologizes to her for putting her through so much. He also says that one day he thinks he would be able to say things properly, be able to accept things properly, without having to fuss over his words and reasons. But she doesn't need to wait for that one day.
けど、お前はそれを待たなくていい。
With this said, he knows what he needs to do and say, so he goes. Until the end, Yui was able to maintain the promise she did to herself.
何それ、待たないよ。
Till the end, she didn't let the tears sweep free. She didn't let her hero save her. But when she arrives home, with no longer anyone seeing, without no longer having to hold on, she cries. She couldn't say those simple words, and even now she can't say them. She couldn't say a simple, I love you. But hey, let's talk about Yui. Yui Yugahama. Since little, she let go of her own desires for the sake of others, though she did this out of self-preservation, to fit in and not cause trouble. It was not because she was kind. Then, when on a certain day a boy saved her dog, she saw in him what she was not: a genuinely kind person. A person that is kind even when there's nothing to gain, and even something to lose, even when there's no one looking, just like one of those heroes that you see in fiction. From this was born an admiration towards that boy, admiration which served as the initial spark of her love towards that boy. However, this love couldn't possibly be something genuine. It was a love for an image that she created on her own, without trying to understand the person that she was directing those feelings towards. But even so, what's the problem with that? Hikigaya's love for Yukino also started for the exact same reason, from an admiration towards an idealized image of something that he strived to be, that he forced on her. However, feelings can grow out of that. The important thing is, as Yui said, even if you didn't start out right, and even if you didn't do everything you could, if you are sincere and not fake about it, I don't think it's wrong to have that kind of affection. Despite a year having passed since the accident, she never talked to him. She went to visit him on the hospital, but never heard anything from him, and since they were on different classes, she only watched him from afar on the breaks. However, when the second year started, she was on the same class as him, so she decided to approach him, and afterwards, she joined the service club. Since then, she always tried to make advances on him. At some point, she may even have considered to confess her feelings. On the Kyoto trip, she mentioned how that bamboo place would be a good spot to be confessed to, and so she might have pondered to go with the flow, and after Tobe confessed, she would do the same. But things turned out differently from what she expected, and thus why the light novel chapter where that happened is called His and Her Confessions Will Reach No One. But besides that, she also became really close to the other member of the club. They would exchange messages regularly, hang out outside club time, among other things. It was because she became so close to the other member and cared so much for her that when she saw that scene on the infirmary, she found herself stuck between a rock and a hard place. When it comes to emotions and feelings, she can't understand them instinctively. Thus, just by looking, she knew that the two of them were in love with each other. But she didn't know what to do about it. She loved Hikigaya, but she cared just as much for Yukino and the service club, the relation between the three of them. Thus, even if struggling to put her conflicting feelings together, she pushed things forward because she knew things couldn't go as they had been, and she also wanted a clear outcome. But even if that was what she wanted, she was still scared to know his feelings, or more accurately, scared to have him expose them, since till now she was able to lie to herself, pretend she didn't see, and cling to some hope. So wanting to sort things out, but fearful of him telling her directly, she pushes things to Yukino. She pushes Yukino to make a decision, to choose an outcome. But when Yukino finally did so, she couldn't accept it, because she cared for her friend. So she didn't want to see her give up on her feelings, on something that mattered to her. So instead, she urged Ikigaya to make his decision. Just as she made Yukino open up and confront her feelings, she also did that for Ikigaya. Thus, when Ikigaya tells her his wish, she supports him and encourages him to go tell that to Yukino. Till the end, she wasn't able to tell him her feelings, even though she had plenty of opportunities. She didn't out of fear, but also out of not wanting to deviate Ikigaya's attention or force him to make a decision, since she wanted an outcome, but not a forced one. She wanted them to arrive at their own answers, at their own accord. Even so, when all was over, she still regretted not having told her feelings to him. So, when Yukino and Ikigaya already made the decision, at the end of it all, she tells him and everyone present her feelings, so that she can properly have her answer and be properly hurt, so that she can then sort things out and move on, so that she can have closure to her own feelings. Although to this point she was described in a rather good light, she's of course not without her flaws. The main one is not that she's manipulative, as I have seen a lot of people say, and I hope that at this point that's clear, but rather her problem is that she's too compassionate. She has always accepted and forgave Ikigaya's flaws and mistakes and let him maintain the status quo, but that was just preventing Ikigaya's growth as a person. It was a comfortable but intoxicating ambience, as Ikigaya would put it. Of course, she would do this because she feared of what would happen if he saw her nasty side. She didn't want him to see her in a bad light, that she wasn't the kind girl he thought she was. However, it's also understandable why she would do that, because in the end of the day, Yui Yugahama is not a manipulative person, nor she's a gentle girl. She's a troubled teenager, struggling to put together her conflicting feelings. A girl that has found friends that she adores, so much so that just the thought of their relation ending hurts her whole being. Friends that she cares so much about, that even if her own feelings aren't reciprocated, she'll be happy if theirs are, and they find their happiness, since, after all, she's the greediest of them all. Sweet things, bitter things, painful things, difficult things, wounds and pain, she wants all of it. Even if the outcome is unpleasant or bitter, she still wants it, because she's a girl that for the first time has truly fell in love with someone. After Ikigaya parted ways with Yui, he started doing his preparations for what he wanted to do. And then, one day, he was again called by Irutsuka sensei, because Yukino's mother was in school because of his dummy prom. Again. However, this time, it was because Ikigaya was actually planning, actually holding that dummy prom. My dear, and pardon my language in advance, but what the fuck is this about? What do you mean? Do you wanna party hard?
É que hoje vai ter festinha aqui dentro do meu barraco. Vou te arrastar pro beco, vai ser sequência de papo, vai ser sequência de
Do you wanna get high?
¿Quieres?
Do you wanna get shit-faced?
Sakazuki o host と書いて乾杯
こいな。水も飲まないと倒れるぞ。ああ、どうも。
Then join us on the 2020 Sobu High School Prom. Oh, Dad. Yeah, Dad. I read it twice last time since it wasn't supposed to be held, but is it the music? No problemo. Let me change it just real quick. It's not about the music. I mean, the music's also part of the problem. Done. Do you wanna party hard? Good Lord heaven, but how is this any better? So this one is also not of your liking, huh? Then how about... The problem ain't the music you chose, goddammit! Oh my god, the censorship! Are we in fucking Indonesia or some shit? Like, oh my god! Okay, that didn't happen, but Yukino's mother asks him why was he doing that, and he answers that it was because he wasn't satisfied with the last prom, since no matter how someone looked at it, his point was clearly the best one. So it's only natural for him to think what would happen if his plan gone through instead. Thus, his motives to hold the dummy prom could be boiled down to his selfish reasons. Even if it doesn't turn out well, he wants a clear answer. If they can't resolve this now, it will haunt him forever. But what's the clear answer he wants? And who is the they he's referring to? So yeah, he isn't doing all of this because he really wants to hold the prom, but for another purpose. So why did he say all of that bullshit? To hook someone who would pose him a question that had already been posed to him numerous times in the past, but each time he would run away from answering it or fool himself. So, as he wanted, that someone is hooked and bursts out laughing. But then, she, with a more serious tone, says to him that this is already their problem, and like what he said previously, because of being a volunteer work. The prom was something Yukino decided to do, and their mother expressed her approval. So she asks him if he's going to deny all of that, if he understands what it means to stick his nose into their business. And Yukino was about to answer the question. She would probably say that Hikigaya had nothing to do with it, but Hikigaya had no intention of letting her continue, and so he answers the question, saying that he does, and if there's any responsibility he can take, he plans on taking it. This was his true motive and reason to do all of this. He wanted to announce his will to get closer to Yukino, and not only his will, but that he was already planning on doing it. After what he said, both Haruno and her mother understood this. Haruno said that he really was an idiot, but this time not laughing, but rather with a gentle voice and a smile and sadness on her eyes. Yukino's mother said that he should be more brazen and confident when saying things like that, and then asked him how he planned to hold the prom, since it would be impossible with the time and budget left. Hikigaya replies that, indeed, it's impossible to him, but luckily for him, he knows someone who has experience with managing a prom, and that person is her daughter. Hearing this, Yukino's mother gazes towards Yukino and says to her that if she truly wishes to pursue her father's work, she needs to study in a more appropriate environment, and she needs to engage in things that will give her hands-on experience. While it's true that any experience is good for her, there's absolutely no merit in involving herself with something that will fail. So she says to her that
だからね、ユキノ。あなたが決めなさい。責任者はあなたなのでしょ。
And before Yukino responds, Hikigaya starts listing all the problems and adversities of trying to do this, and how impossible it is, and Yukino replies, saying that,
そうね、乗ってあげるわ。私、負けず嫌いだから。
It was good to see this evolution of Yukino, from someone who couldn't even face her mother and decided to run away, to someone who no longer ran away but still wasn't able to say what she wanted to someone who could express her will and wishes, and finally to someone who could directly oppose her mother. How Yukino-chan had really grown this past year. And well, while on topic of Yukino's evolution, let's talk more about it. Yukino-shita. Being born as the second daughter of an affluent family, she was exempted from a lot of responsibilities that were instead delegated to her older sister, who would inherit their father's business. Thus, she had a certain degree of freedom when compared to someone else on her position, although this freedom wasn't as pleasant as someone might think. It indeed meant that she was free to choose what she wanted to do, but she didn't know what she wanted to do, or more specifically, there wasn't anything specific at the time that she wanted to do. That freedom resulted in a lack of orientation, and although she hadn't many responsibilities, she still had a lot of expectations, so she had to choose something. So, without knowing what to choose, but having to choose something, she resorted to a sister and started doing what she did. However, because she was doing the same thing her sister once did, she would inevitably be compared to her and would be seen as Arno's little sister instead of Yukino. This, coupled with the fact that her sister excelled at everything, resulted on her developing an inferiority complex towards her sister and a lack of sense of self. As the years went by, she realized that she couldn't continue as she was. Thus, she decided to live alone as a way to prove herself, to distinguish herself from her sister, since she felt that if she stayed on that home, nothing would change. She would just keep chasing her sister's shadow. Although that might not only be the only reason, she might also have left as a way to run away from an environment that she perceived as oppressive, and also as a way to learn about self-reliance, since, because of a certain accident that happened in primary school, she had become apprehensive to rely on people and started to strive for self-reliance. Perhaps she would also join the service club as a way to learn that. However, even after a year of living by herself, things hadn't changed much, because in the end, her problem was within herself, so changing the environment wouldn't magically solve it. With this said, her family situation wasn't the only thing that shaped her as she is in the beginning of high school. Being ostracized in primary school, she developed a strong girl facade and her nasty tongue as a way to protect herself. That part of her past is also reflected on the way she acts on a more unconscious level. Her fear of crowds may come from the fact that in the past she didn't have good experiences of being surrounded by crowds. Thus, she naturally gets uncomfortable and feeling unwell around them. The way she talks in an awkward way, even though all the other characters speak like normal Japanese people, also has to do with her past. We get our linguistic habits from what we consume, hence why, for example, regional accents and expressions exist, since people take other people's linguistic habits to better integrate in the group. Same thing goes to between friends expressions or young people slang.
But I need the documents regardless, alright?
Yes, ma'am. I'll get them to sign it right away.
Thanks, G.
What?
You a real one for real, Hayakawa.
What?
What?
In her case, she didn't have friends, so she could only pick her habits from two sources. One was through literature, since she loved to read books. That's why she speaks in a more formal and written Japanese way. The other was her family, which, because of their status, further amplified her formal and more adult way of speaking. She also might have picked up her habit of speaking in an authoritarian way in some occasions because of her mother, whom she doesn't get along with, and whom, even after a year of living on her own, she still couldn't face. But that would start to change on her second year of high school, when she entered the service club. There, she made her first two friends, whom slowly but surely she started to rely on. Of course, she still wanted to be self-reliant, but after bringing herself to exhaustion, she realized that she could share a bit of the burden and rely on them when she needed. She also started to open up to them, first taking off that strong girl facade and revealing her own insecurities, and then telling them about her family and what she wanted to do. After which, she then, perhaps for the first time in her life, took agency and acted upon her own desires and confronted her sister and mother about it. For the very first time, she had a will of her own. In the past year, she has made friends, started to show her real self, and dropped that strong girl facade, began a life of her own, which had its own ups and downs. And now, there is no doubt that she no longer is Arno's little sister. She is Yukino Shita, an honest, idealistic, diligent, but clumsy and competitive girl who aspires to one day do her father's job. She could finally distinguish herself, point out and affirm who she was. She now had her own sense of self and was self-reliant. Hence, for the very first time, she could live on her own. She was capable of having a life separate from others. Thus, she earned the right to walk alongside someone for the very first time, to request things of others and live together with someone. That's why, after it was all over, she was finally able to tell a certain boy something that she held on her heart so dearly till now, in a straight to the point and sincere way that matches her well. Finally, the snow that frees her up all this time melted away and her spring arrived. Now, back to where we were. Some time had passed since the discussion in the reception office. They had a brief meeting of their plans going forward, and by the time they had finished, the sun was already setting. As they were leaving, Ikigai sees Yukino, and then they both walk for a while without saying anything, till Ikigai says that he's sorry that he ended up causing more problems to her, that he knows that he shouldn't be intruding on her family affairs or her future, but he did anyways, and so he will be sure to take responsibility for that. Yukino replies that there's no reason for him to take responsibility for her choices, and asks, why did he say something so unreasonable? And Ikigai answers that it was because that was the only way for him to get involved with her. Puzzled by this answer, Yukino then asks him about their promise that he would fulfill Yui's wish. And he says that this isn't completely unrelated to that, since she told him that she wanted Yukino to be there after school, in the place where there's nothing. But then Yukino points out that they can still do that without him needing to go through all this trouble. However, Ikigai says that he can't. Whether it's acquaintances, friends, or classmates, he doesn't have the confidence he can continue that kind of relationship. Yukino replies that, although that might be true for him, she knows that eventually she'll be able to do it well, and so that's why she'll be fine. And then she began walking, as if to end the conversation, as if to shake off the past, but Ikigai wouldn't let her do that. He says that their communication skills are incredibly bad, and they are too complicated for their own good. On top of that, they absolutely suck at socializing, and he doesn't think he'll ever get good at it. Thus, if they are distant already, he is absolutely sure they'll become even more distant, and so, that's why.
Takara!
Even though it wouldn't be difficult to continue talking while walking or to stop her with his voice. He grabs her hand because there was a reason for it, a single reason. He couldn't compromise. He says to her that, "If I let you go now, I will never be able to get you back." He stated this in order to persuade himself to get that step closer, to enter her personal space. As someone told him, it's now or never. And so, even though he says that, what he's about to say is so embarrassing to the point that he just wants to drop dead, he does it anyways, and says that when he said that he would take responsibility, that wasn't enough. He's not just trying to be reliable, he's not doing this out of obligation or anything. Basically, he wants to take responsibility, or he wants her to let him take responsibility. Even if she might not want this, he wants to stay connected with her, not because he has to, but because he wants to. And so that's why he asks her to give him the right to distort her life. While saying this, Hikigaya's mouth was always in the verge of closing, but even so, he forced himself to say it till the end, and Yukino was twisting in discomfort, anxious of what was about to be said. And while he was talking, she attentively listened while always staring at her gripped cuffs. And then, when he finished, she asked what he meant by distort her life. And he explains that, although he doesn't really have anything that could change her life, and that after they graduate, they could just live a decent and normal life, if they do get involved with each other, they would make all kinds of detours and stops, so their lives will get a little distorted. Even now, they met, they talked, they learned about each other, and they grew apart, but every time he thinks that his life got messier. Yeah, Yukino's life is already a mess, and yeah, he has been a mess since the beginning. She's too honest and pure, and he's too twisted and rotten. They are so different, to the point that they seem incompatible. Their shapes are completely different, but both of them are a warped shape, and how that warped shape was formed is where lies their similarity, which is their past experiences, from which their solitude and values were born, such as their despise for superficiality. And every time those warped parts clashed, their shapes would gradually change, eventually to the point that they couldn't be undone. One was already part of what made the other what he is today, and vice versa. Even if they grow apart from each other and distance themselves, those parts will not disappear, will not be undone. So he says to her that things will get a lot more distorted from now on. But the more distorted her life becomes, the more he plans to offer in exchange. He says this, acknowledging that he barely has any assets. So the only things he can really give her are vague and unsubstantial things, like his time, feelings, future, or life, and that such promise had no meaning or value. But even so, he believes that if he's going to get involved with someone's life, then it's only fair to offer what he can. So, even though he knew that all the words he said till now and the ones that he's about to say wouldn't be able to convey all of his feelings and thoughts, he still needed to say them. Thus, he says to her, or should I say, he proposes to her, that I'll give you absolutely everything, so let me be involved in your life. Hearing this, Yukino was about to say something, but then she swallowed those words down her throat, and instead forced out some other words. Words that probably were different from what she had wanted to say. She still was trying to distance herself, anxious of what she might become if their relation continues. Even if she wants to, she's not sure if that's for her best, if that's the right choice. she's insecure, and so, in a trembling voice, she says to him that there's no way that they will ever be balanced. Her future and the direction of her life don't have that kind of value. But for him, there's much more. But then, Hikigaya, in a sarcastic and Ikigai's way, says to her that that's a relief, because, as it turns out, his wife doesn't have much value right now either. His stock is so unpopular that its price is already the lowest it can go. If anything, he's on a bargain sale, and if she gets it on it now, he can guarantee her return on her investment. Right now is the best time to buy. And she replies that that's just a standard line for fraud, and that the sales pitch is the worst. Then they both smile at each other with a tearful expression. She took one step closer to softly hit his collar and glared up at him with tears welling up in the corner of her eyes and asks, why can he only ever say stupid nonsense like that? If isn't there something else he should be telling her? And he answers that he isn't saying those words because he can't. There's no way he will stand for this being summed up in words. He then thinks to himself that just a few words weren't enough to convey his actual thoughts. Even if he used up every honest feeling and every pretense, every joke or standard line, he didn't feel like he could communicate it all. It wasn't such a simple feeling. Yes, it may contain a feeling that could be conveyed with a few words, but if he forced that feeling into a single framework, it would be nothing more than a lie. He had gone through so many words, came up with all kinds of crazy logic, put all of his reasons, environments and situations together, threw out his excuses, removed any obstacles and closed off all of his escape routes to finally make where he was now. There's no way to understand them all with these words. It's fine if they weren't understood. It didn't matter if they didn't convey anything. He just wanted to say them, and nothing more. After what he said, Yukino looked at him, and as a last resistance, she says that
私、多分とても面倒な人間だと思うわ。
知ってる。
とにかくずっと迷惑をかけてばかり。
今更だろ。
頑固で可愛げもない。
まあそうだな。
そこは否定してほしかったけれど。
無茶言うなよ。
あなたに頼りきりでどんどんダメになる気がする。
俺がもっとダメになればいいだけだな。みんなダメになればダメなやつはいなくなる。
それから
いいよ。どんなにめんどくさくてもいい。厄介でもいい。逆にそこがいいまである。
何それ、全然嬉しくない。
あいた。
他にあるでしょ。
人生歪める対価には足りないだろうけど、まあ全部やる。いらなかったら捨ててくれ。面倒だったら忘れていい。こっちで勝手にやるから返事も別にしなくていい。
私はちゃんと言うわ。あなたの人生を私にください。
重っ。
他の言い方を知らないのだから仕方ないじゃない。
Oh my, this was 0 out of 10. I can no longer relate. I thought he was just like me, for real. But he got bitches, and I Also, gotta mention, loved the tribute Ikigaya did, since Yui basically served as the bridge between him and Yukino, So, nothing more fitting than confessing to Yukino on the bridge. And Yukino really went from you should end your life now to you should offer your life now. But yeah, I really like this scene. It wasn't the typical I love you too, which depending on the series and the execution, it can be really good, but in this case, nah. As Ikigai explained himself, it just wouldn't feel right to sum up all of his struggles, feelings and thoughts with a simple I love you and a kiss. Not someone like him who was skeptical, who struggles to understand other people's feelings and even his own ones. If he said that, he would just question those words, what they meant, if he really felt that, since he never was in a relationship, so how can he really know that it was that, and if those words encapsulate everything that he felt? Which, according to him, no. And love itself can have a lot of different meanings, depending on who says it. For example, most of the time with teenagers, it translates to the typical So yeah, and even in the past, when he convinced himself that he loved Horimoto and confessed to her, now, in hindsight, he doesn't believe that was the case, but rather that he was forcing his ideals onto her. He was idealizing her and deluding himself. He tried to summarize all of his emotions into some simple words so that he would be able to comprehend them, and then deceived and convinced himself in order to fit the model of the words he found. But in the end, that just turned out to be a lie. Hence why he said that if he tried to summarize all into those simple words, it would just be a lie. Yeah, it's hard to actually think. Reflect on your feelings to the point that you get frustrated for not being able to comprehend them. And so, most people just take the easy route and say, I love you, and repeat those words till they start losing their meaning. But Ikigai didn't want to indulge in that deceit, that superficiality, and so he takes this seriously and thinks over and over again till he finds his answers, and then he tries to convey them to Yukino, even if he knows that she won't be able to fully understand them. And the words he says to her sound more like a marriage proposal than a confession, something you say to someone that you want to spend the rest of your life with. So yeah, but why after Ikigai saying all of that to her, a kiss wouldn't feel right at the end? Because they aren't used to socializing, interacting with other people. Even between them, they always kept a physical distance. And so, because of this lack of contact, when they're about to make one, they get anxious, and while doing it, they get a feeling of discomfort, as you do when you ain't used to doing something. So, a kiss right off the bat would be like a whoa, calm down, chief. Do I look like French for you? Like, oh putain, nique ta mère là, calme-toi, faut que je t'encule là, sale connard va. It just wouldn't fit them. Well, it's expected for people to have a good grasp on how human interactions work. They are still learning it, and in that regard, the last year in the service club was a big help for them. But it still will take some more time together, till they get comfortable to that point. Which yeah, bit by bit, they start getting closer and comfortable around each other. And we can see that when they hang out together after this, and they are able to talk to each other more normally, without awkwardness or hostility, but still in a Yukino and Ikigai way. They also indulge in more physical contact. What the why did I phrase it this way? And Yukino even does this. Which, oh my god, can we talk about how fucking adorable she is? Like, But doing this would be unthinkable to the past Yukino, and even to Ikigaya, that isn't bothered by this and tries to walk away, but instead asks her to take another one. This whole scene was just amazing as it is, but because Yukino is just too damn honest, she couldn't leave at this, And so, after the end of the dummy prom, she says to him the words he didn't. She, who struggled to even understand her own feelings, wanted to put a twist this as clear as the day, that
あなたが好きよ、引きがやくん。
Cute, cute. Hey, after this, she also invites him to go for a dinner at her home, because her mother insisted, since, as it turns out, she seems rather fond of him. Yeah boy, Kigaya's point worked, as I said. Every MILF enjoyed watching this must be really proud of him, although what he did at said dinner was kinda...
ゾンがお行儀がいいのね。ご両親の育て方がいいのかしら。
少なくともそちらよりは。
Me personally, I wouldn't let that slide.
I can't let this slide. I've got to ratio this nigga.
A few moments later.
ところで、うちの家業はご存知？
更新所でしたっけ？そうでしたっけ？
Kinda glad to know he's still the piece of shit he was at the beginning. Hey. So now that Yukino and Ikiga's relation arrived at a conclusion, let's talk about how it arrived there. First, let's start with Ikiga's perspective. At first, he was astonished by Yukino's beauty, but that, in itself, wouldn't make him engage with Yukino again later on. Quite the opposite. Since she was so beautiful, he would avoid her at all costs, with his defense mechanisms, in order to prevent him from getting the wrong idea. But, in this case, Yukino just looked at Ikiga's defense mechanisms dead in the eyes and said, "Let me handle this," and then proceeded to roast him and explain to him why he should just, you know. This resonated with Ikigaya, because he didn't need his defense mechanisms while interacting with her. He found peace of mind on his interactions with her. To him, sincere animosity is infinitely preferable to insincere cordiality, which is where part of his cynicism comes from. He no longer had to read between the lines and think of ulterior motives. His interactions with Yukino resemble the ones between close people, between bros, you know. You understand each other well and insult each other in a joking way. Although Yukino would say that she stands by everything she said. He finally got a glimpse of a true connection with someone, and it's why he asks Yukino to be his friend. So, where did his affection for Yukino started? It's hard to pin down, but in the beginning, he admired her, or more accurately, he admired an image that he created for himself of her, an image that reflected his own ideals and that he forced on her. He did that because they had a few points that were almost in common. Thus, he would project himself, decide he knew best, make mistaken assumptions, and mistake one feeling for another. This would happen multiple times, but each time that the misunderstandings would be cleared, he would learn a little more about Yukino, and their bond would deepen. Each time, he would get closer to her, from unfamiliarity to getting to know her, to trying to understand her, to trying to get closer to her. Each time, seeing new sides of her, seeing that she too has her own flaws, her likes and dislikes. Little by little, that idealized version of her would melt as his feelings would warm up. More and more, he would enjoy the time spent with her and cherish those silly conversations. More and more, he would see her for who she is, and a new admiration would be born. But this time, not for an idealized version, but for who she really is. He valued her virtues, her diligence, sincerity, perseverance, righteousness, but he would also grow fond of her flaws and accept them. Her naivety, stubbornness, awkwardness at times, lack of self-awareness and social awareness, her lack of sense of direction. It made her more human and real to him. Before he realized, she was always on the back of his mind. And when it was proposed, the end of their relation, when he previously wouldn't care and even be thankful, now he absolutely couldn't bear the thought of that happening. It was at that time that he started to become self-aware of his own feelings, till he could no longer ignore or deny them. Now, in Yukino's perspective, she at first saw Hikigaya as he was. Trash! The scum among the scum! So rotten that when he dies, not even the insects will want to have anything with him. So, okay, I think you guys got the point, but she will not only think this, but also say that to him. However, to her surprise, he will not only join in her trash talk, but also admit his weaknesses, even if reframing them as strong points instead. This was the first good thing she saw in him, his admittance of his own weakness. After that, she realized that those rotten eyes of him could serve for something, which was seen through superficiality, something that she despised so much. He was also able to solve problems on his own, even if with questionable methods. He was self-reliant. These three qualities that she saw in him were virtues that she valued a lot. But more than that, he would also stand up for her and help her when she needed, even at the expense of himself. Something that she would see in high regard because of her own past. Furthermore, he would praise her honesty when in comparison to her sister, which would affirm her own beliefs, and he would say that she was fine as she was. She didn't need to be like a sister, that she already had plenty of qualities that she should be proud of, which not a lot of people would say that to her, and would also serve to calm down her own insecurities. But even with all of this, I don't believe that she had fully developed her romantic feelings for him by the ending of the cultural festival. The seeds were there, but it was not quite there yet. She started to see him in a higher regard, enjoyed interacting with him, and found on him something that she never did on someone else. Someone she could be as bluntly honest as she wished and wouldn't stop talking to her because of that. Someone who saw past superficiality. The moment that all of these seeds culminated and bloomed into romantic feelings, in my opinion, was in Hikaya's confession scene in the field trip. Not because of Hikaya's confession for someone else, but rather that he got hurt because of that. At this moment, Yukino had the same realization that Hikaya would have later on. Before, she wouldn't care much about Hikigaya getting hurt, although that changed during the sports festival, and also she wouldn't see what his methods did to him, thus her early approval of his methods. However, now it was different. She felt hurt seeing Hikigaya getting hurt, which led her to ponder why she felt that way because of someone like him in the first place. This made her aware of her subconscious feelings, which in turn led her to think more and more about Hikigaya, accepting, denying, rationalizing her feelings in a slow and continuous process that would, ironically enough, make her feelings even stronger, till, before she realized, she was, without a shadow of a doubt, in love. So, this was how they developed their feelings for each other. But what about their affinity? Well, they had their similarities. Their despise for the superficial, their belief on self-reliance, them being loners and having a nasty sense of humor, them needing a clearly defined reason to act. But even if so similar, they were definitely different. Yukino's belief on self-reliance came from a want to prove herself, while on Hikaya's case came as a way to justify and affirm his situation. Although both were loners, one could deal with unfamiliar social situations and crowds, while the other would struggle with them. One was idealistic, while the other cynical. One was honest, the other a liar. One cared about the means, the other only cared about the results. It's their similarities that would allow them to hold a conversation, their differences that would stimulate them, and these two things together would make the conversations pleasant and refreshing. Of course, their relation didn't arrive where it is now without its problems. The first was about knowing each other, then understanding each other, and finally about closeness. But they wanted to be close to each other because of their genuine feelings or because of codependency. So, were they codependent? No, the signs were there, but it still wasn't it. That's why Haruno warned them before it was too late. Basically, they saw the other in an idealized way and both had low self-esteem. Hikigaya would sacrifice himself and even his own beliefs in order to help her. He would lie to avoid conflict. He would ask her for permission to do things. In Yukino's case, she didn't know what to do, so she relied on Hikigaya to show her what decision to make, even at things like her career. She would also feel like he would figure things out for her. These are all symptoms of codependency, but it still wasn't codependency. Symptoms don't imply a condition, although a condition implies the symptoms. Just like if you catch a cold, you have cough and fever, but just because you have cough and fever doesn't mean you have a cold. So instead of symptoms, let's look at what constitutes codependency. And well, till the first prom, Yukino only relied on Hikigaya to show her what she shall do. The requests were solved either by both or by Hikigaya, because Yukino couldn't be involved or because he discarded Yukino's solution. Furthermore, in the cases Hikigaya did things on his own, he never tackled the underlying issue itself, only making so that it wouldn't be a problem for the time being. However, in the first prom, Yukino wanted to do it without Hikigaya's help to prove herself, and she told that to him, but Hikigaya still butted in, and although Yukino did most of the work, the prom wouldn't happen without Hikigaya's help. That's why the second prom was important. When Hikigaya asked Yukino's help, he no longer was the one saving, but rather the one being saved. With that, he then did what he should already have done. He genuinely talked about his feelings, what he wants, and established boundaries with Yukino. Then, through the second prom, it was important that they worked together, to affirm that no one was above the other. They were at the same level, helping each other, to get rid of the codependency idea without losing their connection. After the breach-in, Hikigaya arrives home, sleeps, and then, of course, says that if a time machine had been invented, he would have gone back in time to murder himself. Just recalling the events of the day before had him squirming with embarrassment and made him feel both pathetic and inadequate. He was endlessly interrogating himself, wondering if there had been any other way to voice his feelings, a smarter or cooler way to do it. But no matter how many times he thought back on it, that really was the limit of what he was capable of. The one thing he could say proudly was that even if that hadn't been the best answer, it definitely hadn't been a mistake. In fact, considering his prior behavior, he even kind of wanted to give himself a pat on the back for conquering his excessive self-consciousness. With all of this said, they start preparing their dummy prom, and there are two moments that really show how their relationship is currently. The first one is, of course, that they no longer sit in opposite sides of the table, and instead close to each other. The other one is when they go to a sauna for a break from all the work, and where we can see that Totsuka uses his towel to kill his chest, which is kinda, And then after exiting the sauna, they sit in a bench, and as they were leaving, Hikigaya offers his hand to help Yukino getting up, and she says that she can stand up on her own, and he says that, I know. He knew she could stand on her own, and he knew she would say that, but even so, he offered his hand, and he would probably continue to do so from now on. this little scene is really good and it might be easy to miss in the middle of so much other great moments. This scene is a quite obvious metaphor for Yukino being able to be independent, standing up on her own, but Hikigaya helping her regardless, a resolution for the codependency problem, Yukino saying that she'll become more and more useless, Hikigaya's struggle of wanting to help, but not knowing if he should, and so making up excuses to being able to, how condensed in this scene. Despite both of them acknowledging that, Hikigaya wants and helps her without any excuse, and Yukino lets herself being helped, even though she could do it on her own. This being shown in a literal sense of Hikigaya helping Yukino standing up from the bench. This scene serves at the same time as a metaphor and a demonstration of what that metaphor represents, applied in a mundane event, making use of the double meaning of standing up. A really simple and frequent scene that, in the context that it's used, makes it brilliant. After the preparations, and Yukino pulls her organization magics, and the Namui promise starts, Yui, Komachi and Ishiki gather up and also start talking. Komachi asks where his brother at, and Yui says that he's talking with Yukino, and so they shouldn't get in the way. But Ishiki then says that, does it matter? And Yui is like, what? Could you repeat that? So Ishiki elaborates, saying that even if she didn't get in the way, there's no way those two will stay like that for a long time. Because since they are both such a huge pain, if something happened, it feels like things would end right there on the spot. It would collapse faster than a Chinese building, you know? She then even offers a strike plan. Come here, okay? Think, Yui, think. See, in 3 years, we will be able to drink, right? Follow me this far? Okay, we good. Then, we can pretend to be drunk and go bum bum blah blah. Once you force something to happen, then the ball is on your court. That thing is a monster of responsibility, you know? Which seriously, Ishiki will 100% die being knifed in the back. Like seriously, she should not put a step anywhere near London if she wants to be alive. But after presenting such a brilliant plan, Komachi points out that, wait a minute, isn't 2 years for Yui? Isn't she talking about herself when she says 3 years? And after this being pointed out, Ishiki just says that, God damn it, shut up, Rice-chan, can you quit gaslighting me like that? Like, oh my god. Hearing this, Komachi goes on to actually refute Ishiki's plan, saying that his brother has the mentality of an ascetic monk, so he will find a way to deal with this kind of situation. For example, he will pretend to sleep the entire time before actually getting drunk. That's Tachman mentality. And yeah, Ishiki and Yui agree that that's really like him. They talk a bit more, and then Ishiki asks, what about Yui? What does she feel towards Hikigaya? And she hesitates to answer. So Ishiki gets closer and then asks if there is a law that says you can't like someone with a girlfriend. And this time, she answers saying that, no, she doesn't think so. And Ishiki is like, right? And Yui, seeing Ishiki smile while she says this, reminds her of the smile she used to have, a smile of a girl in love. And so she asks Ishiki if she feels the same way, and she answers that, no, since she thinks she still has a chance with Haima, and then says to Yui that it's a girl privilege not to give up. And yeah, all of this is in line with the scummy personality of Ishiki, because normally, the thing to say in this situation is that talk of there's plenty of fish in the sea, but Ishiki does the opposite, saying that
Why won't you just give up? You know it's pointless. Please stop him. You're his friends. Why?
saying that that's the girl privilege not to give up. At first, I questioned why the fuck the author put this in, but then I realized oh, this was that little push that Yui needed to go talk with Yukino and Ikigai at the end. After the prom ended, she goes to them for a consultation on what you should do, because there's a person she likes, and he has someone who is like a girlfriend, and she also happens to be her most important friend, but she wants to keep getting along with both of them from now on. In these situations, the norm would be to not say anything and move on. However, in their situation, one, Yui's feelings wouldn't just disappear overnight, because Ikigai and Yukino are now together, and they both knew that Yui liked Ikigai, so if they didn't talk about it, there would be a weird mood between them for a while, till they got used to it, and that weirdness would be transformed in a sense of distance between them. 2. A main thing on this series was to face things, not to give up to superficiality and deceit, so not talking about it would go against that. So yeah, in the end I think it's good that they're gonna have this conversation, and it will be also good if they want to maintain a good relationship and be close to each other. And by the way, this probably wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Ishiki, because as we saw at the beginning of their conversation, Yui was already planning on doing the norm and don't say a thing. So yeah, who'd have thought that Ishiki's scammy personality would do some good. So, going back to the day of the dummy prom, when it was finished and Ikigai was cleaning things up, Irusuke Sensei arrives, saying that she forgot something, and then she extends her hand towards Ikigai. He gets confused and unable to figure out what Irusuke Sensei wants, but she says that what she forgot was to dance with him. Oh my god, Irusuke Sensei, can you stop making me want to declare for you every time you appear? Like, oh my god. So, they dance, and after some lucky accidents,
It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!
Irusuke Sensei says to Ikigai that in spite of what happened, this turned out to be a splendid event, ending that she supposes that that's how he's choosing to spend his youth, and Ikigai is like, what? Excuse me, could you repeat that? And so Irusuke Sensei asks if he ever heard of this, and then she starts reciting.
青春とは嘘であり悪である
And Ikigai hearing this, but yeah, right before encountering Irusuke Sensei, while he was cleaning things up, he reflected a little on things, on how the last year was full of trouble, but it was because of the thrill they experienced in those days that made it enjoyable. Just like now, he wanted to kill the person who came up with his unreasonable project, because it was so extremely busy. But when all things were said and done, he was fond of this kind of lifestyle. Perhaps that's what he wanted to do, just running back and forth until he was that tired, complaining but still doing his job. That way he could completely exhaust himself, lament over his regrets until he couldn't anymore, and ponder over his youth full of mistakes. And then he wanted to tell this story over and over in his older years on the veranda to comment his grandchildren. And comparing this with what he wrote in that essay in the beginning, yeah, The first paragraph of the essay is exactly, like literally what he just said, like amazing. So yeah, in conclusion, as he said himself in the essay,
これより異端審問会を開く。有罪死刑。
待ってください、違うんです。
you normies can go die on a fire. Or, as Hiroshi Sensei says it,
リア充爆発しろー
Anyways, after this, Hiroshi Sensei asks him how does he feel about this entire year, if something did change. And well, looking back on Hachiman Ikigaya, his wife was one of many misfortunes, being in the same despicable situation for a long period of time. He resigned himself to it, accepted and embraced it. He started to see it as a good thing, as something to take pride in. He began acting accordingly to it and immerse himself on it, because it was cool. Of course, this didn't make the situation anyways painful, so he developed defense mechanisms as a way to prevent any more harm, becoming a cynical person that made his once shiny eyes rotten with the passage of time. However, even after all of this, he still had some hope inside of him that things would change. But yet again, things didn't go his way, and his first year of high school was just like all of the other years of his life. However, in the beginning of the second year, things would indeed start to change after he was forced to enter a certain club. At first, he wanted to leave it at any given opportunity, but slowly he started to find comfort in it and its pleasant smell of tea. But as things started to change, the friction started to increase, till it could no longer be ignored. His cool image that he created for himself, that was designed for a hostile and harsh environment, no longer matched the environment he was in. Now he had two friends who cared about him, who were hurt by seeing him being hurt, and due to his lack of self-worth, he took some time to realize this. Even so, he feared change. Something felt wrong about it. It was as if he was betraying himself, his past self, what he has been till now. But in the end, he realizes that what he feared of betraying was just an image that he created for himself, not him. So he drops that pretense in order to attain what he wished all this time. A wish that was engraved on his core, on who he really was. The image that he created was just as a product of it, a way to reject the opposite of what he wanted. Thus, if he really didn't want to betray his past self, if he has the chance to obtain what he always desired, then he should grab it, which he does. But even after that, he still endorses on some of his past behaviors. As they say, old habits die hard. People aren't transformers to change from day to night. However, he was making progress from being stagnated on his own preconceptions, complaining about everything and blaming that everything on some vague notion. He started moving forward. He started to make a real effort to walk on that thorny path and sincerely engage with the world in hopes of attaining what he wanted, instead of just taking the easy path of avoidance. Thus, after all of this, did he change? Reflecting on what he wrote on that essay and on his past, he answers that nothing changed, even though what he wrote on that day was partially because of an excessive immaturity. He still believes on what he wrote on that day. His morals and convictions are still firm. If they could vanish so easily, then he wouldn't have so many problems. He's already too twisted for that to happen. That way of being and those beliefs are already engraved on him. This last year may have opened his eyes in some regards and give him a new perspective, but that doesn't invalidate the perspective that he had till that point. He may have changed a bit his convictions and gained new ones, but he still had his old ones. He grew up as a person, but in the end of the day, he still is Hachiman Hikigaya. He may have changed, but it was just in a more external parts. His environment changed, so he too naturally changed in some regards in reaction to that. But who he is at his core is still unchanged. But who is Hachiman Ikigai at his core? He is a kind but cynical person, whom on his past saw the nuances of human nature and relations, how people will conform to social norms and the will of everyone, and how they change in the absence of them, how someone can be happy and spend his years in solitude without having to go along with all of that, how people will create an image of yourself based on their perspective, and you too create one of yourself that you try to maintain, and how sometimes that can stop you from attaining what you desire, how the meaning of words is greatly affected by the grounding and values of the one hearing them, as well as the environment they are in, resulting in there being just a few things that can be truly communicated with words. Thus, what he always wanted isn't any of that. What he wants is something genuine. So, after this year full of new experiences, did he find what he was looking for? That's what Irusuke Sensei asks him, and this time he didn't need any time to answer. After all, it was something Irusuke Sensei had taught him. He thought, struggled, and worried, and so he says to her that it's hard to say, since it's not exactly supposed to be easy to find, right? And she responds that someone is going to get angry hearing that, maybe even cry in a corner somewhere. And to Ikigaya, that sounds way too real, so he asks her to stop, and then asks in a rhetorical way who she's even talking about anyway, saying that that's not it. Irusuke Sensei says that, yeah, he's right, that might not be it. If his feelings for a single girl include sympathy, collusion, curiosity, pity, respect, jealousy, and more, then surely the word like isn't enough. That's why they can seem to break up or go their separate ways. No matter how far apart they become or how much time passes, they are still drawn to each other. Perhaps that's what it means to be genuine. And is it? What is the genuine? The genuine is intangible, but it definitely exists. It's hard to express and communicate it by words, though it's something instinctively understood by most. Even if it's invisible to the eye, it can be perceived with the heart effortlessly, something abstract without shape that cannot be described, but that we still carry close to our chest our whole life, like a treasure, something craved into us so vividly that we feel so deeply about that we could never forget it, an intangible treasure available to everyone that, for not having any defined shape, is also different and unique to each one of us. To some, it might be the love that lasts even after the passion of the youthful years has been long gone, love that carries till old age and allows them to enjoy and be comfortable with their partner. To others, it might be bonds, a relation in which they naturally understand each other, that withstands the highs and lows, and where they can unconditionally rely on someone because that person will always have their back. To some, it might be something that they strive to be, making that something into their compass, their meaning and reason to keep going. To some, it might be a passion, something that warms their heart, even in bad days, something that gives them peace of mind and comfort, a sense of fulfillment, an end to their suffering or boredom that fulfills that void inside of them. To some, it might be all of this, or any of it. Although all different, all of these things have something in common. When we are asked what makes that thing so special, what's so good about it, well, it's hard to say the least, to find the words to explain it. If we try to evaluate through objective metrics, perhaps there's nothing so special or good about it. But what's important is invisible to the eye, and so if we look instead with the heart, what makes it special is that intangible thing. The mundane days we spend with it, the memories and experiences, the feelings, all of it being consolidated with the passage of time, becoming something special to us, is the time wasted on that thing, spent thinking about it, the effort put into it, even the struggles, is all of that that makes it unique to us, a nuance. Hence why something we perceive as mundane or even bad can mean the world to someone else. The genuine doesn't have any defined form. It's the time we invest in it that gives it our own special shape. Hence why when Ikigai hears what Irusuke Sensei said about the genuine, he asks her if she thinks so, because he doesn't really know. To him, they will never truly know whether the choice they made was the correct one. Even now, their minds had doubts. However, he could never acknowledge a correct answer that someone insisted was the only one. They don't really know, but as he says to her, that's why they will always continue to ask, because he's sure that both of them won't believe in it that easily. They will keep asking, thinking, struggling, worrying, clashing in the search for their answers, each time deepening their relationship, and they still will be able to do this as a service club for another year, since Komachi filled the application to be the new president of the service club. Hearing Ikigai's answer, Irusuke Sensei says that it was rather off the mark, but he gets a full score for his answers. He really isn't cute, but that's what makes him our best student. After saying this, he has to go, and so he finishes by saying to her that
お世話になりました。
君は本当に手がかかった。さよならだな。
さよなら、先生。
Yeah, you really were a handful, Origairu. I had to think a lot to try to understand you, and even now, after doing all of this, I'm sure that my interpretations on you will change with the passage of time. I suppose this is a goodbye for our retell of their story, but he still will be out there on the search for something genuine, on the search for his answers. Yes, the story ends here. But what about Origairu Shin?
Oi, その先は地獄だぞ。
Shut the fuck up, bro, shut the fuck up, you crazy bro. If your average Origairu fan heard you, he would start to have a mental breakdown. You have to understand that those people are mentally deranged. Retards, one could say. So they do not possess the mental faculties necessary to see and interpret the various clues throughout the story that led to the natural conclusions in the Shin series. But if you are so curious about what happened, I shall tell you, so there's no need to read the Shin volumes. You heard me. There's no need to read the Shin volumes, okay? Although what I'm about to say might be surprising to most, I hereby promise to speak the truth and only the truth. So, without further ado, first and foremost, Yukino x Ikigaya was a hoax. Yes, I know, unbelievable, but it's the truth, and once you understand the truth, you will agree with such decision. So, if Yukino and Ikigaya didn't end up together, then with whom are they dating? Well, first, in Ikegaya's case, no, it's not Yuya, he benched her.
You can't keep getting away with this! You can't keep getting away with it!
No, you see, the person he ended up with is quite obvious. The author even put a messiah in the story, who has been spreading the truth throughout his entirety. However, most deny it and reject his words, since such is the fate of a messiah. Of course, the messiah in question is none other than Hebin herself. Yes, most laughed at her, but such is expected from a genius ahead of its time. Yes, Ikigaya ended up with Hayama. I mean, it was quite obvious if you ask me, because since the beginning they had a chemistry going on, like Hayama slamming Ikigaya into a wall, which classical, and he did it with quite a passion, or them talking alone at night. That talk of them not being able to look at each other. Well, it was just them being tsunderes and a little embarrassed. It's exactly as Sir Coulomb said in his mathematical equations. Opposites attract each other. Yes, them being together is even backed up by science. Why do you think there's so much art between them around? It was so obvious since the beginning, but many failed to perceive it and write it up as just a silly joke.
You sleep with
Hayama-kun?
Another guy?
No, we had sex. There was no sleeping.
Oh.
Sex. No sleeping.
Now, I reckon that most of you were left even more intrigued, since if Ikigaya ended up with Hayama, then with who the hell then Yukino ended up with? I must confess that this one is quite harder to understand, but it also makes sense once you understand the rules. Well, the intuitive answer would be the Yuri route, aka the Yukino x Yui couple, because there's way too much official wallpapers between those two. But that did not happen, and I will explain why that is the case. First, let's look at the meaning of Yukino, which is snow. Now, and hear me out. Who did Yukino call a special snowflake? Yeah, exactly. Now, for those of you saying that this is ludicrous, just because you are stupid and therefore unable to understand the subtle subtext right under your nose, doesn't mean that the story was not well written. However, unfortunately, because Yukino x Zaimakuza received a considerable backlash, I was unable to find imagery to illustrate the truth, aside from not safe for work art, and I don't want to get on the bad side of OSHA again.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of OSHA violations.
So, with this, let's... What did you say? Oh, what about Yui, you say?
I have been publicly humiliated for the last time!
Don't cry about it, bitch.
Okay. I won't cry about it.
But yeah, This is what happened in the Shin volumes, and it's why you hear so many uncultured fucks complaining. Sources, you ask? Trust me, bro. Trust me, you already know what happened, so there's no need to read the Shin volumes. Finally, of course, I left the best and most important part of this entire video to the end, which is Horegairu waifu tier list, because everyone loves waifus, and I mean everyone. Yes, do you really think I wouldn't do one? Come on! But before starting, let's just define how the ranks will be decided. The criterias are vast and were carefully chosen, but the main one is my 100% subjective opinion. I will only be considering how good it would be to actually hang out with the character and completely disregard nerdy metrics such as character development or character theme and what the author was trying to convey through them. And although I said that this would be a subjective list, did you do an almost 10-hour video on Horegairu? Yeah, didn't think so. We could basically say that I'm an expert on the matter, and thus this pretty much is an objective list, meaning if I say your waifu is trash, she's objectively, scientifically proven, without a shadow of a doubt, trash. So, without further ado, let's start. Ah, Ishiki, my beloved. Truly, she's just like me for real. It's all about that trash to trash communication, you know. Women need to have that spice on them. Ikai says that she might have too much of it, but call me a Thai person, because I'm devouring that spice, bro. God damn, I'm asking for the real spicy food on a Thai restaurant. Actually, don't do that. It will make the bathroom experience that you had after eating that new menu on Taco Bell a pleasant one in comparison. But yeah, I think it would actually be fun to hang out with her. You know, that sly personality of hers gives a certain dynamic to the relation, and since she's kinda core, it would complement it well. Since if she was just sly, it would become irritating after a while. Basically, someone you can joke around and be nastier and more open with, but when you most need, she can also be caring and kind. So yeah, I'll give Ishiki an A tier. Ah yes, Yui, feared and respected by all gym bros, since she can bench press your entire bloodline. And also a very talented and promising engineer, because damn, the bridges she builds, it's not anyone who could do it. But yeah, Yui is kinda, you know, since we just talked about Ishiki, the best way to describe Yui is bland, more bland than the food you ate in high school, that not even salt had on it. Just like those girls you see going to Starbucks every morning.
7 in the morning.
So yeah, I don't think it will be that interesting hanging out with her, especially because she tends to be the yes man type that agrees with everything you say. But to be fair, I'm kinda nitpicking here, because in the end of the day, she's still a very solid choice, and he will probably be happy with her for a long time, since she's very kind, caring, and understanding. She's also probably one of the best future wife and mother out of all the characters. And also, she's hot and dumb, just the way we like it. So, because of that, I'll give her a B tier. Next one is what's her name again? Okay, let me check just real quick. Oh yeah, Meguri, the previous president of the student council. Yeah, she's definitely a character. What kind of character exactly? Brother, I don't even remember her name, so pretty unremarkable to say the least. So a C tier. Next one is oh my fucking hell, I cannot believe that I'm also forgetting the name of her. God, I should get checked for dementia, seriously, oh my.
Why my dementia hasn't affected me as a person? By me. Why my dementia hasn't affected me as a person? By me. Why my dementia hasn't affected me as a person? By me. Why my dementia hasn't affected me as a person? By me.
Oh, okay. Horimoto. Ho, それだ。はい。はい。それある。Yeah, and that's all I have to say about her. D tier. Ah, yes. Miura. Gonna be honest. God damn, do I fucking hate her type. God forbid having to deal with that type of person. But she's not as bad as Sagami, so D tier. That is absurd. In no way do I have a sister complex. I don't even see her as my sister, but rather as a woman. Whoa, I'm clearly joking. Whoa, don't start pulling out the weapons. Yes, he was clearly joking. Because Komachi is not a waifu, you sick fucks. She shall not be looted, okay? She's a little sister tier. Hebina. Hebina is a Fujoshi, and I'm a JoJo fan. So there's a certain chemistry going on between us. So yeah, I'll give her a C tier. My brothers, it is not how big she is, but how big she can make you go. Which is not a lot. I mean, it's definitely a lot. 2 inches is definitely a lot, guys. Okay? But, not gonna lie, Yukino kinda fell off with the passage of time. Yukino kinda fell off. Because initially she was one of my favorites, but nowadays not so much. You know, there's being honest and there's being rude for the sake of it, aka being an asshole, and sometimes Yukino falls into this vine. Like when Jaime came over for the first time, there was no need to talk of his friends like that. Or when she just straight up ruins the mood of everyone present by saying something completely unnecessary.
Hey, what's up, bro? I want you to meet my friend, John. Hey, what's up, big guy? What's up, pal? Nothing much, buddy. Good to hear. Squirt. Big guy can squirt. What do you do for work, little guy? I'm not that little, 6'3", and I actually don't work. I go to school, bucko. What do you do? It's my dad's business, boss. You work for your dad's boss? No, I work for my dad, and I called you boss. Come on, guys, why don't we keep this cordial? We're all friends here. Right, we're all friends here, right? Fat fuck? Oh, that's not even passive-aggressive anymore. Yeah, good friends here, tit goblin. Why don't we go grab some lunch, needle dick? Would love to, disappointment to your parents.
You know, keeping it real and saying whatever the fuck you think with friends is one thing. Doing the same with strangers is another. There are times to be honest and times to keep it to yourself, especially when you grow up and start working. Like Hirusuke Sensei told her and Ikigai in the camping trip. You don't need to be friends with them, you just need to learn how to deal with them. But yeah, in the other hand, when you are friends, I actually like that side of her. It's like that bro friendship, you know, you insult each other's entire bloodlines in 1 minute, and in the other, you are talking like nothing happened. You can just be your unfiltered, honest self around them. She can also be quite cute and funny at times, and much more, which I already wait in great details, so I won't repeat myself. So yeah, all in all, she's a solid B. Now, is she better or worse than Yui? I think. I think it's another massive L to Yui, because I think Yukino is just a little bit better. So yeah. Oh yeah! The moms! Yukino's mother is just a stereotypical mother-in-law, so D tier. Yui's mom is just a grown-up Yui, so B tier. And yes, there is another one. Hikigai's mom, which only makes an appearance in the comic. And god damn, it's obvious who Ikigai resembles the most. But yeah, I would say C tier. And also, you should definitely check out the comic manga. Personally, it's what I would recommend if someone never heard of the series. It's just as complete as the light novels, and gives much more life to the characters, which is variety of facial expressions to each one of them. And, for example, the characters when outside of school always wear different clothes, which is a nice detail. To those curious, my recommendation order and what's best order would go like this. Recommendation is comic, then anime, then light novel, then monologue. What's best? Light novel, then comic, then anime, then monologue. I live in Chiba, Japan. On I won't tell you my address, you bitch will scream. My name is Haruno Yukinoshita. I'm 20 years old. I believe in taking care of my sister, and a balanced relation and a rigorous educational routine. In the morning, if my sister is feeling a little too good with herself, I'll put her down by gaslighting her. After I remove her self-confidence, I'll use a combination of insults, lies, and flexing to remind her of who's the superior one. Then, I also like to apply a combination of manipulation, cheating, and bullying to make sure that she's within my grip and aware of losing command. There is an idea of a Harno Yukinoshita, some kind of abstraction, but there is no real me, only an entity, something illusory. And though I can hide my cold gaze, and you can shake my hand and feel flesh gripping yours, and maybe you can even sense our lifestyles are probably comparable, I simply am not there. Harno is an interesting case, since at first I neither liked nor disliked her, to be honest. I understood she was acting with the well-being of Yukino in mind, but I didn't understand the meaning of what she was saying to Ikigaya and Yukino, and why she was saying that to them. This, I would say, was the main reason for me to pick up the light novels, which led me to comprehend more of what she meant, but also understand her more as a person. And not only her, in the result of this, I also started to understand more of Yukino, Ikigaya, Haime, and all the other characters. The more I read, the more I liked her. So yeah, currently I fucking love her. She's sarcastic, clever, funny, knows when to keep it real and when to keep a veneer, learns quick and knows all kinds of things, is sociable, but can also be around someone and just appreciate the silence and company of whom she's with, can fuck around and get in the jokes and engage in a little trolling without taking things too seriously. She also got that spice on her, like any good woman. Now, I know that you might be thinking, who the fuck do you think you are? Bob the Builder? You only pick mentally deranged women because you think you can fix them or some shit? And well, no. In fact, quite the opposite. I could fix her, but whatever is wrong with her is honestly way harder.
The feminine urge to turn to his flesh, to eat it, rip his limbs off, cannibalize him. I love him so much. I want him inside me.
So yeah, she's definitely a S tier, which, sorry Yukino, but your sister is indeed better than you. And I know what I'm about to say is a hot take, an unpopular opinion among the anime community, but fuck it. Fuck this.
Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place, trash.
Because we have an adult woman fetish around here.
Alright.
But wait, adults? Wait, oh, no, oh no, bro, I'm older than Arnold, oh no, which means that I can no longer cover Onesa, oh no.
This can't be.
What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say.
Kawasaki. I'm just gonna go straight to the point and say that out of all the teens in this series, she's definitely the best one. She's sure of herself, knows what she wants and what's important to her, and doesn't give a shit about the rest. And I respect that. Furthermore, she works, cooks, sews, and takes care of the kids. So she already got that wife and mother qualities. And in top of all of that, she got that tomboy vibe without actually being the stereotypical tomboy, which is but tomboys are just guys with tits.
너도 좀 많이 해줘. 어?
내가 씨발 그냥 쳐 드시라는데 왜 자꾸 말을 자꾸 해? 형님 이거 좋은 자리에서 분위기가 이게 뭡니까 지금? 에? 아니 동생이 형님들 생각해가지고 챙겨준다는데 왜 자꾸 쳐 드시라고.
So yeah, definitely an A tier. Though it's a shame that she doesn't get that much screen time or even paper time. Ah, yes, Sagami. Guys, I think this one is pretty obvious, especially because her name starts with the letter of her tier. Yeah, exactly. Fuck Sagami! F tier. And if you think I was pretty harsh with Sagami in the cultural festival, oh, you ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. Because I cut out a lot of the rants about her and even headed the sports festival, so yeah. Of course, there's people a lot worse than her, like
おっと、怪しいもんじゃありません。ウィリアム・コリンズ、ATF。
Fuck those guys! You need a proper lesson, sir. You shut the fuck up. We are in the land of the free. Seriously, if you give an inch to those guys. For example, like in this anime, after this scene we discover that the ATF just straight up tapped an entire house. That's why you shoot those motherfuckers the moment they put a feet on your lawn. That or do like this guy and call the cops on the ATF, which
Not a federal agent.
Get on the ground!
Nice. And we also got an example of a wonderful woman in this anime, like, fuck yeah, bitches love cannons, and she hates the ATF and drives a Bull 1967 Shelby Mustang Cobra GT500. God, what could we ask more of a woman, like, oh my. Whew. And talking of that type of woman, yes. Do you remember, way back, when I said that we would talk about Hirosuke Sensei good points later on? No disadvantages at all, and later on I will talk about all the advantages. Well, now is that later on. First of all, the obvious. God damn, is she cool. Like, just look at her, like, god damn. And she also is a fan of using a white coat, which But yeah, aside from looking cool, she's also pretty chill. She can play bass and baseball, likes to read shonen manga, but is also a Japanese teacher, so also has interest in classical and other kinds of literature, enjoys rating and finding new ramen places to eat, likes cars, and even has her own sport car, and much more. Basically, she has a wide range of interests and hobbies, so you always have something to talk with her. And on top of that, she also has a sense of humor. And for example, in the volume 7.5, while they were out together in the mall, all the boys were checking out some toys, and being boys. But then, you see that Irusuke Sensei is also with them. So basically, she's one of the boys, one of the bros. So if you are with her, you will never have the problem of bros before hoes. She's also pretty understanding and kind, has your back when you need help, and knows how to cheer you up. But again, to balance out these aspects of her, she can also be childish and cute at times. Like, she's perfect. Perfect. Everything about her, down to the last minute details. I bet she would even let you play with your finger skate on her body. She would 100% be down to play with your Lego sets or play some games together. She would absolutely not only buy but also eat some dino nuggets with you. She's just that woman. So yeah, absolutely no doubt about it. She's S tier and definitely the best of the series. What? What was that? You disagree? Well then, I didn't want to appeal to this, but do you know who else the voice actress of Irusuke Sensei dubbed? Well, with that settled, just one last thing. How the fuck was Irusuke Sensei able to afford that car? Rich parents? If so, she wouldn't be working as a teacher, or at least not in a public school.
Here's $5.
Oh, I'm not homeless. I'm a teacher.
It's $10.
Wait, what kind of teacher is she? Oh, thank God, she ain't a chemistry teacher, so it ain't math either. Then perhaps you spread cheeks, I spread sheets. We are not the same. The question is, what kind of spreadsheets? Real estate? In Japan? Nah. Stocks? Come on, do you really think this mentally deranged individual could go through financial statements and all that? Although she might do the r/Wall Street bets type of trading. That or she's a forex trader, trading with a crazy leverage.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Or perhaps tax evasion. Because, you know, is that all the I am already a public worker, and I don't know about you, but I'm not into paying the government to fuck me in the ass.
You're a deadbeat and you're a fed. Tax evasion is a crime, Virgil. It's an obligation.
Well, who knows how she was able to afford that car, and who knows how in the actual fuck is she not married? Seriously, how? But hey, this is the tier list. This is the golden standard of taste in Oregairu woman. If you agree with this list, you are a certified, distinguishable gentleman with impeccable taste buds. If you disagree, in that case, I am
going to remind you in advance that I'm very sorry and I apologize for the inconvenience of me not giving up. What you think? Look the fuck out of here.
But yeah, I guess this is it. This is the end. What? You were expecting a section of how Horigairu changed my life or something along those lines? Yeah, no, sorry to inform, but Horigairu didn't change my life or impacted it in any significant way. And it's not like I love the series from the bottom of my heart. Then why did I did an almost 10-hour long video about it, you ask? Well, you know, I'm what one could call a retard. There's really no special reason, but basically I just wanted to make something, then decided to make a video. At the time I was indecisive between one about Horigairu or Steins Gate, but settled in Horigairu because honestly I don't remember. You have to understand that this was a year and a half ago. Yes, it took me 1 year and a half to make this shit. And yes, I was always working on it whenever I had free time. I repeat, I'm a retard. But yeah, I think people always try to search for a bigger meaning in things, and then when they find one, they convince themselves that that was the reason. But man, I did this because I found it interesting to try to figure out the characters' motives for their actions and try to understand them, etc. That's what I liked about this series to begin with. Of course, the series ain't without its flaws, like the last 3 volumes of the light novel. Not gonna lie, kinda sucked. Most of it was filler, and the author decided to be a pussy and completely disregard prior developments and various hints of another wise epic final to go with the safest ending. But yeah, the series didn't need to be perfect, nor to change my life for me to do this video. You don't always need to have a greater meaning to things. I did it because I felt like it, and that's a good enough of a reason for me, honestly. So yeah, I'ma head out, because being genuine is exhausting. Good night. Was? Verdammte Scheiße. Falsche Musik.